Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Weird Science DC Comics podcast. This is episode 585. That's 585, if you didn't know that. And we have a plethora of books, times probably 80. A lot of books, again, this week. But are they good, bad, indifferent, kind of looking like they're too cool for school? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But if you end up listening to the show and want more, there is a place that you can go. A couple places, actually. First, you can go to our YouTube channel, Weird Science Comics, and you could enjoy stuff like our live streams that we do each and every week. We're adding more and more. Me and Greg talked about Absolute Flash number 2 on Friday night. We have a live stream that starts at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then usually devolves into about a 4-hour live stream. I think we got the 3 hours this week. I think it was. What we do is we end up reviewing the book. You have Gray leaves, and then I end up talking for 2 or 3 hours, just shooting the poop with everybody in the live chat. We have a lot of fun. We talk about comics and other things as well, but you can also listen to just the condensed version. But I mean, that's for quitters, but you can do that on the regular feed where you can listen to the Absolute Flash number 2 book, a book that me and Gray both did enjoy. Now, if you want more than that, you can then go over to our Patreon, help us out for everything we do, plus get a ton of shows in return. One of the bigger shows that we end up doing is the DC Comics Badass Patreon Spotlight. It is a show that usually comes out every Thursday night, talking about 2 of the books from that week that the badasses of the Get Fresh crew are the 2 top levels of our Patreon. They get a poll with all that week's books. They pick what they want, and the top 2 end up being the Patreon Spotlight episode. And this week, it was almost 2 hours long, and it is Summer of Superman Special number 1 that I talked with Sus Gabe about, and Wonder Woman number 20 that I talked with Jared about. So if you want to hear what we thought of the Summer of Superman Special or Wonder Woman, that Tom King, go over and sign up on the Patreon. If you haven't done it already, you can go over and get a 7-day free trial to check out all of the things that you are missing and see if it's, what you're missing. See if it's something that you would be interested in subscribing to eventually. So all that will be in the show notes. But with this, we're going to keep it light. We're going to keep it fast. I don't know if those two go together, but we're going to give a shout out, maybe what I would call a roll call, to the badasses of the Get Fresh crew. This is their roll call. I will not rap yet. Here we go. We have Sean M., Joe, Edward Hawa, Andrew in Belfast, don't mention it, D-Man 3001, David Fink, Jack Halsey, Brandon, Nick Rust, Trevitt, Tom Johnson, Dan Smith, yeah, I'm losing my voice already, JLG, I think it was Yayo's phone, Big Z, The Mark Claire Show, The Annihilator, Ted Probst, I Love Punchline, Stork, Matt Razor, Dr. Matt. He was in the live chat last night when we were doing that old Absolute Flash. Niels T. Lord, Stephen Baum, Jason Colby, Sue42 to you and me, Mike G, Ken Hallett, Comic Boom Rocky, Mark Jager, Ruben. Ruben was talking about that Iron Man book over at the Marvel. He seems to be the one guy who likes it. Carlos, Two Wolf Marv, Luke Hollywood, Simon, Luis, Manship, Swanee, Josh Vermillion, Batman Beyond, Mark, B. Mira, Brandon, up there in Canada, Buffalo, Canada. I was making all these movements with my hands, and I don't know. I did like a thing to put an accent on that, but you can't see me. Double A run. Minnesota. I did this weird punching to the sky for Brandon, but you can't see me do that. So that was very, very odd. All-time greats, Reginald Drinkwater and Rob Lewis. And that is that. That is the intro. Really quick, right? We could just end here, but I will tell you one thing, and this is what happens. This is how the live streams ended up being 4.5 hours. But I did get word this week, and this week was a pain in the butt week for me. I ended up having to do a bunch of crazy stuff. Every time I went to record, people were running drills and jackhammers and things. Oh, my goodness. But I did get in the mail that I have jury duty in a couple weeks, and I had to go online and sign some things, fill out some forms, hoping that I could finagle it and not have to go. It ended up, and I don't know if this does the same thing, all over the country, but in Pennsylvania, you have to tell them what the last book you read and what TV shows and movies you like. It was very, very odd, but I might have done messed up. I thought that if I ended up going, and my opinion is that a court, they'd be like upset at people who like true crime, because then everybody thinks they're an investigator. Everybody thinks they know all that. So I went full true crime stuff. I think that was the wrong way. I think now they want me on the jury, because at the beginning it said on my summons card that I was an alternate, that I'd have to call in, but I still had to go and sign these things. And then when I got done, it says, okay, you're a juror. I'm like, what? What happened? I'm the rural juror? I think I messed up. I think I done messed up. I should have just, I don't know what I would put. Like the last book I read, I should have put like C-Spot Ron, the pokey little puppy, something like that. And then in parentheses, and it was yesterday that I wrote, and no, I do not have little kids. Maybe that would have worked, right? You could pick some really bad books, I guess, that you end up like, my favorite author, Anton LaVey. Oh my goodness. But the movie and TV shows, again, I thought go true crime. So I went the Law and Order SVU and stuff like that. I don't watch that. I should have just put Young Sheldon. That's the only thing I've watched, right? Or just say I don't watch anything because it's the tool of the devil. Something like that. That would have been pretty cool. But in lo and behold, I don't know what's going on. So in a couple weeks, I don't know if I end up getting sequestered. And that's not as sexy as it sounds. Who knows what'll happen? We may actually miss the first week of the podcast if some really crazy things go on. But that's what we'll look forward to later. I'm still like desperately trying to figure out how I can get out of it, and not like get out of it like legal or illegally, or I could just not show. That's one of the options. But I want to end up where I want to convince myself that I get out of it, but it's legit. Like, oh, I wasn't really trying to get out of it. It was just, pretty legit that I got out of it. Too legit to quit. But yeah, so that threw me this week. That's one of the things. Then we ended up having Zach, my son, who is remodeling the house. He ended up in our backyard, and he was digging with this backhoe, and he didn't realize and dug up his dog that he buried like 5 years ago, and that threw him off. And I know I shouldn't laugh. This is every time I tell this story, everybody gets so upset and disgusted. But he was out there and he started screaming, and I went out and I'm like, well, what's going on? He's like, it's Bella. I'm like, what? Back from the dead? Like, oh my God, we got a damn pet cemetery here. But no, the dead was better, and the dead remained. But he ended up, well, one of the things in that, I got to record that day because he had enough. He went home. And he was in the doldrums. He was. But there you go. Fun stories of this week. That's about all I can think. But again, if you want to get more and more and have some fun, check out our YouTube channel. I'm having a real lot of fun doing the live streams, everybody involved. We kind of, they do try to trigger me to make longer deals, and they don't know what they're getting into either, because the couple weeks ago when we had that 4.5 hour deal, like I could have went another 15 hours. Like at one point, I do think that we'll just get on there and try to like go the whole weekend. We'll just do it all, do it live, as they say. It'll be pretty fun. But yeah, check out the show notes. Check out the links. Go to our website, DC website, WeirdScienceDCComics.com, because who doesn't need more Sus Gabe reviews in their life? But then also, as I said, check out our YouTube channel, Weird Science Comics, where I'm going to start ramping things up, especially in the live stream stuff, a best of, a previews deal. I have a Sunday morning comics talk podcast with my man Sully that goes up live. So check all that out. But with that, we're going to go up to some news. I tell you, I know what we're going to be talking about in the news. It's not great. It's not great news, but I think it'll make me kind of laugh and then maybe cry afterwards, just like Zach in the backyard on the backhoe. But that's it for the intro. Let's get on with the news.
The news.
It is time for the news, and I think that this is kind of breaking news. We're going to title this, Who the Hell Asked for This Book Again? You might think that I'm talking like, Jim, you just said breaking news, Fire and Ice. Yeah, that's already out. No, there's something worse in my mind, way worse, and it is the return of Leah Williams' Gotham City Sirens, the book that I don't know. I mean, there's always going to be people. I can't speak for Green Arrow fans, but the idea there's going to be a book for everybody, but then there's also a lot of books that seem to be for nobody. But you make the call. You make the call. Here it is in their second annual comic book team-up adventure. Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, and Catwoman will set off on another bizarre adventure while their main titles take a little summer vacation. So this is going to happen in July. The books, the Harley, Poison Ivy, that sort of thing, that will not come out in July, come back in August. But I still think that what will end up happening is that August issue for each of them will be like a one-shot type deal of Sayonara Sucker. And then I think we might end some books, but I do think we're going to get number ones, new creative teams. And boy, that Harley Quinn, that book not doing well. That Catwoman book, not doing well. Poison Ivy, that seems to be doing okay, but it feels like that's coming to a natural end as well. So we'll see. We'll see how it is. But boy, Gotham City Sirens, the book that comes out very weekly, as they say, I don't get it. The funny thing is this one, well, there is no funny thing about it, but the thing, you're going to end up where it seems like this is going to take place in space, and I swear to God, it's still going to be like right at the outskirts of Gotham. You know, you turn left at the Dude Ranch in that crazy, cowboy land right outside of Gotham, you go out to space is what happens. You do. Here we are. Yes. Oh, my God, the Gotham City Sirens. In a follow-up to last year's Gotham City Sirens, writer Leah Williams, X Factor, Power Girl. I'll tell you how desperate they are with Leah Williams that you end up, they never mention Marvel things in these press releases. And there you go. Ooh-wee. X Factor and Power Girl. There's a resume. Joins artist Haining, Spirit World, and Poison Ivy. Okay. Yeah, that's to take everyone's favorite Gotham City gals to space. Sort of. I think I might have I might be right. Maybe it's right at the outskirts. And the thing is, everyone's favorite Gotham City gals. Okay, I get that. Not one written by Leah Williams. Please. Gotham City Sirens, unfit for orbit. Just think of that. Unfit for orbit is launching on July 2nd, the day before my birthday. Oh my goodness, what a birthday present it is. And running weekly, very weekly, for 5 issues. And then it says, this is great. Leah Williams in this press release ends up saying that the book is backed by popular demand. Maybe by her. She's been yelling at them so much and demanding it that they're just like, shut her up. Just give her the book. Holy moly. The Sirens are returning to take down their most dangerous foe yet, Despero. Okay. The fact that they might have to save the world in the process of defeating Despero is more or less incidental, she says. And just the idea where you have that, and this is her release, and she says, backed by popular demand, the Sirens are returning to take down their most dangerous foe yet, Despero. The fact that they might have to save the world in the process of defeating Despero is when, like, why would you repeat the Despero? It just, I don't know. It didn't flow very well. I don't know. There's a hot new outer space themed nightclub in here we go. There's a hot new outer space theme club, nightclub in Gotham City. And who better to rob it than Catwoman, Ivy, and Harley? I could probably think of some more people. I mean, Catwoman by herself. You mix in Harley and Ivy, and you got trouble. But there's more to this intergalactic discotheque than meets the eye. As the sirens discover when they stumble headfirst into a plot to destroy the entire planet, led by the club's owner, Despero. Despero is the club owner. He's the club owner of that, for the kids, the discotheque, the discoteca over there, the biblioteca. Despero. Desperito. Man, this is the thing, and I often do this too, and I used to say it to Eric, thinking of the characters as having actually agents, or doing that. Call your agent, Despero. You're having problems. You're slumming it up in the discoteca. I hope you have good insurance, Gotham City, because you're about to get wrecked. Special appearance. You're about to get wrecked. Oh, my God. Oh, how dare she say that? Oh, my goodness.
How dare you?
Special appearances by, and here we go. I haven't even read this, and I know we're going to get one of these. I'll give you a little how dare you when it happens. Special appearances by Deadly DJs. Okay. Hunky alien hotties.
How dare you?
Dancers dressed as aliens. Mutant failures. But wait, I think she still thinks she's doing her X Factor book. Oh, wait. Take that, wrecked. One wild UFO. I'm surprised it's like UFO, unidentified something or other. I can't come up with it. A foxy object. Oh my God, objects in the mirror appear foxier than they are. And lots of fire. Holy, let's go through that again. Special appearances by Deadly DJs, Hunky Alien Hotties. Okay, so we're doing this deal. Deadly DJs, Hunky Hotties. Dancers dressed as alien. Oh, we lost it. Mutant failures, one wild UFO, unidentified foxy object. It should be, and lots of fire. Then you go with Haining says, who could say no to a chaotic party starring the Gotham City Sirens and Despero? I know one guy with two thumbs that definitely could say no. But Haining says, I know I couldn't. All right, you couldn't, but maybe that's a problem you have to look into, because sometimes you just say no. Just say no. DC confirmed that the Catwoman, Poison Ivy, and Harley Quinn solo books will skip their July issues while Gotham City Sirens takes the stage. Yep, so they're at a discoteca. That's a alien type thing run by Despero with, again, Deadly DJs, Hunky Alien Hotties, dancers dressed as aliens. Why do you care that there's dancers dressed as aliens when you already have Hunky Alien Hotties? And mutant failures and one wild UFO. And lots of fire. The whole thing seems to be fire, right? Burn it to the ground. But yeah, so when this happens, you're going to end up having less of the Catwoman, Poison Ivy, and Harley books coming out, and you'll get this nonsense. I always like to judge a book when it comes out. I don't like to diss anything until I've read it, but I kind of think that I could do it here. I kind of think that this might not be great. But one thing they have to say, the Leah Williams books are never boring. They're always ridiculously crazy. I mean, they say it's chaotic. That kind of plays it out. And you can never guess what the book will be or how it'll go. So it does give you an element of surprise. I'm trying to push this in a positive way. She keeps you on your toes. You never know what's going on in that head of hers. It's a roller coaster ride of emotions. I can't say that it's a perfect marriage of story and art, because half the time I can't figure out the story. But, kudos to you, Haining. You couldn't say no, so go for it. But yeah, this is trouble. This is going to be trouble. And it's the idea that DC, no matter what they do, they have to have a sequel. If you end up having a sequel, and you got to start with square one. It is a foundation of sand. You got to look at the original, not just drool for a sequel, because usually sequels make less anyway. Holy, maybe this will be the Empire Strikes Back of the Gotham City Sirens trilogy that we'll eventually get. So that might be cool, maybe. But no, I think there's going to be trouble, but we'll see. We'll be talking about it on the show. Obviously, Simon will be talking with me about it because he likes nonsense like this because he's British and drunk, not in that order. I think that he's just a drunk guy who happens to be British and likes nonsense. But that is it for the news. I would tell you to let me know if you can get it over. Let me know what you think of this. But I don't think many people are going to be that excited, except for the idea of a spectacle. If you're looking for a train wreck, a car crash, or a discoteca, you know where to find it, wherever Leah Williams is. So we'll see how that goes. But with that, we're going to go off to the books. We have a bunch of books. We're going to start with me and Gabe talking about the ending, I guess, for, this whole, what was it? The something of the father, the faith of the father. I forget what the thing was in Detective Comics, something with the father. It was a bunch of nonsense. Again, I didn't have a great week. These books are a little off, I think, but we had fun talking about them. So we're going to go off right now to me and Sus Gabe, the very one and only Sus Gabe, talking about Detective Comics.
There is no mystery without any clues, and it sucks even more without someone to choose. No one ever thought that it was Martha Wayne. If you thought she was the killer, then you're totally insane. But Bruce has Scarlet and he wants to fix her. She only banged him 'cause she worked for Elixir. The story arc ended with a thud. Bruce took drugs so he could be a stud. The readers of the story are the ones who got played. Oh shit, Ambrose is just Blade. Looks like another story that was just tailor-made.
All right, we're going to kick things off with Gabe. What up, Gabe?
What up, Jim? Happy to talk about
Gabe.
Detective Comics and Batman. Ooh, my favorite, Tom Taylor.
Yeah,
Tom Taylor, my favorite.
Me and Gabe just got done talking for our spotlight. We did the Superman book. That was took a lot out of us, Gabe.
That was much longer than we thought it was going to be. Much
I was
longer.
yelling about my moral compass. We had a lot going on, talking about songs, all of that fun. But if people wanted to go listen to me and you talk over an hour about the Superman special, it is at the patreon.com/weirdscience. But we're here to do the show in the here and now. And we're starting with Detective Comics 1096, Mercy of the Father. Have mercy, Gabe. Please have mercy on Tom Taylor. Finale here. And boy, this has been a longer story. I don't understand how sometimes where you get a long form story and then at the end you're like, yeah, that was kind of rushed. It makes no sense to me how you do this or why this would happen. The pacing of some of these stories, especially when they get to be longer arcs, just ends up throwing everything out. And I'm even talking longer arcs even being 6 or whatever this would be. I don't know. I'd have to count. It feels like it's gone on for a while, though. And then at the end, everything's hand-waved to a weird play that doesn't feel like you... I guess you can't say you couldn't play along because I kind of did guess who it was and what. But even then, if you ask me, why did you guess that? I don't really have clues I followed. I thought it's going to be dumb like this. It was like the idea of I'm going to get in the mind of Tom Taylor here, and I think he's going to do this, but there was never any reason for me to think that other than kind of is ridiculous. But I don't know. It's Tom Taylor writing. Mikkel Janine, I do like the art. And I do really like the colors as well. But you have Norm Rapman on the inks, Wes Abbott on letters. So you end up where the building is on fire. We saw this before. You have this whole Elixir building on fire. You have, or Elixir's the deal. You have everything is all. I'm telling you, at this point, you start getting names thrown out. Oh man, it's Essence and this and that. And I'm like, they all sound like perfumes to me, number one. But other than that, I realized that I had no connection really to the overall story. I just had the connection of Batman taking the Fountain of Youth drug, which now I feel like it's just going to be shoved aside, that they're not going to have anything about it. The idea that he was looking into it, what this could mean and what it could be, the idea now, what are you going to do with it? I think that it just gets thrown away, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Right. So we pick up from the cliffhanger where he confronts Scarlet, Scott, and he says, what's your involvement? Who's this? What's going on? You need to come with me. And she says, well, as soon as I found out, I tried to put a stop to it. I tried to end it. I was sending out clues. I was trying to do all these things, but it's not me you need to worry about. It's this mysterious group behind the scenes that nobody's ever heard of called Elixir.
Elixir. It's
Right.
Elixir that's doing it. And
So Elixir somehow sets the lab on fire. They never show you how that happened. Maybe it's a self-destruct. Who knows? And so we start with the issue with Batman kind of taking Evelyn out of the building, getting her away from the fire.
Well, first off,
saying, "I gotta
Scarlet
rescue
then
you
goes to get Evelyn. And the thing that I'm going to point out, and when we find out, I'll just tell you, Evelyn is Scarlet's mom. We had this. Not once does Scarlet seem, I don't even know if she knows. I guess she does, but I don't know, because she's just says, Dr. Forrester, she was headed to the lab. She's still up there. So she says, Dr. Forrester. That is the ruse that's made up. It's actually Evelyn, her mother. But the idea of Scarlet is lying to Batman about that, saying, she's already implicit in it. Like, the idea by the end of this is Superman just says, by the way, Scarlet, you're not accountable for anything at all. Everything is these other people and her crazy mom who's disguised. I think that, and there's some weird plays in this, that I think that maybe we're supposed to believe that she didn't know that was her mother, maybe. I don't know, because I don't think there's ever a point where she really confronts anything or says anything about her mom. Evelyn obviously knows things, but it's so weird the way this is set up. And when you ended up where Scarlet at one point, I can't say anything, I'm being watched and things like that, that means that you know what you're doing is something, but you just don't want to put, what is this big mystery and what were you trying to hold out for? What were you doing? You weren't bringing them down from within. You weren't trying to figure out anything. I thought it was that she was being held hostage, kind of, because if her mom didn't take this, play, the whole Elixir stuff, that she would die. But you never really get that far either. It's just that her mom looks younger. And I think we're supposed to believe that that's the dupe, that Scarlet does. I don't know. I'm telling you, the things that happen in here go past too quick. They're not set up. Like you said, if you have a red herring, you have to set it up. If you have a mystery, you need to be able to play along. And it's bullshit, because he goes to get Evelyn, and he's like, I got to take you out of here. Forget about the lab. And then we find out she started the fire.
No, you make an excellent point. Right up to that last second where he gets Scarlet out of the building, it's burning up. Again, we don't know how they started the fire, but okay. He says, is there anybody else that's still in the lab? And she says, Dr. Forster. Now, up to this moment, that tells you that Scarlet doesn't know that Dr. Forster is actually her mother.
That's ridiculous.
How do you work with somebody all day, every day, and not know the person you're working with is your mother because she's wearing like a medical mask on her face?
And now with all that, again, with that, you could play the idea that if Evelyn, the mom, with Joe Chill and all that, disappeared and she never saw her again, she was a little girl, but they grew up, that was the whole play. And then some reason you get this thing with the Elixir. It was easily set up that the mom is the Dr. Forster as a ruse. That's fine. But the idea that she needed that Elixir to stay alive, that's why Scarlet is involved. She can't get out because if that happens, they're going to kill her mother. In the opposite, at the end, we find out that it's Evelyn, the mom, who had to make a deal with Essence, it seems, to end up having Scarlet not killed. I don't understand. And then in this, wouldn't it have been a great reveal? Is there anyone else on the top floors? My mom. And then you're like, what? And then that's the reveal. Oh my God, there it is. But no, Dr. Forster. I think that there's so many things in this that you're like, was I dumb or is this story dumb? Because at one point, me and you were talking before we recorded, one of the big plays is that Batman, because he keeps smelling this perfume that Martha
This lilac smell.
Yeah, she wore that perfume. Somehow, Tom Taylor thinks that everybody's guess of who Asma is Martha Wayne back from the dead. He has a line that Batman says, they're trying to make me think that it's my mom back from revenge. No, nobody thinks that. Nobody. And if you did, please, you either have to stop reading or read more, because there's no way that is happening. There's no way anybody thought that. What you thought was it was either Scarlet or the lab assistant, because you know what? Nobody else was introduced. There were two characters. He thinks the twist is, oh my God, get it? Double duty. Dr. Forster was the mom. That's the twist. And it's not a great twist.
Yeah, I mean, literally the narration box when he when he gets the information from Scarlet, he gets out his grappling gun and he's getting ready to go after Dr. Forster. But there's a little narration box there, and it's from Batman. He's narrating himself. He's thinking out loud. He says, "The idea that my mother survived somehow and has been driven by revenge seems impossible." Nobody thought that. That theory never came up. It was not in any prior issues. Nobody floated that idea. Nothing. There was no seed that was dropped that in any way, shape, or form, other than made any connection to his mother.
It was a perfume. Now, again, you can go with the idea of, oh, they were screwing with me. But then the real play would be that who would wear Evelyn would, because she has that connection to Martha. But even so, it's not really that great a connection, and it's not really great to play along. The thing is, though, is if you were going to play that, boy, I think it would have been more interesting if all of a sudden things started happening. And there's things that only Bruce would think. There are things only I know about my mom that are coming. All of a sudden, he is running in this place and pearls come out and he can't figure out how this happened. Or all these like, oh, who's doing this connected with Joe Chill, all that stuff. But no.
Like somebody's trying to throw him off the trail.
Yeah. Again, and what I said to you by the end of this, and I'm telling you, there are times when things happen that are clever that at the end you're like, oh my God, I see it now. Or there are things that are really, really bad. And then they're worse, where all of a sudden I have an epiphany of all he's doing is he's trying to make a female hush. He's trying to make a woman who ended up being affected by Joe Chill in a different way. But like Tommy Elliott killing his parents, she tried to kill Joe Chill, but he didn't die. So now I'm going to be the Batman that should be the real Batman. It just feels so off and weird when all it had to be was this elixir kept her alive. Scarlet was blackmailed to be involved with this. And then the elixir, lo and behold, if you take it too long, maybe you can say if you get past what your normal lifespan, I don't know, your brain starts becoming mush. You start to break down. You start getting dementia. Explain that's why she's going out like a serial killer Batman or whatnot. It seems to me very easy. And then it goes with the idea of Batman thinking, oh my God, all these people that took this drug are in big trouble. We got to stop it, all that. But no, at the end, it seems like everything's like, oh, that it almost feels like nothing was wrapped up, but they're like, yep, that job, that case is closed. You're like, what? Because they're going out. She set the fire. That's when then Batman, his detective work is to jump out of a window and look in her backpack. That is the case closer. You cracked the case there, Batman. You opened up her backpack and found the outfit. That was it. That's pretty much.
It's always a good idea to carry that around with you in the open.
Well, you never know when you want to do ace stuff.
You know who should really be locked up? Now that you're mentioning it, you know who should really be locked up? Joe Chill, because apparently a random street mugger has been responsible for half a dozen super criminals in Gotham City.
Inspiration isn't criminal. The idea, though, and you have to throw in with that. Wouldn't it be the idea where you have Evelyn? The throw in of you tried to cause the accident. So she legitimately tried to also kill herself and her daughter, or actually she was pregnant. That's ridiculous. What it should have been is she was so mad, and then Joe Chill, nothing really bad happened to him. He should have gotten the electric chair. He didn't. Just do that. But she caused the accident. She was in the act. It's pretty bad.
You know what? Here, I'm gonna give Tom Taylor an idea. I'm going to give him an idea for the best story he's ever written in his life because he can't come up with it on his own. We're going to take Joe Chill up to the Watchtower, and they're going to study him and say, how can he be responsible for so many super criminals? And they're going to find out that Joe Chill is infused with source wall energy, and that he is an instrument of fate responsible for all the bad things. He's going to be responsible for all the bad things in Gotham City. In other words, he is the evil that creates Gotham's darkness.
And I'm there. It's not the Joker. It's I'm there, and I'm the we want a second opinion. Jim, what do you think? Well, first off, I think there's a lot of really shitty writers. But second, I think that there's also assholes in this universe, and they'll just be inspired by anybody. So there you go.
Yeah,
but again, he also made, and this is the idea of these stories, are usually you're supposed to go with, well, is the more violent way better? No, we see it's not. Yeah. She's killing kids, and you know what I mean.
That question's been asked and answered many times.
And she's killing kids, so there's not even that little gray area of Batman afterwards wondering, well, maybe. But no, there's not that. The other play is usually about, Batman, because of Joe Chill. You said, another villain like that, but also made Batman. So what is the tit to tat? Are we better off with Joe Chill or not? And I still say no. But the idea you have Batman. But in that, you end up where this book starts to just it ties up things that I didn't know were loose. And it does things that I didn't know were a thing because all of a sudden it's Evelyn saying, by the way, I end up where I have Joe Chill in a basement. And I kind of think it's pretty cool. But in the meantime, you end up having Oracle. Oh, my God, Batman. There's word out on the street. The news just reported that there's a connection between the prison and this elixir nonsense. And I'm like, what would that matter? Because if that's the case, the one who's really going to be in trouble is Scarlet. But this makes it seem that because it's now open to everybody knows it's out in the open. Suddenly, then that's when Elixir's like, oh, we got to go and get all the kids' blood. Things happen in this book that I feel like I don't think are Martha being the killer. All of a sudden, I'm thinking, what does that mean? Are they going to riot or are they going to go and try to do whatever? But it's that Elixir now has to go hog wild and get all the blood before anything else happens. I'm like, I don't know if that would be the case. And also, why this place? There are a lot of kids. There are a lot of things going on. You could probably just pay kids to come in and give blood. They'll do that for a video game. We didn't even know why this.
You could go to homeless shelters. You could pick kids up off the street.
Yeah, you could just do that. You're already going. And we talked about it at one point. Are we going to find out that these kids, because they're so-and-so criminals incarcerated, is there something? Are they feeding them in the prison? No. Are they telling us that blood like that because it's high in testosterone? No, they tell us nothing. So why are they going to get this blood? And why is it that oh my God, it's out in the open. We got to get all this blood now. Is it just the equipment's there? Because they even go in and say to the warden, Slattery, what is it? Slattery. I want to call him Slatterly. Slattery. Hey, we're going to get all the blood. We're not equipped for that. You better be, because we are now. We got the roaming thing, whatever. Also, I love the idea. He goes, you want every prisoner's blood? We don't have the extraction equipment. The guy goes, we do. And it looks like there's one piece of equipment with one bed in there.
There's like an ambulance with a pop-up clinic in the back.
It looks like one bed and one thing of thing. It's like the idea, oh, well, we just doubled our deal from 1 to 2.
But you know what? If you think about, there's a line of like teenagers that they're going to take out. I don't know, maybe half a dozen, maybe a little bit more. Do you realize how long that would take with one bed to get all that?
That's
to go?
What I'm saying. It's
that would take hours.
You say we have the equipment, and also what you do, make these guys villains, because we don't know them. They're men in black. They're just agents, they say. With that, make it so that like, hey, we don't have the proper equipment. And they're like, proper equipment? We're going to do it the old-fashioned way. And you have guys with fucking knives, and they're just going to drain the blood. They're going to tie them up and make them be real villains. Not the, okay, who's next? Who's number 13? And the guy goes up there, okay, were you in England in this time of the mad cow disease? I can't get blood because I was in England during the mad cow disease. So what are you doing? And the idea of we got this, it's all just lame setup for something that we don't really care about.
That you can't even believe. I mean, because what happens next? The Bat family shows up, right? All the Robins, Signal, Oracle, they all show up on their motorcycles and they interview. And these guys in suits are saying, we're allowed to take these guys because we have authorization. Who would sign off on that? Who would sign off on taking teenagers out of a juvenile detention center so that their blood can be drained right there in the parking lot?
Here's the other part of it. Again, I understand the law and I understand what you should and should not do. But this is the major villains, and what they really are doing is just taking some blood. We weren't told that they drain them completely and they die. They end up getting their brain.
Well, that's what Asima was doing, or Asima, or whatever her name was.
She was killing them afterwards so that they couldn't talk. I'm talking about these guys. They're just going to get a couple vials of blood and go on their way. If you don't have the serial killer Asima, who seems then to be the idea of, okay, we have to cover our tracks, right? How about cover your tracks by this? Take all their blood. They die and you dump them. You're already on the down low here with the prison and shit like that. Just because you got a weird serial killer, that just points out more crazy shit. And again, they're just taking blood. They're taking vials in an ambulance, and then they come down. But it's being played off like this huge, huge thing. But it all feels silly to me. It all feels like, okay, well, you got these agents that we don't know. They're all fighting the Robins. Robins are going back and forth. And then suddenly, Batman was running away, but then he ran to this basement to see Joe Chill. And now we're going to get that play of you can't do bad things, even if he's bad, but it just doesn't play off. We've seen this a million times. We see it in Nightwing all the time. But you go from there. They go in a basement.
Yeah, they go in a basement. And for some reason, she thought it was a good idea to put her Asima or Asima costume back on because it makes her feel good. I don't know. That seems weird. I mean, not just like the mask or the hands with the hypodermic needles. She goes through the whole body transformation costume. So basically, Batman is just, sure, go ahead and change. I'll wait. I'll turn my back and I'll wait. And so they go down in the basement. She leads him to where Joe Chill is, and he's there and he's knocked out, tied to a chair, and he's bleeding out from where he's been cut. And so she said, okay, so I brought you here because he hurt you like he hurt me, and I'm going to kill him, and you can watch so that we can both like take satisfaction and then have our closure from seeing this piece of garbage die right here in the middle of the chair. And Batman's like, no, I think I'll let you do that.
I'll even say the best is she didn't take him there. This is the worst. They're on the rooftop, and he says, what's going on, whatever. And she says, oh, Joe Chill, he's in the basement. He doesn't have long. But I was going to try to find you to bring him to him. Like right now, first off, arrest her. She should be cuffed right there, as he always does, to wait. He runs off to go and she just meets him at the basement. She just goes herself.
He just left her alone to do whatever she wanted to do.
Yeah, it's not even like the idea of, you tell me where he is. Well, I'm not going to tell you right now because you'll just arrest me, so I'm going to have to show you. He runs off. He yells to Oracle, says, oh my God, the prison. And she is there to get dressed and go and meet him there when she should have been cuffed. Like, you can't tell me that Batman does not end up, tying up people or cuffing them and then call the police to get him, because this is a serial killer. And he just runs off to save Joe Chill, fine. But she just then follows him because she knows where he's going. She meets him there. And then it's almost as if you start again with this talk where right away he should cuff her now. He's there to make sure Joe Chill doesn't die and lets her talk and talk and talk. And like you said, she puts on the mask, then she has the black word bubbles. We know who it is now. It doesn't work anymore. And then she's slashing him, gets his little ear off because she wants to kill Joe Chill. And oh my God, you don't want me to kill him? I can't believe this. He has to even, Tom Taylor goes so surface level to say, Batman does not kill. And like, yeah, we kind of know that. And she goes, I just want you to watch.
I'm glad he says it out loud because these days you never quite tell. Now, this scene brings us right back to the first scene from the first issue in the arc when Tom Taylor took over. So it brings the whole thing full circle. My question is on this one, which I didn't quite get, is when Batman fought Asima the first time with that teenage boy that she was hunting down, she beat the snot out of him. She took him out, I won't say easily, but she took him out pretty definitively. Why is she having so much trouble here? I mean, it seems like she barely puts up a fight.
Well, you forget at the beginning, there's that thing called plot device.
Oh, no.
That's all it was.
I forgot about the plot device.
The thing is, the idea of this is, like, now, you almost get the play of, like, you could go different ways. Batman underestimated her, but that wouldn't work. In here, now he's just
This
pissed.
is Batman we're talking about. Come on.
Now he's pissed.
Oh, I know. When he left her alone up on the roof and he came down to the basement, she wasn't just changing in her outfit. She was changing into her plot armor. Oh, now I get it.
Here's what you want to make something in a nonsensical thing make sense. You never play with the idea or go with it could be. And you even have at one point when she has that crazy needle that comes out, which I thought was just draw blood at one point. But the idea of it is, and it's like the Soylek, if you remember that from back in the day, what's his name, who was a leper again in the Nightwing books. But that's an aside. But the idea, you could have had that Batman was kind of looking into this elixir. He's looking, and obviously he was, but he ends up where, because of all the things going on, she wasn't able to do her last dose. She's now starting to deteriorate. She's starting to get weak. She's trying to, and you could have even had where at one point Batman went to get her and she has a needle. Instead of it being an attack thing, she's trying to juice herself up because she hasn't had it, and he ends up breaking it, and then he's able to just punch her and go away. You could just play out wholly that it was that fucking, the serum or whatever, the elixir. Just do that. She hasn't been able to get it. Now the place is on fire. Like, she can't get stuff. And you could even have her like starting to pant and breathe and even look. You have a mask on, which is ridiculous. Make it so that she starts aging a bit, that she doesn't have that elixir, and you didn't do it. And you end up
something like the more you use it, the faster it wears off.
Have
or
it.
Something
Well,
like
it's
that.
like a tolerance, obviously.
Yeah.
And now she needs a boatload of this shit. And she hasn't been able to do it because things got, Batman took the supply. Whatever you would do is you would do it that way, but they don't do it. They don't do it, and he just ends up where I don't even know. At one point, he's like putting the needle into her.
I don't quite get the logistics of the scene. Does he stab her in the face with her own needle?
I don't know. I don't know. But then all this going on, it just ends up kind of ending, and then you go back to the prison, and they just take care of these agents. That, of course, everybody usually just gets away. Hey, let's get the hell out of here.
No, let's be clear. They don't. They beat up the agents, but the agents get away. They leave the warden. They leave the warden behind.
Yeah, they left him. They threw him under the bus, the ambulance, because I love too where at this point they're fighting. This drives me nuts. They're fighting. Hey, what? Let's go. And Slattery's like, come on, I got to go with you. No way, dude. And then at the point where they're there, I see they're all around. Signal, back row, spoiler. You got Tim Drake, Jason Todd, and Damien. That stupid ambulance is 2 feet away. It's just driving away. They're like, all right, whatever.
I guess they just forgot all their motorcycles and anything any tool that they can have. They just forgot that they had them.
They're all driving away. They're 5 feet away. Like this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It even looks like you have a bridge coming up. You have so many things that you could do to stop this, and they're just like, well, guess they're pretty quick. But they seem to like say, well, we have Slattery. That's not the deal. What are you doing?
Slattery was working for them, not the other way around.
And the idea, prison's secured, is what I want Batman to say. Did you get the guys there? And like, oh, no, I still see them. They're driving away. I'm not going to get their license plate either. We'll just let them go.
There's that plot device again.
Man, they just leave. They're 2 feet away. This only happened one other time that was hilarious. At one point in the Ben Percy Green Arrow, me and Eric laughed so much where they were fighting Merlin. And Merlin ends up and he has a helicopter come down and he gets on one of those rope ladders. He's legitimately 3 feet away and then arm's length. And yep, I guess he's gone. I'm like, no, he wasn't gone. But yeah, and then you do see that they are getting Joe Chill. He's getting the help he needs. And you do see that Evelyn is being arrested. Indeed, she is being arrested. Now, this is where you have Scarlet who has to pretend, even though she was in this weird, crazy, multi-trillion-dollar company that seemed to be running the place, or at least the head of the PR, whatever, that now she knew nothing at all, but never even says the idea of, oh my God, that was my mom. Like the idea that her mom's a serial killer that was using the drug that she was pushing that was making her young, but also was killing people. She's just like, oh man, Joe Chill's my dad. Pretty crazy. And then that means in this all, did you think that her biggest affront, her biggest crime was that she was Joe Chill's daughter? Because she seems to think this is what's going to ruin things, not anything else. She's like, oh, I guess this is done with me and you. And Bruce's like, what do you mean? I believe everything. She goes, I didn't know what my mother was. So she seemed to know it was her mother. Or it's a very ambiguous thing. Is she saying she didn't know that was her mother, or she didn't know what she was? What do you think she was?
It was very poorly presented because it doesn't make it clear that she knew
That's
Forster
the problem.
was her
You're
mother,
not really going because if it's
or
I
that
didn't
her
know
mother
what,
was Asima.
I didn't know what my mother was. Yeah, Asima, whatever. But if I'm Bruce, I'm saying, did you know that she was Dr. Forster? Because why did you have a separate name that you used from somebody you guys figured out was dead? To then have her. Does she even have a degree? What the fuck's going on? Because I was injected with this shit, you bitch. And then he's like, I believe you. Done. Bruce Wayne, judge, jury, and hug it out executioner. He's like, I believe you. Okay.
But her mother has to be what, 60, 70, somewhere in that range at the very least. How, if she did know that Dr. Forster was her mother, again, that's weird that she still refers to her as Dr. Forster. But if she did know it was her mother, did she lose contact with her mother and she just came back? Or what did she think her mother was doing to de-age? How much blood did you need to de-age that far?
Yeah, and did you think that you were just working with your mother, who didn't seem to have any qualification? Were you actually working with her under the guise of being Dr. Forster, doing this work with? It doesn't make any sense. Also, what's that chain she's wearing? Pretty cool. But you end up where Bruce just says, again, Bruce says, I believe you. What should be next? I'm waiting for it. I believe you. Unfortunately, you're going to have to go to try. You're going to have to pay for some of these crimes, but I will be there for you. I'll give you the most benefit. I'll give you my money behind you, lawyers, all that. And when you get out, I'll have a job for you. Nope. He says, yep, you're freaking clear. And-
problem.
Yeah, I thought we were getting it. He says, I've tasked my lawyers with, no, it's just shutting down the facility. It's not anything to do with her, almost as if he is now telling people, get rid of the evidence. I think this girl's pretty hot. I like her purple hair. I've already banged her. I cannot have her be bad. So lawyers swoop in, get rid of all the evidence because she is complete. She was the one even sending the emails back and forth to the prison. That was where they even had Damien go in because he thought something was wrong. But every time something's proven to be whatever, everything is like, it doesn't exist anymore. And that's not how things work. It's not that the idea that she's at fault, it just goes away. There's not even a play of, I wonder if, this crazy serial killer is from this drug that Bruce took. And now where's Bruce? Like, is he going to start having a gimp knee again? Or is it, I don't know.
I don't know
nothing.
if it wears off, if there's going to be side effects.
It
Now
just
remember,
ends up like nothing.
the way Scarlet was introduced as an adult, is she was introduced as a really high level medical researcher. So it's not like she didn't know where the drug came from. It had nothing to do with the drug. And she was just like somebody who just gave out the needles. She's a medical scientist. She has the research and the credentials to look into this stuff. And she didn't do it. So she had to know something was fishy about what was
she worked
going
at Wayne Industries. She was big. Like the idea, too, I love where Bruce says, I believe you, right? So if he believes her, and in fact looks like nothing's going to happen to her, she can go off and get $1 million job anywhere, right? I mean, she is involved with crazy, like she has and he's like, I think I'm going to make this little thing here. What is it? I'm going to create something new to genuinely aid in rehabilitation and reintegration of and again, this is pushing this agenda thing, which is fine, but he says it in a way that's explained more than you would explain to somebody that you're just talking to that's a friend, but says the city has too much crime. I'm going to make this little rehabilitation thing and I'm going to have you be part of it. I think she'd be like, really? How much you paying? Because I get the big bucks because she does have these
Big Pharma is looking for people like her.
He almost plays off the idea that she is guilty. She'll never be able to get another job, and he's being nice to offer this, but that's not the case. He's saying she's scot-free. She's Mr. Miracle. She's able to do whatever. She's just sad that Joe Chill is her father, but it's too late to think of any ramifications of that, like the idea, does this make me bad or whatever? This is just a last-second thing. And again, Bruce better talk to her about, is there anything? And what about these other people, these old ass rich people that were buying these drugs to stay young? What happens to them now that I'm thinking you get a fucking crazy withdrawal? Like there's a lot of shit going on that just ends, and it ends in this way of, I swear to God, it ends like, that was all fine and dandy. It's like an episode of The Simpsons. Next week, it just starts up. Nobody mentions anything.
It just starts all over again. I mean,
it's just
the lesson
so
here,
infuriating.
The lesson here is if you have somebody who's, maybe not the main criminal, but at least knew something was going on, participated in what was going on, and people were hurt or even killed what was going on, if you're hot, Bruce lets it go.
Yeah. Basically. She's hot. I'll tell you. I like that purple hair.
Purple hair, hot. Yeah. Psylocke going on there.
Yeah. With all that, as a writer thing, and maybe the editors should listen if they were. When people
no moral compass whatsoever.
No, none.
Pointing
that's
north or
true.
south.
North is spinning. That
doesn't
thing.
matter.
When somebody comes in and says, hey, first off, I think you'd agree. People don't get long runs as they used to. Like there used to be people where they're on a book for 200 some issues, right? See, a lot of times things change. You get initiative changes and things like that. So when somebody comes in, this story I think was way too big for what amount of issues we have. The idea that Bruce is going to get the Fountain of Youth. This is going to cure all these things. He could be Batman forever. That's huge. Get Joe Chill, daughter. It's too big because when it ends, these aren't things that just go away. These are things that need to be, sought through. And so with it, these things are cool things to have. Bruce Wayne getting this drug, that in the olden days, if you had a big run, you could have that set up for a long while to then have the play of, he took it to him. But you don't get any ramifications. And then it just ends. And then we start again. This whole thing of him not having money, too big for what they ever do, because they then run into the brick wall of, we kind of want him to have money. The idea of him getting old, that's never going to work out because you don't want a Batman who's like, I think I got to sit this one out. He sees the bat signal. He's like, I got a bad hip. I better not go out there. So why do it when you're going to just kind of hand wave it off and then it doesn't work? I guess what they're going to probably say, and again, it's not in the book, something we talked about this week that's driving us nuts, is that he's now younger, that it's not a permanent cure, But the little aches and pains that he had, the trick knee, because he did tear his ACL and nothing came from that. The idea that that's kind of cured and that sticks, but it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
and
so
then you have an ending.
At the very least, if it does stick, he's got a little bit of like a refresh.
Yeah, like I'm saying, yeah.
Kind of a thing.
Because remember when Superman said you're going to have to be off that for a couple of months, and it was like an ACL tear. It's bad. That's bad.
Yeah.
So you can't just rub the sand on it. It doesn't go away, right?
You can't walk it off.
No. So then we have an epilogue where again. You see that Evelyn.
The epilogue concerns me a lot. I mean, you go, but I have a very strong concern about the epilogue.
Right away, it shows you that Batman's an idiot anyway, because nobody does end up, imprisoned or gone or whatever. And you have this guy show up that seems to be. I mean, the most I could see is the guy from Planetary, but you end up having him show up and say, "Hey, you were supposed to keep quiet. Maybe don't send her out to kill people if you did, because it's not really spelled out great. But the idea, this is what I said, was it wasn't that Scarlet was doing something to save Evelyn. Evelyn was doing something to save Scarlet, which doesn't make sense." And says, well, I love the idea. It's like, yeah, we're going to keep your daughter. She's allowed to do whatever the fuck she wants because as long as she doesn't talk. There's no way. Loose ends like this and the play of that, she's done. But he says, we're going to end up silencing people in the city and there's dangerous people asking questions. And I don't know. It doesn't interest me at all. It seems like it's just pushing some wacko shit that I don't know.
It's some guy named Ambrose. And he's like at least one of the members of this cabal called Elixir that was behind everything that was going on with the Theramide Health was the name of the thing that Ellen. What concerns me is his dialogue and what he's saying in the dialogue. The concern is, he said, I had a grandchild who died of polio in the 1970s. So first of all, he doesn't look like a grandfather, but so that means there's something going on there.
I think he's taking the drug that they made. So
that could
he's
be
young,
it, or it could be the lighting too, because it's very dark in there.
I do think it's the drug though.
And then he makes a point of saying, through negligence and something else that's going on, this should have been prevented. I think that the reason I have a grave concern about that, because in my mind, when I hear that, and especially when I hear that coming from Tom Taylor, it sets off a red flag for me that he's going to set up some kind of anti-vax stories, or something about or something about healthcare, like this whole thing that's been going on in the news about somebody like a healthcare guy getting assassinated. I think he's going to try and like rip from the headlines kind of stuff, and like, no, you're not. I don't know.
I mean, maybe, but the idea when he says, and I got it, is he's like, hey, listen, he's trying to throw story into here. The idea they set up this elixir. Again, we don't know the nefarious thing by the end. I mean, they just want money from rich people who want to be young. Is there something where there's a mind control? Then you could start getting, the nanobites in it and stuff like that. Might be a little wacky for what people say or whatever. But even in the meantime, it seems like he's saying, I wish I could have made this before so I could have saved my grandchild who had polio in the 70s. But it's also to point out, I think, again, that he's taking the elixir. And with that, all this fucking is, and the idea of who does this guy look like? He looks like fucking Blade. All this is, in my mind, is a pharmaceutical vampire story. That's what all this has been, is that the idea of taking the blood from kids and then end up where we get it. He's a techno-scientific vampire, and the idea people are talking or looking into it. You might have something like the idea, well, the WHO, they're like, we found out. Because damn right, when this building catches on fire, they're not hidden. They had people showing up and funding this shit. And where are the regulations? But the idea that it all comes down to, I still want to go back to, what the hell does it do? What am I supposed to go get my kid's blood? Now, next thing I know, I'm in the NFL. It's ridiculous. If there was something else to it, if they were tapping into Lazarus, if they were going or play the idea of anybody who did die, like a Jason Todd, he gets kidnapped. They're siphoning his blood because he came back from the dead, from a Lazarus pit. I think maybe. But the idea they're going to prison to get kids' blood that now makes you young is fucking stupid. And so it's a vampire deal. This guy's probably... but you might be right. They may kill people. They're doing this. But in the meantime...
I mean, I'm not saying that's where he is going, but when this is Tom Taylor we're talking about.
How can we tell? Because he never set anything up, and he always goes to that shit. So I'm telling you, you're probably right.
But I don't want to be.
This guy looks like Blade. He's in the shadows, and he's like, yeah, 70s, so that you're like, man, how is he that old? It's become a vampire story at the end to then go whatever. We'll probably have a cool down. I didn't read the solicits, but we'll probably have a cool down. And then this shit will happen again where, again, if Batman doesn't look into it, it's bullshit. He took that drug. It was ridiculous. He took the drug without knowing what it was in the first place. He would never do that. But this was all bullshit at the end. And I liked it up until like 2-3 issues ago. I thought this was really interesting. I thought he was doing some cool things. I liked Scarlet. I thought there was a cool mystery, but then it all fell apart. And this was bad. And I hate to say bullshit a lot because I've been criticized for saying that. That's me being so flustered that I don't know what else to say because it's just nonsense. It is complete and utter nonsense at the end to just say, Scarlet's fine. Nothing wrong with her. We're going to go and, let's not deal with anything else. And then have an epilogue of this continuing with this. But what would you give it?
Yeah, I mean, I reviewed this. There's a written review up on the site, and I gave it, get Sammy ready.
This is the thing. I wish that we had video because that's what I'm doing. I'm loading it up legitimately right now because that's what I'm giving it. So
since I started participating in the cast, this is the first time. Get Sammy ready. I'm giving it a 5 out of 10.
Man, and that's a fuck you 5.
That's a fuck you 5. Well deserved.
5. The art's great.
The art is great. Michael Giardini did a great job. The reason that you have a Batman comic and a detective comic, the detective comic does exactly what you think it does. It focuses on mysteries, him being a detective, doing the legwork, sussing out the clues, doing all those things. This mystery is so sloppy and so poorly constructed with terrible red herrings, bad theories, stuff that popped out that didn't even make sense. I mean, you've got to have a kind of mindset to do mysteries right. If this is what Tom Taylor's going to do, he does not have that mindset for what needs to happen here.
I actually, you brought up something that I think would be a cool discussion and maybe something. And at one point, me and Sully talk on Sunday on our, we have a Sunday morning conversation thing. And I've thought
I love Sully, but he and I always seem to be on the exact opposite sides of what we like.
I thought about like that. And even people last week said, you should get more people, get more of a panel. But to do that, like me and Sully just bull crap. And then we'll review like a Marvel comic or something like that. It hasn't been real set up. But if we did do something, I would like to hear what people think should be the difference between a Batman and a detective comic deal. Because right away you would say, the detective work. But to me, it's more of the idea that detectives should be more street level and Batman. And because you have rogues that are street level versus like way over the top ones, I always think the over the top ones in Batman and detectives more like a Zaz or something like that would be more detective to me than say, or Hush or Wrath. If Wrath came like something like that. Instead of, say, a Mr. Freeze or things that, unless you have a mystery involved, then that really plays out. But I do like that idea because I don't know that that's really something they tell the people anymore. And a lot of times it kind of gets convoluted in and whatnot, even with the idea that when you were still having the Chip Zdarsky run before that ended, I was starting to get them a little confused because now with Ram V, because of what he was so wacky, there was something to separate. Oh, that's detective. This is Batman. But at the last bit of the Chip Zdarsky to this start, I was getting confused back and forth between them because they were very similar in my mind of scope and, the levels and things like that. So that's kind of a cool place. I'll have to put that in my back pocket and try to do something with that. But again, if we do or whatnot, I'll probably be talking to you. If you want to, I'll be talking to everybody in the Get Fresh crew. Again, you said at the beginning, if anybody does want to do reviews on the site, I will pay you as much as Gabe gets paid, which is 0. I remember at one point, Zach, I think, really thought that you were serious. That when you said, well, I get paid the big bucks, you're getting paid. I think he might have thought
Zach,
he might have been mad at me. Like, he's like, what the hell? But if you like to do things and, read, write, whatever, it's fine. I'm not even going to tell anybody because I did see I forget what site, maybe 8, but they were like, we want comic. And you really have to like play up the idea of what you give them, which is nothing really. So I'm not even going to pretend we don't even get the review copies for DC, but you would get the review copies for Marvel. But in the meantime, if you just like to tell the truth and you're honest, and I won't interfere at all. You just do your deal.
Communicate if you can communicate clearly. Yeah.
Yeah. There's been people, and I'll say I'm not an English major or anything like that. I'm a dummy. But even people who ended up, kind of jumping on the site and said, "Oh, I'm really not a great writer or whatnot." I'll even, lend a hand and look at the things and go through whatever. And usually the people are better than they think. You just tell your thoughts, try to tell some jokes and things. That's what I do. Throw curse words in and 380 references. I used to have a plan of what I would do, and it was so ridiculous. But also, again, what I'm saying too is we have a lot of people on the podcast. If you want to be involved, get a hold of me. And it could even be something like a YouTube deal. The only thing that I have to tell people is you kind of at least have to have a mic. If you just, it's great to want to do it, but then when you go and do it and they don't have a mic and they're talking through like the laptop deal, it's tough. It is really rough. But in the meantime, if you have the deal or want to get involved, just let me know. And just email, try to get us hold. I should just say, and the only way to get a hold of us is on the Patreon. That's a good ad. But no, just get a hold of me anyway, on Twitter or wherever. And let me know and we'll do stuff. So with that, Gabe, tell everybody where they can find you.
Well, sure. If you want to check out the written reviews, go to Weird Science. Oh, thank you. Weird Science Marvel Comics and Weird Science DC Comics cover both. Even though we're talking about DC right now, we also do Marvel as well. And also, if you're interested in everything else like Zenoscope, Dynamite, Mad Cave, Titan, all the Conan books, all the Ghost Machine books, all the Energon books, all those kind of things.
You?
Head on over to at Comical Opinions, YouTube, on Twitter, and all the socials. And we'll be happy to have you and talk about comics.
Yeah. And again, remember all these wackadoos, because I don't know that they would be listening, but the idea that you don't agree with Gabe, you're in my boat as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Now, they don't perfect. Understand. The people don't understand, like, just because, you do your reviews, even the reviews on our sites or whatever, and they're like, oh my, this is bullshit, whatever, you should be ashamed, and this and that, and he should get fired. I'm like, fired from what? And then also the idea that it's your opinion. That's the deal. That's why Sus Gabe I came up with, because of some scores, whatever. It's funny to say as well, but it doesn't mean that everybody thinks the same way or you have to. Really, what I do is there's some wackos that review. You said at the beginning, there's a lot of AI doing it, which is even worse. But there's reviewers that I don't agree with, but I will go and check out their reviews just to see what they say. That side says, or whatever you would call it. But I always do like to see when I don't like an issue so much. If I give something a 2 and somebody gives it a 10, I will check out that review that gave it a 10 to see maybe I did miss something. Maybe I don't know. Usually you see that they're just pumping sunshine up people's asses and don't really have a reason. But I'll tell you, one of the things that I don't know if I ever said it to you, Gabe, but the idea of when you don't like an issue, you really have to explain why. Because people will get you and then start. So I make sure they're harder to write sometimes than the good ones, because good ones, people will end up, man, it's great. The art's great. It's so good that people will never question that. But you say it's not good?
No, positive reviews are much easier to write than the negative ones. Because the positive reviews, you've got that good feeling about it. You can say, oh, I love this. I liked how this happened. This was great. This was awesome. Blah, 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 blah. When you do negative, you can't just say it sucks. You got to say, this didn't work, and here's why. And you really got to dig in for the review to be good. You really have to dig in and say, yeah, you've got to explain this. They left this out of the plot. They didn't explain this properly. You've really got to dig into the details, because if you go to Comical Opinions, if you go to Weird Science Marvel or DC Comics, you know that if we have a negative review, we're not just going to say this is terrible. We're going to explain why, and for a fact that we're giving you good reasons behind it. And it's still
the thing is, it's still the reason why you didn't like it. Some people, and it's crazy, but some things that I don't like, people love. I mean, figure that. You know what I mean? But when you do a good review, also what's really bad is, just as an aside with reviewers, we're talking review talk here, kid. The idea when you love something, say I love Jeremy Adams, say he's doing a Wonder Woman book and I love it. And there's a bad issue and you're like, this is a bad issue. Suddenly people attack you as if you betrayed them. I'm like, crazy. Each issue gets its own thing. It's the worst. It's so bad. You get attacked so much. So again, I'm not pushing how great it is. It does get stressful at points, even when you're just doing, the videos and things like that, because people are going to have different opinions and they just lose their mind. But I might start doing some reviews. I keep getting fired, and we're talking about it. I'm getting fired up again. I want to be on the front lines and give it to them, but who knows? I'll get too lazy. I have so many things to do, and I have jury duty coming up. I didn't even tell anybody about that
good
yet.
For you on that.
Yeah, so I just imagine if I have jury duty, that's like, say somehow it's 2 weeks. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's going to happen, because there'd be some troubles, but we'll see. We'll see when it's like May 12th or something is when I have to go in. I answered all the questions trying to get out of it, and it seems like I thought I was out, and they pulled me back in. I was giving them, I'm telling you, you should have saw these answers. They ask weird stuff in PA. Ask my favorite book, what TV shows I watch. So I figured if I said all true crime, they would think, oh, this guy thinks he's Kojak, and they wouldn't let me. That seemed to get me in. I don't know. But that's it. We're going to go off, and we have a lot of books this week in big sections because we're going to go off to me and Zach talking about World's Finest, Nightwing, and Titans right about now. And we're moving along with Zach. What up, Zach?
What's up, Jim?
What is up are 3 books me and you're going to do.
Oh, boy, you got me doing triple duty this week.
Rapid fire. There's a lot of books this week. And actually, while we're recording, just to pull the veil back, we are recording this on Tuesday. Ooh. I was lucky to get a helping hand, and we ended up getting, and I actually thought I might have to, there's a guy who will occasionally send me some stuff, and hey, I got this early. Sometimes they are review copies, sometimes they're actually physical copies that he scans that he bought at the thing just to get a leg up or whatever. Usually I don't look at him because we don't record till later, but I had to ask him. I'm like, did you send me anything before? And he's like, oh yeah, I sent you a lot of the books from that week. I'm like, thank God, because we got to get going. And I ended up where me and you usually would be doing either an indie podcast or a year one podcast. This frame. Now, this week, because of Easter, that's the other thing that throws everything out. It has to be a huge week with Easter coming up. It's like such nonsense. So me and you won't even be recording later. So I thought, well, maybe get the big show out of the way and get a little dent in it. And I ended up where you said that you did this week, wanted to review Titans. And so with that, I'm like, okay, what else could we put in there? Nightwing sounds pretty good. And then I just figured, what the heck, we'll do the World's Finest as well, which is funny because that is one of the bigger books this week, starting out this crossover, the big crossover between Justice League United and, World's Finest crossover. And we get into that. We'll talk about that first. And as we get into it, it's not bad. It's weird, but it doesn't feel like a big event issue. It feels like it's like, okay, we're going to get some things going here, but maybe that's fine. Maybe the idea that it doesn't feel like it's the end of the world right away. You're setting up more Grodd stuff. And also I got to get in my head because I know the fact, but I always get mixed up with the idea when we do these things that this is the one back in time. So we already saw things with the Legion of Doom. And I don't know. It got a little wonky for me is what I'm saying a bit as I was going through. I'm like, when is this? Because even that you kind of play off some of the time frame in this issue, but we will start with it. It is the World's Finest, Batman Superman World's Finest. I'm about to cough. Somebody is doing something in this house right now that there must be like sawdust and things going. I'm having problems today. But this is the part 1 of 6, and it is issue number 38. Again, it doesn't seem like this book, if I would have guessed at the beginning that it would have lasted this long. I wouldn't have either. It's pretty good. Yeah, but it never felt like at times that it really mattered. It was a fun little aside. Sometimes you dip in and out, whatever. 38 issues nowadays, pretty impressive. But it is pretty impressive. It is issue number 38, and it's part 1 of 6 of the crossover of the We Are Yesterday, which is weird. They don't put that on. Oh, yeah, it is. It's big. I didn't even see it. Mark Waid is the writer. Clayton Henry is the artist, who I like enough. Tamara Bonvillain on colors, blocked us. And Steve Wands on letters. You still get the Dan Mora cover. So what this is a Grodd issue. You have the World's Finest. You end up having Hal Jordan involved. You get Flash. It's one of the bigger like Justice League issues of World's Finest that we have had. And I love Grodd. And I like the idea in this one that you want to introduce it. Grodd is huge. I think he's one of the bigger villains, even if it's not even just a Flash villain, but overall. But you want to kind of introduce these characters and go with, in case people don't know. And they do it in a way where you almost have pretty much like the first discovery by a bunch of these heroes and people of Gorilla City. And I thought that was a pretty cool way to do it. And at the beginning, absolutely. Beginning, it's fun. Yeah. I mean, when it starts, I was like, this is cool. Like, I'm having some fun. You talked to me before we started. We'll repeat it again, but just to tell people, like, at one point halfway through this issue, I was geared up, as they say. I was too. I was having a lot of fun. Oh, yeah. And I was like, man, this is what we need. And boy, if this can carry through to the Justice League United and things like that. The problem is, maybe this should have been the, We Are Tomorrow or We Are Yesterday. We Are Yesterday special. Yeah, some special that might have had 5 pages more. Maybe he had something because it feels like Mark Waid's having so much fun and then realizes he doesn't have a lot of pages left. And all of a sudden things start getting hand waved out and the idea of these boom, 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 boom. Yeah. And so at one point, boy, I was having fun. And even in the fun of it, it's the fun that Grodd, he's winning. And I'm like, oh my God, you have Titano. You have all these things that we have liked about the world's finest book. And then, but at one point, it just kind of, okay, what we're really only doing is setting up Grodd to get captured, to get mad, to this. And then that's what you get. And it kind of felt like it was a shame by the end that it didn't hit us, but it's still good. I still had fun with it. But boy, at the beginning, when you have one of the funniest things where it's Hal Jordan and he is flying a Wayne Industries jet and he's going around while you have Bruce Wayne there in the tower being interviewed by Clark Kent from from Metropolis. So you have all of them there watching, but they have these little guises of what they're doing and things like that. So they're playing around. Hal's like, man, this is a great jet. This is awesome. And then you have Clark kind of say like, hey, aren't you worried about this? Like, that's an expensive jet. And Hal, he, old highball tends to go a little over the top and causes problems. And so Bruce is all smiling and he's like, what do we care? Like, you know as well as I do. He's a Green Lantern. It won't be a problem. He'll just protect. He's like, oh, well, you didn't hear? And this is true. Hal does not wear the ring while he's flying. And he says, hey, he doesn't wear the ring while he's flying. It ends up taking away the thrill. And Bruce the three-panel, it's so good. And again, sometimes when you have like almost repeated panels, it looks lazy. This is great because Clark is just staring for, and that it kind of goes, but boy, Clark should have had more of a grin going because he thinks it's hilarious because Bruce has never heard that. And then Clark legit says, you should hang out with us more after the meetings. This is what happens when you hang out afterwards. You find out things like that. And it is a really cool and funny thing because of the idea that a lot of times Batman and Hal do not get along. They're not great friends a lot of times. They're teammates. Bruce and they'll do anything to protect each other. But they do kind of butt heads at points and they don't get along great. So I thought it was funny that Bruce also, meeting's over, he skedaddles. He gets the hell out of there. And again, it's not because he's, he's a bad, it's because he thinks that the chatter afterwards is nothing. So he goes back to Gotham because he's got to fight he's got to get back to Gotham. So what Clark really exposes here is that there's important things that you do end up missing because you don't like hanging. And it was really, really funny. Of course, on cue, the jet has problems. And it ends up where, Hal says, I got to eject. They end up ejecting. I like where he's like, sorry, Wayne, got to bail. The jet blows up. They seem to like, we don't know what's going on. There's this deal and he ends up going down. And as he goes down, he disappears. And at first, I was thinking that it was somewhere along the lines that he had been like ripped out of time. I didn't really understand what was going on, but it makes complete sense. What he is he was over Gorilla City and he went in because a lot of times in these things, I think of, there's an invisibility field around, Gorilla City. I always think of it as being a solid thing that people would run into. Yes, exactly. But it's not. It's just pretty much an invisible deal. Hal just goes into it and disappears. And they're just like, we don't know what's going on. He's disappeared. We don't have him. They do have a transmission that kind of comes through of him at the last second being grabbed by a gorilla and thrown and all this stuff where it ends up where Grodd starts declaring then war on humanity. He's like, we're declaring war. And in that he says, I am Grodd, and on behalf of my kingdom and my world to be, I'm declaring war on the human race. The thing is, he doesn't really have a great army. We find out that this whole play of his, he's kind of going ahead of the game. Like Sullivar gets taken out, the king, but he doesn't really have everybody, but he's just going to declare it because what I think also is he's using this and there's not enough play here. There's not enough pages that I think that it really would have been the play that, okay, this is an attack by humanity. They have now invaded Gorilla City, which it was Hal just, ejecting out of a jet and accidentally going in. And then also the idea that he wants them to attack so the rest of Gorilla City joins in with them. But you kind of get that kind of idea. Now, in all this, you end up where Flash knows obviously, but Barry knows all about Gorilla City, and it makes a little bit of a tension. I thought there was going to be more with, say, Batman, because he didn't let them know. But he says, I kind of promised King Solovar. And I think that a lot of times recently, or if you're not a Flash fan, you don't realize that Gorilla City isn't bad. It's that Grodd makes it bad. That you have times, and usually what would happen in some older issues is that same thing like this. King Solovar would have some problems, call up Flash would come and help him. And, it's usually Grodd. And then when it's Grodd gets put in jail until the next time because he's always causing problems. But yeah, I thought it was a pretty good way to catch people up with Grodd and Gorilla City and just kind of fun. And they do seem to have to vibrate through the deal. So it might be that they wanted to get Hal anyway. They almost even hint that they kind of brought down the deal and brought him in. But still, they end up going. And I like where Flash's like, it's fine. We'll vibrate through this, force field, more of an invisibility field. We'll go through. Everything will be great. There's no way they're right. And they're just waiting for him.
Yeah, they have the guns cocked.
Yeah, they're all there. And like, yeah. And it's like, okay, I guess that could have been expected because they said we're probably going to run into some gorillas that have some issues, but they are right there waiting. But it's not really any match for.
No, I love when Flash and Superman just like look at each other, like give the side eye, like, oh, we're about to have some fun now.
Oh, it's good. And it's like that deal of like, we're going to run around real fast and beat some heads. And I do like the idea of having fun in this. It's not the, okay, well, we can't hit a gorilla or anything. It's classic deal. They're just going around just hitting gorillas because they have guns. And if you do look too, one of the best things about it is, and I think that the art and Clayton Henry, I like Clayton Henry. Not one of my favorites, but I do like him. But if you look at the art in this, Flash is running around disassembling the guns. Like these guns, you look, he is grabbing stuff out. He's unclipping them while Superman then just wallows or hits things. They're not really hitting or hurting the gorillas. They're more getting the weapons and taking them down. So everything is like, all right, this is really cool. I do like too when Flash is running a bat. It's Batman.
I love this so much.
He's like, we've seen Superman, fly Batman around. When you get real funny is when he's cradling him like a baby. And then they realize you can't do that. So he holds him by the cape. Like those weird things when he holds him, Batman's straight down. It's not aerodynamic. It drives me nuts. But this is or Barry running. Well, Batman kind of goes and grabs him around the neck like a hook so that he can be taken away. I'm like,
he's getting like literally dragged through the air behind him.
Oh, yeah.
It's so great. I love it.
Yeah. And he says, not much of a conquering army. Something went wrong. And yeah, you end up where Flash says, Grodd's smarter than this. Plus, he's not here. What's going on? He's like, I'm kind of worried about this. Well, what is happening? We're going to have to investigate this. In the meantime, Superman then says to the one gorilla, because again, they're fighting. Grodd's not there at this point. And he says, take me to your leader. And the gorilla laughs. And then I like I wish it was actually Super Dash Man, because he's like, the Superman. Do you not think Grodd would be ready for you? He's prepared something special, something familiar. And you end up where Superman looks and is like, oh no, because he says the name is Titano. Ends up describing Titano as huge with kryptonite eyes, shooting with kryptonite. And you think, oh my God, like, why would this be the setup? Like, they didn't really know exactly. It seemed that they'd be attacked by these, but the thing isn't just to take Superman completely out. It's the idea that Grodd is going to change places. He wants Superman's body, which is crazy. A Grodd in Superman's body. And so Barry's running and he goes and he's looking all over and finally finds Grodd. Now, he also had mentioned at one point, hey, Grodd, he can jump through bodies. He can end up mind control. All that is set up. And so you end up where Barry's in the lab. I thought that what this was almost like a Legionnaire's time sphere or, something like that. I thought it was more of like that. It seems like it may have been, but what it is it's just this containment thing. Grodd isn't moving because and in my mind, Superman's now weakened by the kryptonite, allowing then for Grodd to go, who was probably even in the one deal, and now he's going to enter Superman's body. So they're trying to figure out, and they're still trying to find Hal as well. And Batman does find Hal with King Solovar, and they talk about, the idea of Grodd. And oh my God, that's where you end up where, Grodd doesn't have full, everybody's support, thinks he's doing this, but now we find out he's in Superman's body, which is huge. And Batman kind of figures it out right away. because Flash says, I'm hearing Grodd's like in this bubble and he ain't doing nothing. He's not moving. And then he's like, oh my God, I think that's what is happening. And you go from there because you do end up where, Titano is out and about. He has a collar on, all these things, but it is Grodd making him do all this and attack Superman. And then it kind of reverses. And then you get the play of, oh no, they're going to just kill Superman because now this is their way of killing Grodd. It gets crazy. This is where it starts to be, oh man, I wish there was more time because things kind of go wacky, but you go from there.
Right, so Grodd takes possession of Superman and he's going wild, but as that happens, and this was mentioned earlier, what was it, the Congan, was it the Vietnamese Congolese? I don't know, I'm sorry, the military Congo shows up and it's like, the illusion of the cloaking field was taken down so they can now see, Gorilla City, so the soldiers are attacking. And Grodd as Superman's like, oh, this is going to be fun. And Flash is like, no, it's not. And he comes in and he just evacuates all the soldiers. And then,
but it makes sense. And it's the Congolese army. They come in,
thank you. I couldn't remember
and
how
they're
it's
yelling
pronounced.
French and they're, the whole play of that. But they've been wanting to get Gorilla City anyway. And so when that goes down, they think it's okay, here we go. But they do end up, hey, you can't be here. You're going to cause a lot of problems. You're going to be really bad here. But you keep going, then. Right,
but so Batman's talking to Solovar, and he's like, Solovar, you need to wake Titano up. He's the only one who's going to be able to weaken Superman so we can get Grodd back out of him. And while Solovar is doing that, we see Hal and Batman teaming up to fight the gorillas, and I'm just like, Hal, I love you, but I don't think you're fighting a gorilla. I'm sorry,
I love it too.
Not without a ring.
And you know what? And the funny thing, he doesn't have the ring. It's not even like he takes it. It's off. And then I was thinking, I wonder if they would know where Hal had it, that they should have grabbed it before they went, but they were in a hurry. But in that... Hal looks like at the point, I thought at one point he had a big wrench.
Right, like that's what I thought too.
It looks like he picked up a big gun. He's just hitting people on the head with the butt of the gun. I'm like, no, it might be time to use that gun. Maybe shoot knees or something. But boy, you're in big trouble. You're not going to be able to fight this. But he does, and it gives you the idea of him being strong. And Solovar's right next. So Batman's just drop kicking everybody in that. Yeah, and so what then happens is you get Clark, but it's Grodd, and he goes right for Flash because that's his hero that he fights against. And so he's just like, this is going to be great. I'm just going to be able to, and just think of that, of being able to destroy Flash, but as Superman must be so cool for Grodd. But he throws Barry, like even this would hurt. I mean, he throws him against a tank, but the big player, and I'll let you go again, the big play here though is that they're trying to weaken Superman with Titano's, kryptonite eyes. Solovar thinks that might be a cool idea to maybe just get rid, because if you kill Superman, Grodd's dead. And they kind of want to do that. And it's almost like the idea of, oh, you're too much wimps. You won't take it to the nth degree. At this point, too, you have Hal, who is kind of shooting Superman to try to weaken him up and Grodd and whatnot. It's very odd. But in the meantime, you do have Grodd pissed off, but Solovar is going to kill Superman. He's just going to completely kill him just to take care of him. And he says, I know you guys will never do this. So he jumps on and takes control of Titano, which is pretty concerning. Like the idea that you want to get out of here and think of Solovar as, listen, okay, you're an ally, whatnot, but he's trying to kill Superman because that's his opportunity. And it's kind of a weird play. It's weird. Because then they even say that in that thing, Superman must be in Grodd, but isn't doing much. But you go from there again, because then it's like boom, 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 and it's done.
Yeah. So Solovar has taken control of Titano, and he's just unleashing fully on Superman. And he's like, y'all won't kill him, and Grodd's not letting him go. So he's gonna, I'm gonna do what is needed to be done. And so Batman runs over to Flash. He's like, we got to figure out a way to get Grodd out of Superman's body right now. And they're like, well, we don't know. He's like, well, where's Superman? And Flash is like, oh, he's probably powerless and half comatose, stuck inside Grodd's body.
Grodd's body, because it bounces back, right? You keep going, because this doesn't make any sense.
No, it does not make any sense. I don't even really know how to show you. So Batman's like, okay, well, now Grodd is almost weakened in Superman's body. So what if you go grab Grodd's body with Superman in it, and bring him here and slam him against Superman with Grodd in his body, and then they'll just Freaky Friday switch again. And it's like, what?
It almost feels like at one point I thought what they were trying to do would be possibly vibrate. This still doesn't make sense. Vibrate Grodd's body so it passes through Superman's. While it's passing through, Superman will grab onto us. It's all mind Freaky Friday. That doesn't make sense.
It does not make any sense.
The only thing I can think that you would play in this, which you could, is the idea that Grodd definitely thinks that Solovar is going to kill Superman, and he doesn't want to die. He gets the hell out and jumps back in his own body, but that does not mean that you necessarily boom, 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 and whatever. But that would be the play of maybe Batman saying, I'm going to have to time this perfectly. We have to make Grodd think that Superman's almost dead, but not really kill him. So he jumps out, jumps 16, but they slam him in. And when you end up having Barry slam the body of Grodd into Superman, it does almost look like he phases through a bit to become one to then separate. And it makes no sense.
It makes no sense. I was so confused. I was like, what?
In this, here's the play in my mind. You're really playing off the Silver Age, okay, wackiness. It works. And it does, but it does not make sense. It does not make sense. But yeah, they're switched. And then Grodd gets thrown into the forest. But in that, too, you end up where they're yelling to Solomon, then, who's still on Titano, please, it worked. You have to stop. It worked. This is Superman. But again, that would be the play of, oh, my God, you end up where everything was solved, but yet you didn't know, but there's not enough room. So Solver just stops. And poor Titano. He's like in shackles being taken. It wasn't his fault. He was being used by both sides, but he gets taken away. They kind of say, I'm telling you, at this point, they don't seem as alarmed or upset at Solovar as they should be. I think, I get it. You want to kill Grodd, but seriously, this is our buddy. Even Superman's like, well, whatever. He says, Flash says you can be trusted, so let us help. I want Solovar to go, really? Because I really was just about to kill you about 5 minutes ago. Like 5 minutes ago, I wanted to kill you, and I would have done it. So I don't know about that, but they're going to do this. And again, this is classic where they put Grodd in shackles. They put him in a containment deal, and he's always going to escape. He always will. This way, though, is to set up this whole event that we know is time travel. He kind of said right away, where you end up, a gate opens and you end up getting crazy, Technicolor Grodd comes in and says, I'm you from the future. I'm going to go into your head, and now we are going to do this. I'm the Supreme Grodd, and we're going to get going. He has this Technicolor crazy, almost helmet type, thing on, and says we're going to be doing this. Grodd reigns supreme until the end of time. So it's a pretty cool ending. You have this with this, and they're not going to be able to contain this ultimate Grodd, and it looks like he is just zap out anyway. I don't know why he had to go into this part, but you end up where he says, I remember this. Hey, this sucked, and I'm pissed off, but you have a Supreme Grodd come in, go into the body of Grodd to do whatever. But like I said, if you're that and you can travel and you go through, you're kind of good enough. But he's going to use the body, so he's going to go. So it's okay. And it says Grodd's plan has been set in motion. The future has arrived. And that you could guess. It's Justice League United crossing over with World's Finest. This World's Finest takes place in the weird past. It's a little wonky, but it is. And you have it set up. It's Grodd. I kind of like the idea that it seems like at this point, Grodd is a bigger player than just being there.
I do like that.
Pissed off, right? I mean, we already saw it's Lex, it's Joker, and things like that.
Yeah, it's Legion of Doom.
But yeah, and so Grodd with this is looks like he has a big part to play, which I do like. So we'll see.
I do like that a lot.
You have, and again, you also have a play where I believe, isn't Captain Cold on the team as well? You have a team that is a little Flash, they'll be going after Flash, I think. But what would you give it?
Yeah, I'm going to give this a 7.5 out of 10. I was having a lot of fun till we got to the part where it's like, oh yeah, we kind of need to force things to ending just so we can set up the event. But I mean, like, I had a lot of fun with the beginning, just seeing all the heroes being together and interacting in their civilian identities. And then it's like, oh no, we're tossed together in an adventure now. And it was a lot of fun. And I really like the creativity with the Gorilla Grodd, where it's like, oh, I want to take over the world, but I don't have a big enough army. So I'm going to lure the Justice League here, so I can take over Superman. Then I'm a one-man army.
Then you have an army. It's almost like it was, Speed Forced at the end. I was trying to say a joke, and I stumbled. I don't know what's happening here. But we're going to move on to the next book. And the next book...
Did you give a score?
I'm sorry. I'm a 7.5 as well.
Okay.
If it was just a little bit better at the end,
Yes, I wish it had stuck the
Push it
landing.
in, I would have gone 8.
I
It's
would
just
have
that
too.
thing of pushing them into each didn't really work out great. And one of the other things too, legit, Hal didn't have anything to do, and he was the one that they set it up. They came up with with the idea. Okay, he'll parachute in, but that was about it. He's in a jail cell with Salvar, and then when he gets out, he grabs the gun and hits people with the butt of the gun. He didn't have anything to do, which was a shame. But we're gonna move to the next book. Yeah, here we go. Here we go, indeed. It is Nightwing. And I am a big Nightwing fan. I talk about it all the time. He's mine as well. Dick Grayson in general, but Nightwing number 125. And I don't know why, but for some reason, maybe it was this week, I'm like, man, 125, that's crazy. Because they didn't renumber or anything like that. There's been a bunch of creatives, but even so, I was like, man, that's crazy. And I thought when I read the solicit and saw the cover, I thought this was definitely one of those, we're going to just, because it's a 25, we're going to have an anniversary issue. They always have it.
Yeah,
they always
anniversary,
have,
annual, whatever, special,
the
one
big
and done.
thing. Yeah, they always have this at 25, 50, 75, 100. I thought they were going to play that game. And when I saw the solicit, and the solicit basically said, Nightwing fights it out with Maggie Sewer, and they each think that. So I'm like, okay, it's going to go with the idea, Flyboys, all this, which is mentioned, but instead, we get a weird deal where I kept waiting for something to happen in the way of, okay, how does this tie in? What's up with the Flyboys? They're mutating. We have this, Dick Grayson's giving blood. He's doing all, and so when we get to this and we get into the nitty gritty of it, you're setting up a villain here, and it's like a supernatural villain that I don't understand why at this point in the story. I thought maybe you get to what we were doing and the whole thing with the Bloodhaven Police Department and their RoboCop initiative and things. Again, those things are mentioned, but in a way to introduce this supernatural character that at one point I'm like, what? Like, why are you doing this? And it's a cool little play, but this feels more like, and you said it before, this feels like it could have been a Dark Patterns story. It could have easily been a Batman Dark Patterns story. And what you end up doing here, though, and I don't know if they're going to fix it. You also mentioned a thing that I thought right away. Dick Grayson was a police officer in Bloodhaven, and
why hasn't he heard of this guy?
You introduced this phantom deal, this urban legend of the police department.
I mean, it makes sense. Maggie Sawyer wouldn't know. She's new to Bloodhaven, but Nightwing should have known. He was a cop for years.
Yeah, and he seems like he doesn't know anything about it. Now, he may say next issue.
He could, but he does not mention anything right away.
And I think that this pacing of this issue is so off. You do have, a guest artist, a fill-in artist who I do really like and plays up with these sort of things, and I'll give you the credits in a second. But the idea of the pacing where I really was confused about really what we were doing, especially, like I said, we have a story that's been building, and then this feels like, just because you mention it doesn't mean it connects. This feels like a totally different thing with that stuff shoved in. This was something else. It just was weird.
Right. Well, the best way I can describe it, we left off, with Dick Grayson. He donated all his blood, or not all his blood, but you know what I'm saying. He was on the verge of death. Zanny's tormenting him. We have the boy Bryce, shot that robot thing.
Says, hey,
being
boss.
like, okay, boss. And then it's like, okay, well, we didn't really I get taking a pause to do this. That's not uncommon, but at least you aren't addressing any of that. You're not. You're just like, oh, I'm bored. Let's go somewhere else. Like, what?
The thing in my mind is when you have the kid whose brother got killed, is a big thing that me and Eric argued about, and you bring some things up in here, but that felt like, okay, you're building the story. Just the idea, hey, boss, and Nightwing, remember, he looked like, oh my God, like boss.
Boss.
And that felt like something that was just starting, not something that needed a breather. And so when you get to this breather, I was totally lost. And then again, I'm thinking, okay, this is just a side thing for 125. It's part one.
Yes, it's part one. It's the start of a new story arc. It's like, what are we doing?
It does not feel like it feels like everything is shoved in to make it connect. And then when you do that, it's way over the top. And again, I'm not the biggest Dan Waters fan. The pacing in this to introduce this new story is awful. By the end, you get this, crazy supernatural seeming villain, but you don't get it until a while. I didn't really know what I was doing reading this at one point? Like, really, it felt like a lot of like, why is this happening? But it is Nightwing number 125. Dan Waters writing, Francesco Francavilla on art, and colors, Wes Abbott on letters, and you end up cool cover by Dexter Soy. Again, the whole play is when you have a fill-in artist, it already is going to feel like something separate. You're going to end up usually at points an origin story, or you'll have something like that. But it isn't, but it is, and it's just weird. And you start in Hogan's Alley's bar here, where you have a cop, and we're going to end up really dealing with this Dietrich guy. And it takes so long to get to a point that I don't know why you take that long to get. The point is that Dietrich was the guy who ended up blasting the Teddy, his brother. And so when that happened, me and Eric argued where Eric was right at one point, but I said the kid pulled a gun and had a mask. So what do you do then? And what it's set up with this guy, and it's such a weird play to set up a guy who we don't know and has one characteristic and one characteristic only. He does things by the book. And it's like, man, you did this. You got that Helios tech. What's going on? Hey, buddy, I do things by the book. And then you even, what does that mean? Listen, they tell me what to do. I do it. If somebody pulls a gun, they get taken to, like, it's almost like you play the idea.
They give me a jetpack and rocket launcher. Who am I to judge?
Yeah, and
I follow the book.
Use it. I'm doing it, and it almost plays off. And I said RoboCop. It plays off at the beginning of this. This is a guy. He's not bad, but he's not good. Like, this is a guy. If he's told to go from A to B, and in between those, he realizes, oh my God, this isn't right. He'll still do it because that's by the book. He was told, and what I got was, oh, I see what they're doing. They're playing RoboCop. He's almost a robot. It's almost that he is given an order and he follows it through, and those people can be just as bad as somebody who's a bad cop or whatever. So he ends up drinking. He's like, yeah, and then he starts talking. Like, I feel invincible when I'm there with the jetpack. And then you get a little bit of, these scum out there. I'm like, all right, what are you doing? Because this by the book is okay. So he gets out and he's like, damn city, always so. Who's there? And I'm like, is that Phantom Stranger? And you have where he gets killed. He ends up where he's like, oh no, because you have the law of Dietrich. And he goes, no, not you. I did it all by the book. And then he ends up being killed. But he's by the book guy. He's Dietrich, the by the book guy. That is enough. Explore the idea of, okay, he didn't, maybe he could have shot for the kneecap when Bryce's brother, or maybe he did go over the top, but that's what he was told to do, and maybe some other, you know what I mean? The idea by the book is not always great. But what you end up having happen is some reason, this guy's dead now. We do not need to make him worse. You've already set up everything. Everybody has their own opinion. He did kill a kid. That's over the top. The kid pulled a gun, whatever. But Maggie gets a call, and she's like, all right, man, Dietrich's down. Now, she and most of the people there are like, Dietrich's a pretty good guy. What do you think about that, Dietrich? I don't know, Chief. By the book, we called him. Like, everything is that.
They just keep saying it. He was by the book.
Yeah. And so they even go where Dietrich's there, and he's just dead. He got shot multiple times. This entity undid. And where what is this guy? He tried to reason with the killer. Then he tried to run. I'm like, I see a body that's pressed against the wall. I ain't no, crime scene investigator or anything like this, but the idea that you're going with, and you end up where, even with that about the idea of how do you get that? The guy just got straight up shot. Now, in that, it seems like it's revenge and, karma because he ended up shooting that kid. But again, you never spelled out. It was almost like the idea that it was a gray area, very unfortunate, but a gun was drawn at a cop, they're going to fire back. It's a kid that's not here or there. But now it goes after the fact of like, now we have to make this guy such a piece of shit that it ends up so that he should have ended up not. It's just so, me and him would have argued so much about this because he would think that this is proving him right. But it really is really over the top because then Maggie says, hey, did anybody tell the family? Did anybody tell his wife? No. Good. I'm going to go tell him. Even again, though, as they're doing this and even saying it's like Maggie cannot stop saying by the book, everybody by the book. And then you end up where Nightwing is watching. Like, even at this point, we're kind of halfway through. Nightwing's done nothing. He's watching from the deal. It's hardly a Nightwing story, and the angle should be former cop. But Maggie goes and says, hey, your husband got killed. He was murdered. And he's like, oh, Frank always did things by the book. That's what his wife says. That was his whole thing. Except for the fact that he did things over the top, beat my kids, and slapped me around. But he knew, because he was by the book, he knew what not to do. He would go to the very edge. He would slap us, but not leave marks. Now, I'm like, what is happening here? Like, the idea where you were retroactively trying to make us hate a guy who's now dead anyway. And by the book was fine. By the book, to me, was the idea that the wife ends up saying, listen, he is a stickler for rules and things like that, and he never can bend, and it ends up causing a lot of problems. Make a story up about the kids. They tried to do this thing, and he said, no, by the book or whatever. But no, it's just like, I wonder if my kids are going to cry about this. I wonder if I'm going to cry. Says it like 3 times, it seems, and then says he was given all these big tech weapons. Then he used them to blow up a child, and now someone's made him pay for it. That's the wife now saying. I'm like, I think you might be involved. I'm telling you.
I was going to say the same thing. I was going to be like, okay, and where were you tonight at 10:13?
Oh, my goodness. There's this idea of at a point where we're going to get to it. Because right now, there is no suspect per se. No. When they start talking about, oh my God, I think it's this ghost, the ghost of police force past, I'm like, no, I think I'm going to go and arrest the wife and at least bring her in for questioning.
Have we even seen like a lick of actual detective work? It's just, oh, let's go notify the wife. And then it's just like, oh.
Detective work was, he reasoned with the killer and ran. What, ran into a wall? Because they're there. That's the detective work. And I think they're just jumping to conclusions. So then it's like, again, this lady, I'll give her credit. I mean, she's not trying to like, oh my God, it's the worst thing ever. She basically says to Maggie, hey, Maggie, hated that guy. I'm glad he's dead. And plus, this is probably karma. And karma's a bitch. And I'm like, wait, lady, go, tie it down a little. And she's like, yeah, he was the cruelest man. It just keeps going. And again, you almost feel like Maggie, who's new, might be the deal. But all these other people, I don't know. It's just too much for somebody who we're not even, I mean, are you concerned in the story anymore about the guy who shot Bryce's brother? You know what I mean? That is come and gone. You could talk about the ramifications of it, but then Nightwing stuff, everybody's so over the top and everything's black and white in their way of, he did this and he is going to pay and it shouldn't be like this. Because now Nightwing, he's out of control. Because now, again, this is a very reminiscent story for a lot of things. It feels a lot like Damwater's Dark Patterns. We said that. But now it comes down to even stuff that we had, in the Tom Taylor run, where it was, hey, there's Zuko, but I should kill him, but I can't because I have to take him into justice. That was that whole thing. And then reverse that and the whole thing with the hold and things like that. But he's like, never like this. But not at one point when they mention later or even have things of, yeah, I think it's this entity ghost that he's ever heard. And also he's yelling at Maggie saying, hey, I trust you, because Superman said trust you. And as he leaps over, crazy back, like, is he trying to show off? He's back flipping, front flipping. As he does, he is giving out these comms like they're candy at Halloween. Everybody has one. I want to hope that it's an open line. And now we just have open chat party line with everybody. Maggie's there. She's talking to Fly Boys. They're doing all this. Hey, anybody, what you wearing, baby? All this stuff going on. But you end up where she's just like, oh, man. And then just does a weird thing. Hey, your coat's instead of... You put on a coat instead of... Like, I understand a shirt, but the coat, that's crazy. And it's like a trench coat, formal coat thing. I'm like, I don't know about that. And then we get these guys at the precinct that really are concerned about this cake. This is drinking cake from Bill's retirement. And the big play is, man, you want some cake? That cake's from weeks ago. Doesn't matter. I think sugar's a preservative. What? That's awful. It has cream. The cake. And then it's just so Maggie can then say, look at these guys.
They're a bunch of assholes. They don't care that a cop is dead. And it's just like, whatever.
They all went down, and now they're talking about cake. But the point is, and legit, and knowing some police officers and things like that. Not that this isn't weird behavior because this cake's weird, but sometimes you get desensitized to stuff like this. Sometimes you end up where you can't. If you end up and stop and just wallow in it, you're going to end up never coming out. I mean, they are kind of not paying attention to anything else, but again, they're just doing their thing. And you have that other detective with Maggie and like, hey, how would you describe this guy? Well, he was by the book. Yep, that's how I describe him. Does anybody else, do they like him? Was he, I don't know. They kind of don't really like there's everything leads to a dead end in my mind, except that he was killed outside of a cop bar. That means it was a message. And there's like this non-detective work of just being mad about cops. It just doesn't do anything. It really doesn't do anything. And then Maggie says, it's been a year since we ousted the bad apples. Maybe somebody else is pissed. So they think it's within the precinct, but then you have this entity, which is probably still somebody within. But who do we know? Could it be this guy? I mean, we don't know anybody, so that it would be a eureka moment if it was it was him. You can't play along with this at this point,
no,
or maybe at all, because you don't really understand. And then at this point is when I'm like, yes, we're not going to do no Flyboys. So it's like those guys are mutated.
Right
I want to see if they're there.
If I were to try and play detective right now, I have two ideas. Either it's Bryce, because, the cop killed his brother, or it's going to be the wife. It's one of them two, but you're not given those clues in this other than the wife's reaction to will I even cry in the morning? That's the only thing, and nobody wants to treat that as if it's suspicious. I would be writing stuff down like, yeah, keep talking, lady.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm recording this now. I'm going to read your rights. It's just a
you
formality.
Can't have a lawyer present.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like I'm going to read your rights and all, but I'm just doing it just for the heck of it. I'm trying to memorize it. I'm really bad at it. So she's like, yeah, the guy does it by the book, all that, and she's kind of snooping around, and she's looking at these files, all this stuff. Then she's mad that these guys are talking about cake. Then she gets a call. One of the things was that the bullets were brass. And so, copper. So she gets a call. It's a mysterious person saying, hey, you can't trust anybody in your department right now, Commissioner Sawyer. Who? How'd you get this number? I don't want to talk about it. You must have also been a cop before that you have the number, because he goes, it wasn't changed. And then he's like, oops. But then he says, they used copper bullets, didn't they? And we just found out they did. So you're like, okay, this has to be a setup of some sort. This is very weird. He says, write down this address and I'll fill you in. Come armed. I don't care. But don't bring any other officers. You can come. You can bring guns, whatever. I'm on the up and up. I want to talk to you, but don't bring any officers. So you have these three, and they're still yucking it up, the night shift. And I'm telling you, what this wants to be is Gotham Central, and it's not. But you end up where Maggie's like, yeah. And you end up where Maggie comes out and says, hey, they're like, what's going on? And she's like, I'm heading home. Hey, night. That was, Rhea Smith. I got a call, but I'm going home. I'm tired. And then you have to have where she leaves. And then these guys are all like staring at each other. Like, it's like, oh, shit. Yeah. Like, I'm like, are you throwing that in now? Or what is happening here? Because then you end up, Maggie goes to this address and it's an old guy, a retired cop. And he's like, yeah, that Dietrich, he was one of mine. He was in the deal. And I'm Leopold Holm, Sergeant Leopold Holm. Like, Frank Dietrich was one of mine back then. He was a real good guy. I was surprised. It wasn't like, always went by the book, that guy. But she says, hey, do you know what happened? How do you know he was shot? Well, it was done outside of Hogan's. Everybody, every cop, his grandmother's niece, uncle, whatever, they all know. That's the point. It was done so that they know. But again, in this, and I just think that it's going to be because Nightwing is mad about this cop killing the kid, even though we said, and they say, again, that it did run through Eternal Affairs, and they said he was justified. But you're also telling me through a lot of the dialogue here, and having Maggie, who's such a good character, I like Maggie, the idea she's cleaned things up. So what you want to play, and what this has to be, is somebody on the force says that this isn't good. He killed a kid. We should take him down. In the meantime, Nightwing wants that to happen, but not to be killed, so he can get angry at the system and the guy who did. That's all it is. It's a convoluted way for it to say, like, some of the cops want to take doing a good thing in a bad way, just as a bad thing in a good way, that Nightwing says about these kids as well. And it's so convoluted to get to this thing because we're still not knowing really what's happening in this. And he's like, yeah, there's an old wives' tale, and this guy, he's supernatural, and his Captain Hollow came for Frank because this is a guy who was the first officer in Bloodhaven taken down the line of duty. When shit goes wrong, he comes back from the grave to take him back. I'm like, what'd you say? What is going on? Like, again, if you're going to do this, it would be a good setup to have the play of doing it, but not this way to do it and do these things, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It ends up
I
being
just
so
want to bring something
convoluted.
up too, Jim. Sorry. I just want to. This is another time where we have Dan Waters the main character who's investigating. We're going to have them get told everything they need to know about the mystery. And it's just like, they can never do an ounce of detective work by themselves.
This is actually exactly what the Wound Man. At the beginning of Dark Patterns, when Batman's just going around and then he goes and he's like, hey, Charlie, what's up? Oh, you didn't know? The Wound Man. It's the same thing. Then you end up, because of this, I almost said the woman.
The Hallow Man, or Captain Hallow.
Captain Hallow comes in. He's got a death mask, but also a gas. It's kind of a cool look. He looks like the Shadow, but with a death mask, like a medieval death mask thing. And he comes in. He's like, "Stop in the name of the law!" Like, hey, drop the gun, Maggie. And then the guy's like, "Oh man, I didn't mean it. She's one of us. She's one of us." And he's like, "She is not one of us." Now that's where you get the tell of, this guy's just some guy with a bunch of smoke.
Yeah, it's somebody dressing up. It's one of the cops dressing up or something.
And then Nightwing, because Maggie presses the thing. I love the idea that she thinks, I better press this Nightwing alert. Hopefully he can get here in time. He's been stalking her this whole time. He's been right outside the window. Well, now he decides to bust in.
I also do want to say, she has her gun draw. Fire! Like you stand there pointing the gun and I'm like, oh, I hope Nightwing's nearby. And it's like, just fire!
Yeah, fire, because Nightwing's just going to come in and kick him, which he does, but he's right outside the window. The only thing I can think of, he has to swing back to go in, but he's right there. Maybe even watching this whole thing and not getting involved. Well, if Maggie doesn't kill me, I'm not going to get
like
involved.
Batman in Dark Patterns. He's just waiting till the very last moment to strike.
Yeah, so it's very similar. He ends up where, as this happens, this Leopold, he falls to his death, it seems, because you end up where he's getting tossed out the window. Again, now Maggie fires.
She fires, he lets him go, and he falls out the window. It's like, Maggie, you just killed this guy.
You killed this guy, and you didn't even hit the Captain Hollow. He jumps out like a Batman.
The end. That's literally where we end.
There is part one of Good Cop, Bad Cop, and I know that people are going to disagree with us, but that's fine. Everybody's going to like something.
Yeah, everybody.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
But in this, it's the idea, and it'll drive me nuts. I'll see reviews, and what the reviews will say is that it's great because it's awesome to see Nightwing doing investigative work. First off, Nightwing
doesn't do shit.
Jack left town. He did nothing in this issue. Maggie was told by a guy who randomly calls her office, says, meet me here, and he just spills the beans, all of it. And if, in fact, we find out that the Captain Hollow is one of the guys from the precinct, right? It's one of those dudes that's the guy eating the cake. If we find out that, there is no reason why he should have shown up here, because having a guy tell a story about a supernatural character fits your whole deal 100% if you're not that. You want them to think you're an entity and a mysterious thing, and then you get wacky stuff going on. When you do this just ends up making, now the guy has murdered two people, now it ends up being ridiculous. Like, the idea is that's a really bad villain. It's a really bad villain to show up now. Again, you could say that he was going to kill Maggie, but that's going to be investigated even more.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, really? Like, it just ends up, this is pretty
just
bad.
Never put on the costume again, and they'll never know who it is.
Exactly. You're done. But again, if it was that, like, what is your deal? They end up where, again, if you had by the book Dietrich, not piece of shit beating kids and, all that, you could have these other cops worried that he saw something and he's by the book, so he'll report it. He's by the book, so he'll do this, or but you add this extra layer of that guy was a piece of shit to add I am here for vengeance. I'm here to take down Dietrich because I'm Captain Hollow. But it ends up getting all convoluted. And if I see stuff about great detective work, I'll lose my mind.
No. There's not an ounce of detective work.
No, it's listening to somebody, exposition work. Your ears worked. That's what happened. And even then, It's a bullshit story that then gets accentuated by this guy showing up with smoke bombs. But again, I actually, when these things happen, I legit wouldn't mind at the end where they're like, oh shit, that it was a ghost. Like actually they never they solve it in a way that they figure out, oh shit, it was a ghost. And people would say, that's ridiculous. We're in a universe that has a dead man. It has a specter.
Just think about what we're doing in this series right now. We have Zanny, the omnipotent mime thing, God being, like, is a ghost outside of the realm of possibility right now. I mean, Titan's Tower is fucking haunted right now.
So make this in a way, and me and you still remember that. Nobody's going with it. It'd be hilarious. But the idea of making it something where you have legit detective work that leads you to, oh man, this is a ghost. Like, what do you do about that? It'd be great. It'd be cool. And at the end, you kind of go, well, he kind of took care of a piece of crap anyway. Like, I'm telling you, it's so weird. But in this, I like Francavilla's art. I think that will elevate some people's score. But please, don't read this. And just because you end up where it's supernatural, kind of, and you think there's there's nothing. It's a nothing issue that seems to go on forever. And the pacing of us never being able to play along to then just reveal this guy at the end as this entity, I'm like, yeah, this was poorly constructed in my mind. It really didn't grab me. And by the end, I kind of chuckled and like, yeah, this is what you're doing. Like, I think that Dan Waters is doing that in this book anyway. When you have stories where instead of a kid being killed because he draws a gun, he gets hit by a rocket launcher that takes down a whole building. Then you end up having gangs and they're the clean cut crew, the fly boys, the teddies. I mean, nothing is like, you can tell me it's street level. This is crazy ass street level with what is going on. So it's really starting to get to me in this where I really do want to like this book, but it's really pulling away in the idea that things are ridiculous in it, but I don't want to go too crazy. So what would you give it?
I'm going to go a plain 5. I almost went with the Sammy Hagar, but I'm going to go plain 5. The artwork is too good for that. Yeah, it's just this is a big nothing burger because the detective aspect of the story isn't even like detective. There's no mystery really other than like, there's this guy who killed the cop, and it's just like, well, we kind of already know now, just by piecing it together, it's the cops or whatever. They had something against him or whatever, but it's just like, the entire time it's just like, that cop, he did things by the book, but you know what? He's a bad guy. And we keep enforcing it like to justify why Nightwing's mad at him. And it's just like, look, Nightwing can be mad, but the thing is, the guy did the things by the book. It sucks. It's a horrible part of life, but it happens. It does
so
suck.
funny.
And
again, like the wife has to say, they twist it. He did things by the book. Yeah, that's what we hear. No, you don't get it. Like, he knows the rules, so then he does everything up to the rule. That's not playing by the book. That's actually taking advantage of
manipulating the book.
So you change it, and like you said, what it seems like is, and it's too many issues away. Like, these investigations take a time, and it's been issues since Rice Brothers died. And now we go, if you would have told me at the beginning, and they never said, first page, who is this guy? I mean, the only thing that I could say is, well, he's a cop, and the only cop we really know that did anything was the guy who killed the kid. But I wouldn't have known. Isn't a guy, and this isn't somebody who, he's in the bar, and he's like, man, it's cool to pull the trigger on somebody. And yeah, it does this. He does say that scumbags or whatever, but, that's that. But the idea where it doesn't feel like he did it by the book. They investigated. That went good. But then the other cops, are we supposed to think these other cops are actually better cops because they're mad at this guy? And they do. I don't know. I don't know.
I think they're dirty.
But again, if they're dirty in a way that they're taking down a guy who was cleared by an investigation. So they're dirty, but almost feeling like they want vengeance for that kid, which kind of makes them maybe good. I don't know. This is what I'm talking about. It doesn't make sense. The guy did it by the book. They have these over-the-top weapons that they really kind of gloss aside and use it as, because this guy was armed with a rocket launcher, that just makes him bad anyway. But that's what he was given. That's more on, Melinda and Melinda. Maggie, all of them that are letting this go. So what gives? But I'm telling you, maybe it's a haunted gun that he had, whatever it would be. But you're right. The art is I like, Francavilla's art. But screw that. I'm Sammy. I had it.
Fuck you
again, I'll keep saying it. I know that people are going to be like, oh my God, you lost your mind. This is great. And that's fine. If you like this, it is fine that you are brain dead and can't.
Oh my goodness, Jim. We're going to get canceled.
This is the thing. I'm not going to, say that somebody is good or bad just because they're a moron. I'm not going to say anything. I'm joking. Again, when people do get upset, I would love if they're like, well, actually this or actually that. Usually what I get attacked is, you're an idiot. You can't, there's never any backing of like, oh, I like this because of this, because of that. It always is the idea of like, oh, you're a moron. There's detective work. Where? You're just too stupid to see it. I'm like, I really can't see it. We'll move on to the next book. Get a lot of books this week.
Yes, we do.
Again, there you go, everybody, because I have been, I wouldn't say criticized, but I have been getting a lot. I got more messages this week already of, man, you're liking too many books. Like, not really.
Oh, we're about to show them.
Yeah, not really. I think that, there are some bad ones, but here we go. We have the next book, which is the Titans 22. This is the book that you said of all the books. This is the one.
I was looking forward to this the most.
Yeah, and this is written by John Layman, Daniel Bayliss on art, Wes Abbott on letters, and you end up getting the idea. Hey, we're going to find out how Deathstroke came back. The idea where he was in a Bacta tank. The darkness ripped every bit of him away. He didn't have a healing factor. All that was taken away. And one thing that I do have to say is, I always feel like John Layman writing these, even when he did the Raven story, we talked about it. He repeated things and things.
Yes.
It always feels like somebody gave him the gist of a story, but never.
Yeah, they gave him like a little brief, like, oh, this and this and this,
like
happened.
A synopsis. Like they
right,
end up like he's there. I'm not going to say that he's doing this because people will infer other things, but he's like, hey, the Chat GPT. What was the darkness, Deathstroke? What was the whole deal with this crisis on the infinite darkness? That whole
Dark
Joshua Williams thing.
Dark
Crisis on Infinite Earths. I'm telling you, I was struggling remembering it. It's so convoluted. But and they gave him a little synopsis at the end. It said, oh, and then Deathstroke got the thing ripped out, and they would go, because this was a huge thing.
Yes, it was.
You're now telling us why he's, but we've already seen him in this book multiple times doing his thing. I think first off, it's a little late. The idea of, okay, let's see how this happened. And really all this does, because he ended up getting all that ripped out, the darkness, all that. But one of the things that should really play out here is Nightwing was a mano y mano at him at this point. This was the battle for the universe, multiverse, everything going on. Nightwing prevailed because he's such a great guy. And but Nightwing doesn't seem to react at all in this about how big this would be. And if
Slade's back.
Yeah,
okay.
and Deathstroke going against the Titans, okay, that's kind of blasé. It's kind of cliche. But going after the one guy, it would be Nightwing. I mean, he would be like, Nightwing this. I don't even give a crap about the rest of them now. But
listen, Donna, I know I put you in charge, but me and Deathstroke, we got a thing together. I'm going to take a lead this time.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so up until this point, we had the convoluted deal. And I think that what's happening here also is it made no sense of Clock King. Then, man, and this is John Layman trying to say, oh, look, there was always a plan. It felt weird. But the idea that we find out it was Terra. Mm-hmm. Terra was the one. And we saw this. We saw in the issue at the one point where somebody was pressing the button to turn off the Bacta tank that Deathstroke was in that would kill him because of all this. But in this flashback deal, it's not quite that. It really doesn't make much sense, and it just feels like a letdown because all it is I'm getting you out of this tank. By the way, it is Terra, which he would know. That's a weird thing to go because everybody wants to skirt the issue of, what Slade was doing with Terra at one point was very sus, and he would have been not only canceled, would have been arrested. But you end up where, hey, I'm here. What are you doing, Terra? I thought you hated me. And they even reference that was in the Rebirth Deathstroke as well, in the Revenge, that Deathstroke squad that I really liked. Oh, it was so cool.
It was cool.
With their white outfits and stuff.
Yeah.
You even had Powerhouse, that other Power Girl that I love. She was funding it. Oh, I like that. She just disappeared and she's in some other dimension. But you end up where Terra says, I'm here. I'm kind of part of this thing going on with Amanda Waller. I'm like, you are just, everything in this issue keeps just dating it weird. and setting up that, this whole sovereignty thing. And when you see that now, you also think of Tom King stuff, but that was the deal with Amanda Waller. And then she says, I know that Amanda Waller is probably going to end up getting, defeated like she already does. And we know she does. So I'm coming to get you, Slade. And then I'm still thinking, why the hell at the one point where Slade ended up, remember when he went in and was corrupted by the Lazarus Pit? Remember when the Lazarus Pits and he came out and still was missing an eye? It still bothers me. It still bothers me. You could, at this point, he could have had the eye. At one point, he could have got him poked out or something later, but it was very odd. And you see, he's very emaciated. He's down. But this big thing, I mean, you get through, I'm right now, you get through 5-6 pages, and all it is to say, oh, you want to know how Deathstroke is alive? Because he's alive. That's pretty much it.
Tara brought him back, and not only did she bring him back, but she's been treating him with the super serum thing that he had, and he's all better. He's back to normal.
Yep.
It's
so
like, what?
when the button was pressed, and the thing that we did end up seeing, and it looked like he was finally being completely killed, it was actually, and I thought it was Rose. I thought they were like,
yeah, I thought it was something like that. Yeah.
Instead, she hits the emergency stop on the treatment she's been giving him to get her. I'm like, come on. And again, in my mind, it's John Layman who was doing this. Everybody's asleep at the wheel and says, oh, by the way, we just found out Slade's supposed to be dead. What do we do? I'll cover that. I'm just going to say he's alive.
Yeah. We'll fudge a few things.
They end up where he's, like I said, he's not dead because he's alive. That's it. Yeah. Tara's there.
Last we saw somebody push a button, looked like he died. Actually, no, somebody pushed a button. He was brought back to life.
Yeah. He's brought back to life. Here we go. And then you have Tara doing her thing, and then we go.
He's back to normal. He's got his powers and everything, and it's just like, okay.
He's ready to go. He's got his costume. He puts it on. They're like, yeah, we're going to go and
why do they have his costume just right there ready for him? Like, wouldn't that be like in storage lockup or something?
Again, somewhere. I'm telling you, it's just as bad as me and Eric always went with the Rogues. You'd have, you'd have Barry arrest the Rogues, and they would put him in the same cell, full costume. It's like, maybe get those costumes off him. They might actually be better off, try to rehabilitate if you don't have Captain Cold with his Captain Cold costume and sometimes even the gun. Like, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. But you go back to the Titans, who end up where they're trying to figure things out. They end up where they're in New York City. Obviously, they go through a boom tube, come out, and you have them all there. And now, again, this is going to be detective work. But is it because they say Nightwing?
It's putting a few things together.
It's more of the idea of saying, this happened here, this happened. It's not really, it's just to show
powers of observation more.
Yeah, Nightwing is very good at this, and he does say, I hung out with Batman, so it's fine. I'm not saying it's not, but it ends up where you're just going through steps of, let me look at this scene. Okay, I see this thing, and I see where, first off, it's like, this would have to be something that would go, like, right on time, Clock King. Oh, look, there's this big crater, Mammoth. There's bullets.
A bunch of bullets on the side.
In this GEO deal. Deathstroke is probably up there. And then they're like, okay, what happened? But here's the thing overall. It doesn't really matter. They know who's missing. They end up where it's Caitlin. It is, Killer Frost. They came and grabbed her out of this GEO truck just to go with this idea and to really go, you already went against Clocking. You already went against that. So you're just throwing these things in. I mean, that's Mammoth. That could also be any huge guy who would go, but they've already dealt with Mammoth. The idea of guns being there, that could be anybody, but there's and I love the idea. It's the bullet holes. That's courtesy of Deathstroke. Is it because you're like, nobody shoots that many shots? Like, it's so many. What about Deadshot? What about anybody? But it works. It is true. And they're like, this is the setup. This is what they did. But they wanted to get Killer Frost. Hopefully went and got her butter, brickle ice cream right away. You better get that because she was really upset about it. And it is a shame. And it's a kind of a weird play because they ended up getting her. She gets sent up to the Justice League. She's upset about things. And now she's just straight up a villain again, which most people would be fine with. You don't have enough room for her to be a hero anyway. So it works. And she says, I really like being a hero. Can't think of one good thing. And that is a diss on all the people who ended up believing in her and things like that. But the whole play is they got Killer Frost. She was happy. What's this big plan? And how are they going to do it? At one point in this play, though, you do have one of the containments that did have Psycho Pirate. And you end up having the play with Clock King saying this would be really good with my intellect and that we can go, and Deathstroke kind of says, well, I think that's bullcrap because you're going to end up using me and getting my head or whatever, but we know that kind of get it anyway. It's very odd, the play of that.
Well, I mean, and not only that, but he also did freaking betray him last issue, so it's like, why would I want him on my team?
Yeah, so all this going on, but it's a weird play in my mind because even going with this, it just some of the things don't add up in my mind of what we've seen, and it kind of seems silly. But you end up where the other deal, oh, well, what's in the other one? What's in the box, bitch? And you end up where it's this crazy villain like Volcano
Man. Have you ever heard of this guy? I've never heard of him.
No, if I did, I would have forgotten him immediately. Volcano Man. He's just a molten lava pit. It looks like Tar Pit, but only a little more on fire. That's what it reminds me of. And you end up where through this, they're like, oh my God, did anybody ever deal with this guy? And they don't know, but that's when you end up getting, and I always, Vanadia, who was brought back by Cyborg, and she's kind of a cyborg herself, and they say, we get it. She's kind of like you, and you feel bad. And again, she was in the Tom Taylor run, and she ended up showing up. And she was duped and manipulated to think that the Titans weren't themselves and they were being attacked, and she attacked them. So it wasn't really anything her fault. But she's there. Suddenly, she's just databank and says, this is Volcano Man. Goes through though it's more monster than man, a subterranean being of limited intelligence. She's got this databank thing, and she tells them, and they fight it. It doesn't really do anything or help. But the big play is we got to get this thing in water. I wish that Garth was here, and he could end up spraying water, and that gives Cyborg the idea to just drop him in the bay. He ends up, boom, boom, you're playing Portal now, and boom, right in the bay. And that does, I feel bad at the end for Volcano Man, who's just underneath there in like it's like molten lava that's gone hard. He's just there reaching up, the poor guy. So all this is taken care of. They take care of this Volcano Man. Now they're wondering, how did she know about that? And Cyber goes, I don't know, because I didn't upload that stuff, and these capabilities weren't what I gave her. So why? I hope that she's on the up and up. She's already gone through some trouble. I don't know that we need her on the team, but it's okay.
That's all right.
That she knows. I think that it's just going to be the idea. Oh, she was on a villain team as well at one point, but she seems to want to be rehabilitated. But we'll see. We'll see how this is. You end up at the one point Arsenal goes to Don and says, hey, by the way, we got to talk about us smooching and stuff. And then you end up going off to, Gar. You go to Beast Boy, and Raven's like, hey, what's wrong? You're really mad. And he's like, well, he's got like a ponytail. He looks kind of crazy. Those mutton chops. And I sense rage. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. I got a lot of rage. Oh, well, what's going on? He's like, really? And this is happening in a lot of books right now. It's happening in the Secret Six. The idea where you have a villain that, okay, the team wants to take the villain down, but there's some people who want to kill him. And that's basically, Beast Boy just goes nuts. He's just there. And he's like, and brings up the recent thing. Like, there's so many things that Deathstroke has done to the team. And just really, even when it wasn't, say, Deathstroke, but it was his son, Jericho, but even then in the guys, all that stuff. And what Tara's mentioned at one point out of the blue because she's in the issue, but then they say it. But Beast Boy's like, he shut my eye. And the idea of this is, again, where it feels like somebody's been told something and don't really know how to really explain it or go. Or Beast Boy goes, he shut my eye out, Rachel, tried to kill me. Do you know how hard it was to regrow?
I don't know. I read that one issue. I don't think it was that hard for him to regrow, was it?
It looked like it just regrew. I thought you were dead. It just came back. And so when you do that, like, it makes it almost like the thing is, did you know how hard it was? Yeah, she does. She was right there with you. Everybody was upset about it. But the idea that that's why he's upset. That shit took me 3 hours to regrow. 3 hours I'll never get back. And I'm like, ooh wee. And he's like, I don't want to bring him back. I want a permanent solution. I want to kill him. And I think that at this point, maybe Beast Boy fans are probably a little upset because
it's a little over the top for him.
Beast World, Beast Boy's the big villain of the world. When he comes back, he's pissed because people are trash talking. And then he's mad. He wants to get, now he just wants to, but again, I would like Deathstroke. If I'm a Titans fan, I would want Deathstroke dead too. But, and as well as I do, most of the time, what will happen then is we're going to be, oh my God, is Beast Boy going to do it? And at the last
And of course
second,
not.
Raven will say, you'll be as bad as him or whatever. Man, if he straight up kills him and it's permanent, it'd be awesome.
Oh my God, people
I would
would
love
lose their
it.
minds.
I would love it. I mean, like, man, that guy's a guy of his word. Plus, then he makes like the worst teeth that if you look at it, there ain't no way he's chewing anything. Those teeth are clashing. Ooh-wee, it's like the North versus the South in that mouth. But you end up at the end where it's funny. I didn't hate this issue.
No, I don't hate it.
It just ended up being the same old. This book with John Layman feels like it does enough for me to be interested, but not enough for me to say, oh my God, this is great and you have to read it. It just kind of, it feels still to me like something that, and you probably do at points, but it feels like something that you would read if you have the Ultra app. It's cool.
Yeah.
You can wait a month. It's never going to do this. And you're playing, I mean, just the idea that you're going to the Deathstroke well once again for the Titans or the Teen Titans. We've seen this every single time. It might have been, what was interesting at points was when, say they thought it was Deathstroke, it was Jericho, I was thinking it's that or whatever. And even that, maybe you play up in this one that it's the ghost of like something like that. Captain Hallow. Like something where they, like things are going on, but we saw Deathstroke right up Front Street. And then we were like, how does this work? Kind of been told in this maybe, but also Clock King, that felt weird. So it would have been funny if they were kind of like behind the eight ball and didn't know what was going on. Then we find out, oh my God, Deathstroke's back. Like this issue trying to push the idea of you're going to find out how Deathstroke came back as if this is a big thing. He's already been back now for all these issues. He's been back for half a year. So it's not, oh my God, Deathstroke's back. It's, yeah, how are you going to explain that?
Oh, we finally explained how he's back.
You know what I mean? And it's like,
yes.
That's the explanation. That's not the same hype.
Imagine if you had started, like, you know, John Layman's run start off, the first 5 pages was what we got here, and then, like, throughout the first, like, trade, you get, like, those little things where it's like, oh, there's Mammoth, and you see Deathstroke, like, putting them up to things, and, you know, at least then you could be like, oh, okay, we're building up to when Deathstroke finally does his revenge squad. But no, now it's just like, oh, Deathstroke's had his revenge squad, and now we're finally explaining how he got to it, and it's just like...
How about this? If I'm going to do a script doctor, how about we see at the beginning of this that we see Tara, and she's pressing a button and says, okay, now you're going to help me. And the only way you can kind of connect is, wait a minute, that looked like the button that we saw before after Dark Crisis. And that means that might be Deathstroke. Holy crap. And why would Tara, who he abused, I mean, and legitimately, why would she bring it? It can't be Deathstroke. You can't. That would have been kind of cool. The idea of like, and even just think of how proud, because we do in the Slack, we'll jump in and like, you'll have theories. I haven't had as many, but we've had you jump in and say, I think this is the guard here. Or that was the deal. But if somebody ended up saying, wait a minute, that looks a lot like, and then you look at the issue and like, holy crap, it must be Deathstroke, but it's not. That'd be cool. And then have this team of Clock King, Mammoth, Shimmer, all them, where they are almost like a Secret Six. You don't know who's running them. Then we find out that it's Tara and Deathstroke in 6 issues. This issue actually is the reveal. Oh my God, it was Deathstroke all along. That's messed up. And there you go. In an explanation of what was happening and things like that as well. But it's giving you the answer to something you kind of answered before. Now what you're giving is details. You're not giving a wow moment. You're just filling in details so that somehow you think it's going to make more sense, and it doesn't. But again, like I said, it's just a weird book that not a lot happens. The Venadia stuff, that seems like a big interest to John Layman, but it's still just, that's on the side. Then you have Smooch and Arsenal and Donna Troy. At one point, at least we got past the idea, even though it seems like Nightwing is a little wary of it, the idea, I'm Donna Troy and I'm the leader. Like we had that. Yeah. And then Raven with the repeating the deal of the dark self and it just all kind of just all goes in together of this run so far of Layman. It's just being, okay, it's doing some things. It just doesn't feel that important.
That's the best way to describe it. That should be on the trade. It's doing something.
It's doing something, and I guess it makes sense. It's not awful.
No, it's not awful. It's just not exciting.
If somebody said to me, oh, should I read it? I would kind of be like, well, maybe. I would actually say, like, maybe if you liked it, I would hem and haw. I wouldn't tell them not to read it, but I wouldn't tell them that it's my deal. Yeah, my whole thing was maybe I'd say, maybe wait for the trade or go to the app.
Yeah, maybe wait for the trade.
because I hate to tell somebody to read something, then they come back and they put out money for it and they hate it. I feel bad. I really do. I try to pretend I have no feelings, but I do feel bad that somebody took my trust and then I'm spending money and then it was nonsense. So, oh well. What would you give it?
I'm gonna just give it a 6. I mean, it's not like plain 5. I like the art, and I mean, I'm glad we did explain the Deathstroke thing, even if it's just very hand wavers. Like, oh, it's just Terra, and she gave him the super serum. He's back. It does not matter. It really is just glossed over, and it's just like, okay. And then we just spend this issue like with the Titans trying to figure out what Deathstroke's up to, and it's just, oh, Deathstroke's still putting his squad together. That's the gist of the issue.
Yeah,
and it's
he's just putting a squad together.
Gar's mad.
I'm telling you,
is he gonna hurt Deathstroke? Is he gonna kill him?
Terra, it's a weird thing. It's such a weird thing to not like explain. Okay, that's why. Also, I mean, really, in the whole play of it is like she should really be. I don't know what's going on with Geoforce right now. Geoforce.
I was going to bring up
at that one point, Geoforce got kind of set up the death of Ra's al Ghul, them taking him down and all that, and they really never. I think we saw him like one other time, but he was like on the run. Like this should be what she's up to. Like I need you. Like now you think that you're using me. Well, I'm using you. I got to find my brother. I got to get Geoforce, and we got to figure this out.
That would make so much sense. That would work so good.
It doesn't feel like the story's angled towards that, right?
I don't think John Layman knows anything about that period.
I would love it. But again, that would be a start. That would where you see her bring him back. Oh man, I'm back, baby. What's going on? Me and you are going to go either find Geo or we're taking down everybody who was involved, which would be mainly the Bat family. Was a big play in that Talia, all these things, and in that weird play of the tainted Lazarus pits and all that. Now, also go at that. Maybe we'd even see Flatline because she's walking around with the ghost of Ra's al Ghul in her head. Yeah, so it's very odd, but. Yeah, I think I'm a 6.5. I'm a little bit, it's weird. We're flip-flopping kind of like the opposite deal with the Nightwing bit, even though you did give a solid 5 and I gave a FU 5. But again, I liked it enough. I do like some of the ideas, but they seem a little stale. It seems hand-waving, and I don't like where you almost get an issue of hand-waving to make things right when you should have known this stuff and set it up earlier. It really feels like this is after the fact explaining because
it feels like somebody got a hold of Layman and be like, "Hey, are you gonna explain this stuff?" And he's just like, "What stuff?"
And they're like, stuff. And sometimes, and I know a lot of people, respect Tom King, but this feels like a lot of times Tom King will have an issue and he'll end up Twitter splaining. Like you almost have the director's cut. You get notes on Twitter where it's like, actually, that, and like, just put that in the issue and don't go back later to justify this or whatever. Actually, Nightwing felt like that as well. So,
yeah.
Oh, well. But yeah, Geoforce would be cool. That'd be so cool.
Oh, yeah.
Geoforce.
That was one of the Geoforce was actually Deathstroke here, and that would be crazy.
That'd be crazy. I ended up
like,
where
what
when
the
that
hell
whole thing
happened to you?
with Ra's going down and stuff like that, I told Eric immediately when we were reading and reviewing it I'm like, it's Geoforce. I know it's Geoforce. And he's like, there's no way. And then he had to admit. That was one of the times he had to admit that I was straight up right. And then claimed you were told, like he never would give me the credit. And I'm like,
yeah, somebody had to tell you.
You jerk. He said the same thing. Actually, it was a lot of things in the Titans where I said, I think that it was, Wally from the future. And he's like, no way. And then it was. And he said that I must have been told. What a jerk. But that is it for this. And I do have to look because I did make an outline of what would be the deal. And I do believe this would be the end of the section since we're recording everything out of order now. It's tough. But with that, I'm going to make it the end of the section. We're going to go off to the retro book of the week. It's a weird one. It ends up where in the beginning, I'll explain the idea where we usually put up a poll. And just to spell it out, I've never really spelled it out great on the podcast. The retro book of the week, it's a poll on our Patreon, but you don't have to be a member of the Patreon. It is actually a public poll. So you could go, even if you're not on the Patreon, see what books are up for the deal and take a vote. And I'll probably, what I see the problem is each time it's a different link. But if you do go to the Patreon, you do end up, putting in your deal and make a pet, but you don't have to sign up and you could end up voting. And it's, kind of cool when people vote and there's a big fight and stuff like that. And you could get involved. So please do if you can. But this week, I forgot to put the poll up, or I swear, I think that I did. It just didn't go up, so I ended up
Patreon just decided nah.
Now, Patreon does some weird stuff sometimes, but it ends up, they change things up that are weird to change up, and when they do, things get a little wonky for a bit. But we do a Star Trek issue that DC had the property at one point, and I thought it'd be funny so I could yell at Stork, but as you'll see, he didn't like it either. So it's a weird deal with this whole retro thing, because it usually is like really big issues. I'll tell you, and I say this again, so I don't know it, but I want to tell you, the idea that Tony Isabella, I have a book where Tony Isabella picks all these things that he loves. So I'm like, oh, he said this was really good. Realizing then when we go to do it, he wrote it, that son of a gun. He ended up setting me up, but we'll be going off to that right about now. All right, and here we are for the Retro Book of the Week. That means I'm joined by, once again, the man with the voice for podcasting and the face for print. Is that what we say?
Yeah.
I am here with my man Stork. What up, Stork?
What up, Jim?
What up?
Hello.
Weird science. Hello, everybody. That's I have my radio voice is actually this. Hello, big boy. It's mine. I think that I can win with that one. Here's the deal this week. If people are sitting there and they're like, wait a second, I don't remember voting for Star Trek number 22 from way back in 1986. Mm-hmm. The thing is, you didn't. You didn't. It was my fault. And I was I'm telling you, I will make the excuse, but I don't want to make excuses. But I am so far behind things since Eric left doing a scheduling and then all this stuff going on in our house and things. It ends up where I try my hardest, but I ended up where I made the poll and I was really, yes. Sometimes life gets in the way. I also am one that I really get angry. And when I would used to listen to podcasts, one of the things me and Eric would get mad at is the idea of, hey, we didn't have a show last week. Life issues. I'm like, oh, really? Because I like to do the stuff to get away from life issues. But I thought I put the poll up. I made the poll the same exact time that I did the regular, DC badass page, right. That thing. But if you do see, and if you looked at the stats, that came out. I ended up forgetting all about the polls. I have to do those on Sunday night.
I think it's Patreon's fault somehow.
It might be. I would love to blame it on this. Somehow, though, I swear to God, I did release the poll. I even thought, man, I like to get a collage of all the books so that people can look at them and things like that. I didn't do that. So I was like, man, I feel bad, but I'm just going to release it. I think people will get the idea. And then I even thought the next day or even later that day when I have time, I will do that. But I did put a Star Trek book on the list, and it was for you, Stork.
Aw.
I had to cough. I actually thought in the meantime they wouldn't vote for it, and I'd laugh at you, Stork. But I did end up, I have a book, and it all plays out here. I had a book that is Tony Isabella, like best comics of all time. It's a really good read. Tony Isabella hates my guts. He blocked me and told me I was a dick. He doesn't know me, but he did call me that. So obviously he does know me a little bit. But he did end up, because I think that it was the idea that when Batman and the Outsiders came out and Brian Hill was going to be writing Black Lightning, Tony Isabella said that that's racist. And I said, okay. I get what you're saying, but you're saying that a black guy writing Black Lightning is racist. But what he meant was he wasn't allowed to write his own character anymore. He was trying to play that. But first off, Tony, you're older. I've read some of your mini series with Black Lightning recently. I was glad that you weren't writing it, but I ended up, and he just was ripping into me. And I'm like, I think that it's very bad optics, what you're doing.
Right.
And I know that you created the character, but at points you're going to have to let other people write it. And what you're really doing is making Brian Hill look like a jerk. You shouldn't do that. And this recently came up where Graham Nolan ended up seeing the art. It is funny. The art for that Bane. Pinhead Bane from The Absolute Deal. And he got on Twitter and ended up yelling, this is the worst art I've ever seen. This is and not really realizing
an abomination.
Abomination, he did say. And then people were like, oh man, there's a crossover from Marvel. But it's one of those things, like, it's really tough when you, especially an artist in my mind though, but even a writer, where you're really you're dissing somebody else who's trying their best to do what you love doing.
Profession.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not like he's stealing the job from you.
No,
right?
They asked him to do it, and they want to do it. And in fact,
I love Dan Mora. Or it's not Dan Mora. It's who is it?
It's now you got it's what's his name? It
From
is
East of West.
Yeah. And I like the art too. And Nick
I love Dan
Dragotta
Moore too. But
it's Nick Dragotta.
Nick Dragotta. Yeah.
So, and I like his art. But that Bane looked ridiculous. But I even said, let's see what it looks like in the book. And it's kind of that exaggerated deal with Bruce Wayne. Bruce is 9 foot tall. You got to.
It's true.
Bane's going to have some sort of thing. And I think that it's wow. All of that, though, it's tough when you're saying, another artist is bullshit. You shouldn't do that. It really doesn't look good on you. But the idea of all this where Tony Isabella was mad. So I ended up talking to him. And then I do think at one point, he was yelling and screaming and really going off on me about how I didn't know what I was talking about. But I said, I understand what's going on, all this. And then might have been sold. Something was going on where I ended up where he had some picture that he had put up of him recently. And I might have reflected a bit on his appearance and he didn't like it. And then he blocked me. So I got blocked. I was like, at that point, I was like I was like, you're just a jerk. But in the meantime, there's a book that he has of all these, and I love it. I'm telling you, I go to this book almost every day, just page through it. It's really cool. Each page will have about 5 comics. You have the cover, you have the stats, and then he has a little bit of it's not always personal stuff like this is my first comic, whatever, but he does give the idea of remember last night I was looking through it again and it was Usagi Yojimbo. I saw where he recommended a couple things and said it's so great. I like it. I love lists, but this is more of a full book.
It's cool when somebody's that knowledgeable to put something like that out there for other people to check out what they like.
And it's really good when you're trying to figure out some back issues because I can go through even Marvel, even Indie, and it's actually done a cool thing. And in the meantime, again, I don't want to say that I push the idea of sites or things like that, but at one point, you could even get a packet of almost all the comics in this book. And there's I think it's 1,000 books that I love or something it's called. Some of which
1,001 movies you should watch
exactly.
or something like that.
A lot of these, these go back, he's talking stuff 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. Some are, you can't even get them anymore. Even looking around in sus places, they're not. And yet there was this pack that you could get. And I thought it was cool, but the site that the pack was, it's all done, but I still have the book. So I'm looking at the book. I go through, if we're really desperate, if we can't figure out a theme, I'll go through this book and try to figure things. And I'm going through, saw a couple things in there, some of the things that were also on the poll, a Hawkman issue that was supposed to be really good, things like that. And then lo and behold, Star Trek. And in my mind, I'm like, oh crap, I didn't realize, fully that Star Trek would have been DC at that point. It is. So I'm going to put this on the poll because he ends up saying it's one of the first times that they had a sequel to something. It's way back. Not realizing then, too, he wrote it. That jerk, he swindled me. Because when we go into this, even Stork, Mr. Star Trek himself, has some issues with it. You didn't love it. And neither did I. And I knew you ended up, because we do our Book of the Month Club podcast. We just finished it just a couple of minutes ago or whatnot. And you are a little down in the Book of the Month. It's actually The Sword by the Luna Brothers, something that Dr. Matt loves. But you said, when I said, okay, I'm reading whatever, and you're like, oh, good luck. And the idea of you saying, really, you didn't love. And I'm like, oh, he means The Sword. And then I said, well, I'm reading Star Trek now. I'll be done in a minute. And then you were sending me GIFs of Spock telling me that he's hoping for the bit. I'm like, oh, no. I'm like, he didn't like it. If he didn't like it, what am I going to do? So this is it. It's not going to be the great. It all fell apart this week for the retro with the poll and things like that. But it's kind of fun to remember that they did have some Star Trek stuff, though. This is fully based on the movie Star Trek deal, and that right away that's going to get me down a little.
It's it's between 2 and 3, so no Spock. We get him in a flashback, but he's not part of the crew, so that's kind of a bummer.
That's the worst part. And in that, I realize, okay, this is what eventually realize, okay, Spock isn't around, but I'm thinking maybe he's just hanging. Maybe he's just there. I'm like, no, this is after he's done. All right, I get it.
Spoilers.
Get it. Yeah, so you have Star Trek number 22. It says on the cover, Kirk's crew is possessed by the spirit of Jack the Ripper. If you do look legit, I think that the cover does spoil the big play at the end if you really pay attention there.
Yeah,
but it does say, written by Tony Isabella. You have art by Tom Sutton and Ricardo Villagrán. Colors by Marv Wolfman, it looks like. Yeah, it's M. Wolfman, I'm guessing. He's the Wolfman. It's weird. It says, I think maybe they messed. That's weird. And also A. Mass Lay on lettering, and I say yes. I am all for that, a mass lay. And then you start out and it says wolf on the prowl, and yet you have a guy who certainly looks like the Wolfman himself, and you see it's not the Enterprise, and there's a lot going on that you end up getting thrown into. That's not exactly the greatest thing ever, but you go with it at first and tell me what you thought of it, because right away I'm begging, I'm hoping that Stork likes this because it's a slog.
I'm sorry.
You know what really was the thing too before you go is the idea as I'm reading, and the copy we have doesn't have the ads, but you're still playing off the ads were taken out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm reading it and I'm thinking I'm on page 17 and I'm on page 7 because each page has the little bubble in the bottom. I'm like, oh
Continued
my God.
On next page. Yeah.
Oh Christ, this is lasting
the ads
too
might have been
long.
a welcome breakup from the story.
I think so. Also, I just want to make my joke right now. We don't get Captain's Logs, we get Captain's Slogs. I told Stork. Oh, yeah. But you go with it.
Yeah, we're on the outer rim of our Argillian system, whatever. It's Captain Log, but we're on the Excelsior. It's not even the Enterprise. So right away, I'm like, I don't like this. And some guy's getting murdered by some blue creature-looking dude, but it is called Wolf on the Prowl, and the Jack the Ripper thing on the cover, it does harken back to Wolf in the Fold. And you know, Jim, season 2, episode 14.
Yeah. And what the weird thing is I do kind of, again, it's an episode with a haunting, like the Jack the Ripper deal.
Yeah.
When I would go and watch some things, again, originally on rerun. And that's what I'm saying. It's something that I think I remember. And it's also one of those, like, if you did say, and I don't know the episode numbers or names or anything like that because I'm an adult, but I end up where I'm like, hey, that one where they were the gangsters. Or the one with, World War II, like the Nazis. These are the things that I would remember. And again, watching them on reruns, it just would come on. You know what I mean? And they would go in order. And I remember even the channel was channel 48 was the channel that would play them. And, 5 o'clock, my dad would sometimes turn it on. And, I would more be waiting for Sanford and Son afterwards, but I would watch. So the things that would catch my eye would end up being big things like a Jack the Ripper, or big things like gangsters, Nazis, tribbles, stuff like that. Even like, the whole anti-whatever, good, bad, whatever, the Mirrorverse. Like anything like that, that would be the thing that would catch my eye. Not exactly the whole deal, but I do remember watching something and thinking, oh my God, this is so cool. Like Jack the Ripper. Like
it's more of a horror episode, which they didn't delve into too much in Star Trek, but it kind of stood out as Scotty gets accused. I mean, they actually flash back to it in this issue, but Scotty gets accused of murdering this woman, and then they're trying to prove him innocent, and then over and over again, the dead ladies end up in his arms when the lights go out and things like they come back on, and it's like, oh, Scotty's a psychopathic killer, but no, there's this entity. Yeah, so. And I like the idea that even in this, they play out the idea of, so how did you get out of that? We got the hell out of there. we got out. So you're going through this, and it's going to expand that in the deal where does it make sense with the Excelsior that this entity of Jack the Ripper has followed them? Do you think that would make sense? Because it would have been a play. You can't go full out and say, oh, well, it was always in Scotty, because then you'd have to make it so like, oh, Scotty was compromised, whatever. But the weird play is even I thought, well, it's going with the idea that when they escaped, it escaped with them. But would that make sense? It kind of beamed it into space and it just dissipated. I don't remember that from the episode. That's probably happened, but it's just odd that somehow it kind of
caught up to him again.
Right.
And we do get the Enterprise in those flashbacks. Pretty cool. But again, and you get Spock in the flashbacks. Yep. Also, you get, what's weird is you still get Kirk with a weird hairdo. Because you really want to go with that real curly deal. But I'm telling you, even just anytime I see anything with Shatner or his, a comic of it, he just always reminded me of Mr. Brady. And it was that curly hair, and it threw me off because it just looks old in those red suits. So everything with it kind of threw me off in a way of like not being as exciting
it's
and
not
legit.
As fun. The movie crew, it's more nostalgia at that point. But in a comic, I kind of want to be the young crew having fun and exploring new things. And
I had
this
a weird
is a
idea.
rehash of an old
Yeah.
episode.
I had a weird idea that at one point they didn't have the rights to the young crew, so they're using the movie because they have the movie rights, but you have a flashback. So you could have used the Enterprise, and I wish that this was one of those. Again, it's 86. This would have blown maybe some people's minds because this is more now of you didn't get to see this one between episode 23 and 24. This actually happened. And play that up. Have the regular crew, have the young crew. I thought that would have been really cool. Instead, I'm like, who's that? Who's that? I was getting so upset with some of the things.
There's a lot of no-named people that they try and make bigger, and it just doesn't work. It's taking an episode and making it bigger, but they just did that with the Wrath of Khan in the movies. So to me, it doesn't even seem that innovative because you're just kind of copying that formula.
And it does feel, now that you say that, that's exactly what it was. And you ended up, well, hey, but what about this one? And we'll just play that formula, and it kind of lessens it. I wish that if he would have had the idea of, hey, how about this? We show that this happened, like the episode after it got canceled, or an episode in between, or they did this.
Yeah, the continuing series.
Yeah, now that's cool.
That would be fun because it was a 5-year mission and they only got 3 years.
Yeah, so that would have been a cool
year
play.
4. I think they actually did that eventually.
I'm sure they had to have done that by now, but you end up where they're going through. We see that there's something wrong going on, and there's a death. We don't see who's doing it, but then all of a sudden you get a communique.
Yeah,
and it's to basically tell Kirk
Shatner.
that I was going to say Shatner, but tell Kirk that, hey, you're in big trouble, and if you don't solve this really quick, you're done, because it looks like he ended up breaking the Prime Directive. It looks like
he never does that.
Yeah, and it seems like what they're saying is, and this ends up, it's funny.
It's hilarious.
It ends up at the one point too where this seems to not be real. That it ends up it's like they say later.
But
why?
then it didn't
real. And that's the thing. It is real to draw them in a trap. But this is something that I think is very interesting. That Starfleet ends up figuring out or finding a planet who is worshiping. It's basically, and again, it's very Star Trek-esque. A planet that is worshiping the devil and is against
God.
the good.
Yeah.
So they're everything. But in this, the God ends up being Kirk, and it's younger Kirk, and they end up showing. I think that that's interesting, and it didn't have to be a dupe. This would be something legit. We just ended up finding this planet, Enoch 4.
It would be so weird if it wasn't.
I'm telling you, the idea that this entity could have just done what it did. It went down and said, hey, listen, this is it makes a religion based around itself. We see that that's a thing.
Yeah.
And then says, oh, well, every religion, you need that other side to get every. This is what it is. Was so mad because he got pushed out into space and like, oh, you want to see who the good guy is, who's actually bad? It's this asshole. And he's there. And it might be something where the Jack the Ripper entity is just able to relax a little, saying, well, at least everybody now hates Kirk and maybe this will play out. But it's all a dupe. But I thought it was kind of funny. But when you see at that point, you do see Kirk on this fresco there. Yeah. And he said, it looks so cool. I'm like, why are we seeing that? And he's
Maybe
like, oh God.
Just the Admiral contacting them is the dupe and everything else is real.
Well, I think
it doesn't really get into that.
I think everything else is real.
Yeah.
It's the Admiral contacting them that is made up, which makes no damn sense. But when it does, I'm like, you didn't have to say that. This could legit be that they found a planet and they're confused. Why is this? And that's the mystery.
Well, maybe they never found the planet Starfleet.
Well, I don't think. They didn't. What I'm saying, though, is really the idea is interesting. And you're going with the concept of Jack the Ripper. But, boy, you have an interesting idea of how did Kirk get on the side of this thing? He has to investigate. You mentioned, but in a dupe, listen, you're going to go to trial. They went to this planet has never had human contact, yet they're drawing pictures of you around. You done messed up, and you're not telling us.
Yeah, they assume that Kirk went there and
so that's the interesting thing. The actual other mystery is, I got to get there and figure this out, or I'm done. And they're even talking about the idea of Kirk. Don't pretend that you're not a loose cannon. You really play loose with things. And he's like, not that. But he has to go. In the meantime, people are just now dying on the Enterprise, and you even have, characters that are like, oh, let's go smooch here and let's do this, and they keep finding dead bodies.
I didn't even know that this was a Klingon. I just thought this was some alien guy. So then later, when it plays out, like, oh, this Klingon was saving people, I'm like, oh, well, who's this? And and he's with this woman, and they went to escape.
They went to go get nailed in some side
random
room.
hallway where no one is. And they find a dead body there, and it says Red Jack painted in supposedly his blood on the wall, and then that's where they...
And then they gather to talk about it. And this is where then I really realized with the crew and things like that, and as you said, you end up getting the half Vulcan, half Romulan Kirstie Alley. And I'm like, okay, well, I want the original crew. And then I realized I don't know why you're focusing on so many others when, I'm here for you do get the classics, but you don't get enough of them, I think, as we go through this. But
yeah, it's unnecessary to have these other people in it when you don't really have enough for the main crew to do. They could just be taking the places of these other people.
Exactly. And then you have, well, let's put in the data pack of when this shit went down.
This is Scotty, like watching a quick recap of the episode. So crazy.
Like, let's put this in. And Scotty we got, and then there's a horror where they're going to watch this horrific thing where I don't know.
As they call her at one point, which I was like, come on.
I said, I forgot how beautiful Argilius is. I'm like, all right, we're going here to show that shit went down, so stop it. A horu. And then they're like, they're there and they're listening to the captain log. This is the data deal of it. And Kirk goes, cut the audio because we want to talk about it in the here and now. Then they start like, oh, look, there was that girl that we watched. That was like, it's such a weird scene. They're
like,
watching
I could have nailed her, but Scotty was into her, so I let him have her.
And I love it. There they are, and they're at this planet. They stop, and it's like, Dr. McCoy, Mr. Scott, and I had gone to our Argilian club to see Kara, a lovely dancer. I'm like, oh, you still know her name, do you? Oh, my goodness. And it ended up where she ended up dead. And Scotty reverts
to having a mustache in the next panel, and then he looks totally not like Scotty in the fifth. It's not great, some of the art.
There is a bunch of artists, but I wouldn't say panel to panel. He also looks very dumpy. I think that what happened was it might be too... it's the older Scotty, which it shouldn't be, then reverts to somebody I don't even know.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's odd. And so they're talking about all this, and hey, these bodies kept going, and we got the hell out. Kirk's punching guys, and they're like, let's skedaddle. And he ends up saying that he knew that it was this guy who was causing the problems. He must have had the demonic entity of Jack the Ripper, so we ended up getting out. We got the guy, and we pretty much, shot him out of an airlock. And he dissipated, but who knows? And then
the Star Trek way.
Yeah, it's just straight up murder. Like no trial, nothing. He did. I like at one point it looks like Kirk wants to pretend he's doing something. He's shining a flashlight on this guy. Says, out the airlock with him. They shoot him out, and like, yeah, we thought that he had died, but we think we might have been wrong. I'm like, you are pieces of crap. I love it if he's like, it was all Spock's idea. And Spock's not there, but
he's not there to refute it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you end up where Kirstie Alley says, there's no way that an entity could have survived such, dispersion, because he also gets dispersed and whatever. And they're like, well, we suspect it from the transmission from
This is where she says, Commander Uhuru?
Yeah.
And Uhura's like, bitch, my name's Uhura.
Yeah, she's like, I know you're new, but come on now. And then she's like, I'm in Cheers, damn it. So then you end up where Uhura says, we thought that this transmission that we got was fake. It really, this entity really knows what it's doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she ends up saying, I'm afraid we might have underestimated Red Jack. So now they're going to go back and forth of, we know this is a trap, but is it a trap? Should we go to a trap?
Well, Kirk loves a trap. So, yeah, it's not like he's not going to spring the trap. That's what he's there to do. They sent him on this mission. They still don't know that it's not a sanctioned Starfleet mission.
It's weird because they said later. It was fake. She says.
Or is that when it comes out now?
Yeah, she says it was as we suspected.
Okay.
The transmission from Starfleet was faked almost perfectly.
As soon as they get into these conferences, I start to tune out and lose and get confused.
Yeah. I like when Kirk...
It's very wordy. I think Bendis wrote this.
Kirk, at one point, I swear to God, he sees and he looks around and he likes Scotty's mustache and gives himself the finger mustache at one point. I'm like, yeah, you kind of look like Tom Selleck. And then you just go and, again, while they're heading towards this planet to see what it is, people are just dying. People are dying. And again, what's the play there? It's the whole deal of fear and trying to get the ship and
That's what the entity feeds off of. Fear.
Yeah, so it's a crazy deal, though, trying to trick them to go there. But the more they go, it's kind of causing problems. And so you end up where they go and in the hydroponics area. And I'm telling you right away, Scotty's like, they better not have hit my pot. And there's people dead, except that it seems that same crazy, Klingon who crawled across the room to hit the thing, but he hasn't died yet. And they might be able to bring him back. You do get some good bone stuff there. So, I thought I was the doctor here and things.
Too old for this shit.
Also, and what you end up getting is this new recruit, I guess Richardson, right? This new recruit where he's just there to be like, oh my God, he's dead. He's not dead, Richardson. You're just new. Oh my God, this is scary. It's not scary. Or, man, Captain Kirk doesn't give one shit about the crew. You don't think he does? There's 6 million people. What is it? 6,000 people on the ship? 600?
It's like 1,000 or so.
He doesn't care, whatever. And he's like, he mentions that numbers. He has 600 people.
600 lives. That was weird. I didn't understand that whole.
All that's going on.
Just bizarre.
And it's just like they have to get this guy to. They want to question him, but they can't because he's almost dead. But again, there's nothing really to question. They know what they're getting into. They just want to know what he looks like.
And there's blood on the wall. Look for the tape. So they find a tape, which is very high tech, and they play it, and it's basically this Jack the Ripper entity just cocking off about how he's going to kill each one of the crew.
Yeah, basically, it's like, I'm going to get Chikov, I'm going to get this. It'd be funny if he wasn't up to speed. I'll get Spock. But he's going to get him, and he goes through the deal of why and how, and, I'm going to get you because of this, and I'm going to get you, and then goes to the Kirstie Alley character and says, you're Romulan, Vulcan, I wonder which one I'll kill first. And she's the only one who, fights back.
Logical. If you kill one, the other will die.
That would be great. But yeah, so you go with that, and then they're like, okay, we get to this planet. But before that, you get another thing. And Tony Isabella wants you to have these feelings for the deal where you do have Kirk go to the, this, I guess, sick bay or where that would be, and says, hey, I'm here. And she's like, and it's Dr. Geller. And she's like, well, I cannot let you talk to this Klingon guy because he's not ready to talk. And he's like, yeah, I'm not here for that.
Bones like, that's not why he's there.
Yeah,
bitch.
And then it's like, thank you, Bones. You're training them well. Too well, maybe, bitch. But he's there because they're in there, Jim. We'll leave you alone. And he goes and he sends the dead bodies out in space as they do. So you get that bit and you show the idea that he is.
He cares.
He does care.
Even about these losers we don't know.
Yeah, he's like, okay, it's funny. He has to get out a card to read their names. Okay, Smith, John, and off you go.
Gillespie, Nye, Lemon, whatever.
Yeah. So off they go. They're out, and they're going to now beam down. They get to the planet. They're going to beam down. Everything is it's quick, but takes too long to go through.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what the idea where they get to the planet. And they do beam down. You get this back and forth of, I should beam down. This is bullshit. Was it Bones who was pissed or Scotty?
It was Scotty. Like, I want in on it. No, you're too close, damn it.
Yeah. And he's like, what? And he gets mad at everybody else involved. He's like, they're involved? Like, Jesus Christ. But you do end up getting Bones. Bones sees he's setting Kirk up, but it sets up everybody to die.
Setting up with this broad that was involved with the Klingon.
Yeah, this Bryce. And she, I guess, he's like, man, she's kissing a Klingon. She's loose. I'm going to set her up. And Kirk, he hasn't been able to nail any green ladies lately. So, yeah, setting up. And even Kirk's like, oh, so this, looks like you're playing Cupid. I'm like, I don't get this. They go down and, there's Scotty. And even that Scotty's like, oh, and you're too close there. Scotty is like you aren't, asshole. Like he almost basically is like, as he's going and doing, it's like you aren't, you prick. And off they go. And he says he's too close. But in that, there's more people being found dead. There's more things going on as you get, and then they get down to this planet, which could have been interesting, but you're already wasted too much time. And so when they get to planet, And I do like it. It's like,
Oh no, gypsies or something running around.
Pirate gypsies, possibly part of the Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club band. Like some of these guys are running. They're like, oh my God, maybe a hobbit. They end up yelling it. It's like, it's the good ones. That's kind of funny. They're like, oh no, deliver us from good Red Jack. And like, oh my God, oh no, leave us alone, save us. And yeah, they're like talking about this, and they knew this kind of, I guess, but then you end up like, well, based on the we've seen, this is A is B and B is A. I'm like, all right, I need Spock. I don't need that. But yeah, they're like, oh my God, they think that Jack the Ripper's a god. I get it. And even the theory is that Jack the Ripper is controlling minds. We'll find out later, which you kind of would have guessed. He's jumping bodies too, because they sent an entity into space, episode. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they seem to not get that really. Then they get this kid. Again, look at this outfit this kid has with this sash. Like, this guy's going off to do like
change purse.
Yeah, he's there to go photo shoot for some pirate novel or something. Or he looks kind of Native American as well. But when he ends up going, I'm like, look at this crazy idea. Now, they end up where the people talk to them and they're talking English. I thought that this would just be a play because it was Jack the Ripper. He ended up talking to these people and he taught them English because that's what he speaks. But instead, they're like, there's some would you going on that we understand them. Yeah, exactly. And so then it's like, he can't understand us, though, because we don't know his language. So then you get Vulcan Romulans say, Christy Alley, say, I'm going to use the Starfleet, but they've never been to the planet. It's been established. So I'm like, well, how would you know that? How do you know the
language? Yeah, it's just they're using the computer.
You didn't need to do that.
But it's all unnecessary. It's a total wasted page.
Like 6 panels, a whole page where this is what's being discussed.
Every episode they go down to a planet and they talk English to people and they talk back.
And you know what happens then? That. The kid breaks free and runs away, and they go, oh, well, he probably wouldn't have told us anyway. You got nothing. Nothing at all. So then we end up going back, and one of the big things is Bear Claw, and he's getting attacked.
Delicious.
And yeah, exactly. I do like that. I'm not dipping in the coffee like you heathens. But you end up where Konam, the what's it called, the Klingon that got hurt.
Yeah, this is the weirdest looking Klingon again.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
This guy is not a handsome Klingon. And I'm not saying that I think that Klingons are that handsome, but this guy, he joined Starfleet.
Good hygiene.
No, he joined Starfleet for a reason. Like, he has the face for a print.
Outcast.
Yeah, really. Not the band. He ends up where he's now going to go after Bear Claw, but he's not. It's like but Bear Claw, and the whole play was Bear Claw was, I think, on the list in the tape. And I'm like, who the hell is that? So we go,
Bear Claw.
Bear Claw. Holy moly. And then he's got his phaser. It's not set to stun. And he's like, I'm going to take you down. Oh my God, what are you doing? You should be this. You killed the last guy. And he's like, no, I'm trying to warn you.
Slowly warn you about who is
it's like
Jack
Kirk's
the
talking
Ripper.
Who is Jack the Ripper? And he's like, I know where Red Jack is, and falls over.
In a body.
It's that he's on the planet down there. It's like, but you end up where he falls over. We go back down to the planet. They find the ziggurat, and they say it's the only building in the, like, the idea that this is a primitive
deal.
deal.
One building on an entire planet.
It's supposed to be so primitive without any contact.
Yeah, but they're running around dressed like pirates.
That's what I'm saying. Where are they making these elaborate wardrobes?
Yes.
They have maybe in the one ziggurat. They have the sweatshop going on. They're making Nikes. You end up where you see this, and they legitimately said, we're landing, beam us down to where the one building on the inside, not even a hut. These people are running around.
What do they live in?
Holy moly. It looks like they're Haight-Ashbury, like, teleported here. And there they are. They're like, wait, that's the thing.
They're yurting it up.
What happened if we found out, because everything's opposite in the things that they do worship people, that's where you end up. You found Jerry Garcia was here. That's why he said the Grateful Dead, because it was part of this A is B is C is D. And then he's like, also, I'm going to take the bullshit music from this planet and go back with it. And they work. But you end up where they're like, okay, let's go into this ziggurat. And as this is happening, you end up a fog rolls in. Doesn't really seem to maybe affect things? Or do you think that what happens here is that Nancy Bryce looks to be the killer. Do you think that it's just that he jumped into her body now with the fog, and that's supposed to be, oh, that makes sense because all those other people that died? Or is it that she was always there, whatever? And then Kirk's like, is our date off? Because I really, wanted to date you, baby.
I think it was always her.
Yeah, maybe. It's weird, though. Like, why lead? I guess you're leading that one guy to find another dead guy to say, oh my God, but then going after that guy later, the Klingon.
But the Klingon got attacked when she was with him. No, he
got
was
attacked later, the hydroponic deal.
Yeah, that's true.
This is what I'm saying.
I don't know. But he knew who it was, so she was apparently
that's
was
what
her
I'm saying.
at that point.
Did she end up going back after him because he knew, but they found a dead body. She didn't write it. It was there. So she led him to that maybe to discover it. But how does that tie? Yeah, and then the fog rolls in, and it's supposed to mean something, but I don't know.
And Chekhov's stabbed by her. So
yeah, Chekhov. He says Captain a couple times too. But yeah, he gets stabbed. And then you end up where, hey, this is it. Bear Claw, Red Jack can own, inhabit, and control the bodies of others, which, like you said, they should have known by now and would have known from the episode. But says Red Jack has been stalking us from all along within the calls from within the house, but they kind of know that as well. That's why they're doing all this to figure it out. Again, not really investigating much on the ship, which they should have been first, and then go. But they says, "Don't you understand?
Scan it somehow, yeah."
And that's where, again, obviously, at least at that one point, Nancy Bryce did go into the hydroponics and did try to kill him and the others because he said that's why he knows. They wanted to know who is the person. I would even go if I was the editor. Well, first off, a lot of this would have been thrown out the window. But the idea that I think there should have been something where
the editor of a Star Trek comic.
Really, that'd be the best. But that's the thing that's like Reggie's dad, who was an editor for a lot of things, but never read until he got the job any comics, but got into it. But they wanted fresh eyes on these things. We end up, it'd be funny. I'd look and it's like, oh, Reggie's dad, because this is about the time. It'd be so hilarious if it was Reggie's dad that edited this. It is not. It is not. So you end up where, again, maybe where there was, oh my God, somebody came and tried to kill the Klingon again. So obviously it's, make that whole play that whoever it is desperate to cover their tracks.
Yeah, when he was in sickbay, if there was an attempt on his life there, that would have made sense.
Because I'm asking you, what benefit the real thing that Jack the Ripper played from the beginning is murdering somebody with somebody and then jumping to another body. When that person gets caught, they think that they've got Jack the Ripper now. That person is in jail, and then he goes to do the next murder with somebody else. That's his whole play, is jumping bodies and doing things. Why is he staying with this Nancy Bryce when if she was looked at and you actually have the Klingon see her do it and live, this would benefit him immensely by just jumping to some other rando and then watching as Nancy Bryce gets arrested for something she does not know she did, and boom, done. They think they caught her.
And also
right out the airlock.
Yeah, the Jack the Ripper angle is like murdering women. And it's just, they kind of just dump that too. Although I think in the episode, once he got to the ship, he was like, oh, I can kill
I could just kill
everybody. Yeah. So he kind of gave up on that too at that point, I guess. But I don't know. The whole thing's kind of a mess.
It would be funny if he was going around and he doesn't really know Klingon, so he thought that guy was a chick. And he's doing stuff, and then he ends up.
I'm doing you a favor, man.
And then he ends up where Chekhov gets stabbed, but it's like, he's kind of a good-looking guy. I don't know.
He's a little effeminate.
I'm telling you, with the idea of Bear Claw, at first I did think was Chekhov. I have to admit, it was a weird play because I think he says a line like, "Damn that Chekhov," and then says Bear Claw. I'm like, is that Chekhov? I don't think that's Chekhov. And then I was going to message you. Is Chekhov's nickname Bear Claw? Because that really feels weird.
Good old Bear Claw.
Bear Claw, it wasn't. So you end up in next issue's Wolf at the Door. So we end up, it's not solved. It ends up where we see Nancy Bryce. We see this and we'll see how this planet maybe learns that is not good. We won't. But I'm not putting this on a poll. I apologize again for the poll, but I apologize to you for this book. But what would you give it?
I'm going to give it a 5.2.
Yeah, I think I'm going 5, straight 5. It still has the fun factor of, oh, that's kind of cool.
There's a few things I like. Unlike most Star Trek, Jim, this was pretty boring. And too wordy.
I Bing bong. It's like most of it, but
no. Yeah,
unlike most. I think maybe what I see here, maybe I know you've read some other Star Trek comics, but I haven't really read. Well, me and you did the Green Lantern Star Trek that we did like, but I've never really read. But Green Lantern kind of pushed it into a Star Wars type of feel, like an adventure more than just what it is. Maybe it just doesn't translate to comics, but a lot of people like the Star Trek comics. I'm not saying the recent ones, but there's been, I guess, some big ones, right?
No, I've actually read a collection that was a straight up remakes of old episodes, and that was way better than this.
Okay, well, there you go. I mean, there's the thing is maybe the idea is just the stories. And if the story's good, it'll be good any sort of way. And this story, it wasn't very good. And it was really all over the place. You didn't really get to settle in, especially going back, and it's the movie crew. You end up getting different characters. You're expecting
Spock.
this,
It was
no Spock,
the most popular
Enterprise
character.
not there.
No Enterprise, just way too wordy.
Yeah. And Shatner looked like Mr. Brady. So it was a little disappointing. But yeah, this concept is supposed to be like we do some good
We
things.
pick something good.
But
so
again,
it's not,
when I go through
complaining
this
about new stuff,
I go and do the Star Trek that had nothing to do with anything coming out this week either. I just thought it'd be fun to put it on for you. And then when I realized I didn't put up the poll, maybe I should have just picked that Hawkman issue. There was a Wonder Woman Batman team up issue. There was the other things actually had something to do with something. This one I threw out. And when I realized when I went to see what won, and there wasn't a poll, and legit that was this morning. Or no, it was last night. It was like, because I did send you the copy, but it was late last night. And I'm like, I'm going to put up a poll that 3 people are going to vote. It's like, I was going to put up a post and say, sorry, I didn't actually publish it, but I won't make that mistake again. And I will look into things a little more. And Tony Isabella, any issue that he says is great that he wrote himself, I will avoid. So there you go. He was really impressed with this issue. But that's it for the retro deal. A 5 and a 5.2. I hope that this is the worst that it gets. I'm going to make sure. But we're going to go back. We have a hell of a bunch of books this week, a hell of a deal. So we're going back to...
I'm sure they're better.
Maybe. There's some ones, again, while we review this earlier, I haven't read anything yet. I'm guessing that you might be wrong, but I'm hoping you're right. That would be really good. But maybe we're going back to something that is great or not great or something, but we'll do that right about now. All right. And here we are to possibly end the podcast. I'm here, and I don't mean forever, but maybe I do. We were just talking about crazy
we don't know.
things.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe these 3 books will do it. I'm here with Simon. Maybe not drunk Simon. You don't seem as drunk.
Well, I've been day drinking. It was a lovely sunny day, and because it's Easter weekend, I have a half day on this Thursday. So I was out drinking from like 1 in the afternoon. So I've been drinking a long time, but slowly.
Okay. So there you are. You're drunk, Simon, but drunk responsible, Simon. Maybe.
Responsible drinking, Simon.
Last week you were sleepy, Simon.
Yes.
But you're more drunk, Simon. But I'm actually tired, and I think you are as well. We were both talking.
I'm always tired.
Maybe
Jim.
we're just boring each other. I don't know. But we have some books that, I don't know, are they boring? we might get fired up.
I don't know. I think I'm more like confused and lost than bored. I don't know if bored is the correct terminology.
Yeah, I think confused is a good play. Now, confused for a lot of reasons. Confused of why these books exist. Confused of what happens in them. And we're actually confused of what even ends.
Yeah.
And
we don't know if one of these books is over or not. We assume it is, but we can't find any evidence that it's actually finished.
And then confused of how can Sonic be the best book this week again? That's one of my other confusing things of it. I did see a review for Sonic. That'll be the last book that we talk about now that I'm thinking of the schedule. But when we talk, and even before that, I did see it. I think it was Eek-Ad it rhymes with. And he seemed a bit confused of the idea that it's more of a Sonic book than a Justice League book. And I'm like, I think that's what we said last.
He's confused that the book written by the Sonic writer and drawn by the Sonic team is more of a Sonic book than a Justice League book.
And again, not to toot our own horn, but I think most people would have noticed this right away. He seemed to notice it this week. I think we said that specifically, that I liked it because it was more of a Sonic thing, because it feels different then. Now, with that, what is this Zatanna book? Because I don't know. I don't know either. And Edward is a big Zatanna fan. Every time we do the Zatanna review, or any time Zatanna pops up, I always have to mention that I hate backwards word magic. I don't hate Zatanna, though. Zatanna I actually like as a
luckily
character.
there's very little actual backward words magic in this. I think she only does like 1, maybe 2 two bits of magic in this.
There's weird parts in it where when it does happen, I always sit there and I'm, why is it longer than a lot of times? But you're right. There's not and there shouldn't be a ton. And I think that a book that you're going to go more than one issue with it, I still think you should make up a way to do it differently. And I still think that I'm going to every time push it. You have a word bubble and it has the backwards words, but they're kind of like faded out. And then have the regular words over top and I can read it.
Superimpose it over the top in two different colors, like one much darker than the other, so it's easier to read.
When you have somebody speaking Cantonese, you don't have it in Cantonese. You have it in translated Cantonese. Why is it different for backwards word magic? It ruins my mind. It does. And then, again, there was the point where you had that Blue Beetle book by Josh Trillo, where that even had actually Spanish. I'm like, what is happening? What is
Next thing you'll be asking for Bizarro subtitles, Jim.
Well, yeah. That, and I need, the best would be Etrigan subtitles for his rhyming and scheming. And what it will be if you ever go to like...
It'll be 4 verses of rhyme condensed into, can I get 2 packets of crisps, please?
Exactly. Yeah. I love the idea where, and then also I do kind of need some translation.
Like those old dubbed Chinese
dialogue.
movies where there's just like 4 times longer mouth movements to the words that they dub it into.
Yeah, and you're like, I don't think that is what just was said. I really don't. What I want is Etrigan to be dubbed like when they ended up doing the radio-friendly dubs for NWA, where you end up where it was like, straight out of Compton, but then he's like, good buddies doing this. I'm like, I don't think that's what he's talking about. Everything was like this. It felt like NWA was like just a bunch of guys hanging in a clubhouse and, slapping high fives and stuff when you listen to that one. But
the TV edit of Die Hard, that's the kind of thing you're aiming for, is it? Yeah.
Mr. Christian.
Yeah.
That's the best. They're like, who's Mr. Christian? Who nobody knows. But this book, Zatanna, it looks great. I mean, it's very colorful. I thought actually at this issue, I've even given up actually paying attention to how good it looks. I'm so frustrated with what is going on and my lack of any bit of knowledge of what the story might mean.
Even with how good the book looks, I get frustrated because there's times where it's like very muddy and unclear as to what's happening. So like in the back end of the book, when she's gone back to like all of the zombie shit, there's some sort of dark presence that sort of chides her for trying to do a thing, and that's difficult to make out. And we mentioned like there's a rock or a thing with like backwards escape written on it in the front of Basil Carlo at some point. What is that? Like, and then Zatanna, like, it can't be Zatanna because Zatanna then appears behind him. And it's like, why is backwards word magic written on something? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
That was weird. I'm assuming that entity at the end is her dad, but even so, it's weird. And I'll give you what I think that what you mean even more, whatnot. It doesn't tell a story. The art is not giving you any story beats, and it's just there. So when it's muddy, it ends up where you're like, it's not helping. It's not helping the story where the visual should give us something, right?
The writing is really struggling at times to convey accurately what's happening, and the art just makes it worse.
And why? It's Jamal Campbell doing both. It should be. And again, the art, if you could have this where if somebody saw it, I think this issue is more of the color palette and some of the stylistic, old-timey look or whatever. But I'm with you. Maybe it was that it didn't have that pop that it did the last couple of issues. But here we go. It's Zatanna number 3. I'm telling you, there are times, and there's many a time, and it's sad every time it happens when you actually read a book and you're like, I don't know what we're going to talk about because I really don't know what's going on. But it's Jamal Campbell, writer, artist, and cover artist, letter Ariana Mayer. So this whole play leading up to this, and really, if you want a jumping on point, what the hell, jump on, because we read the other issues, and I'm like, it really does not matter of what happened. You have Adam, but I'm still not even, I still can't wrap my head around any of this.
Some of the stuff that happens in this issue seems to contradict what we were told last issue.
That's what I'm saying. It feels like you could just jump on, be confused with us. Because
those 2 issues that have set up this issue, they don't help. So just, if you want to dive in now, don't dive in. Let me reiterate, don't dive in.
Don't dive in. Well,
if you wanted to, go for it.
And so the Lady White, right? The big bad. She's not, though. We then find out that she's even bowing the knee
to Brother Blood.
Brother Knight.
I don't know.
I'm telling you. So in that, too, you have the play with this Adam, who is a character I've been told from other things, but I didn't read the other things. So is that my fault? I don't know, because I don't think it is.
Well, again, in that first issue, we were introduced to like 700 backstage members of Zatanna's new cast, all of them in trouble, and then we settled on Adam
All of them
at the
with
end.
almost the same name.
Yeah, they all looked the same. They had basically the same name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you had no idea. So
if Adam was special in any way, that first issue did not convey it.
And there was one part in this that made me laugh, because when we're in this, we're in the television that then sent Zatanna back to maybe what would be, say, a quote-unquote 30s, 20s era type deal, that then you feel by the end that they're telling you that it is made by Basil Karlo, but it's not. It's Lady White, but then there's a Bruce Wayne in there. Then nothing makes sense.
So much of this bit frustrates me, because Zatanna gets sucked into this sepia TV world where she's at a fancy LA party, and at the end of last issue, she bumped into a Bruce Wayne figure. And so she's talking to Bruce Wayne. He's explaining what's going on. Bruce Wayne's like, I've never heard of you. I've never heard of you.
Yes. So that
but I might have heard of you because you're in the movie with Basil Karlo. But again, I can't remember what your name is, and I won't pronounce it correctly at any point during this thing. And so she decides very quickly that this isn't the real Bruce Wayne. Like, this isn't Bruce Wayne. This is a figment, some sort of construct.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost, and again, you're playing Basil and all this stuff where he's not a Clayface construct, but it's almost like, you know what I mean? But it's like
Bruce Wayne reveals the twist that this whole party, this whole elaborate thing that's happening is in honor of the best actor of our generation, Basil Karlo. And she's like, Clayface? And this is one of the many parts in this issue where the art muddies what's going on. So when she says Clayface, we do a big zoom out thing, and there's some people in the front, and all of the only people in this thing that aren't sepia toned are Zatanna and Madam Ghost.
Yeah, Lady White.
Lady White.
I like Madam Ghost.
Madam Ghost.
But again, now I'll ask you right now before you continue. Lady White, who we think has been presented as the big bad, right?
Yes.
The idea of this, she does nothing in this issue, right? She's just kind of hanging and doing whatever.
So,
keep going.
So visually, we are told through the art that the only two people here that aren't constructs, that aren't completely made up, are Zatanna and Lady White. That's what the art's telling us, because no one else has any visual fidelity that sets them out from the background noise. They're not important. It's all sepia, like, fake reality. As we zoom out, we get a coloured Clayface looming over in the mountains like some sort of ancient god of the sky. But that is obviously just a very metaphorical thing, because she's just screamed the word Clayface. And then slightly later on in the issue, when she actually starts talking to Basil Karlo is still sepia-toned like everybody else, exactly like Bruce Wayne, like everybody else at the party who she's decided aren't real and aren't real people. But Basil Karlo is real. He is responsible for this fantasy world that's been constructed.
That's almost like a Black Mercy. It seems to be his hopes and dreams, but never set up, right?
Visually in the art, we are never shown any reason why Basil Karlo should be different to anybody else in this reality. Why is he special? We have not been shown.
And so the only thing that they say, and here's what I said to you before we started. Now we're 3 issues in. I don't know what the hell's going on. If this was going to be done this way, and you end up having Jamal Campbell wants to draw some cool things or whatever, we did have where Zatanna was falling through the movie posters. You know, you had that kind of, and it was really cool, the idea. And the whole day of Lady White going and chasing her down, whatever the deal may be, but that seems less now. But the idea where maybe what this should have been is a bunch of one-shots where Zatanna ends up in this, like here, she's here, knowing I have to figure out what's real, what's not real, and why this is, and then figures out, okay, it's Basil, who at this point, he's sad because he didn't have his family, this career, all that, and then she figures out, okay, it's Basil, boom, 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 Clayface done. And then maybe the next issue, she's somewhere else. She's in the swinging 60s.
Her only reason for suspecting that Basil Carlo is responsible for any of this is that Basil Carlo is actually a shit actor and would never be having a big Hollywood party.
And so when she's in this, like, just say it's you. It's Simon in this. You end up where you fall in this thing. Lady White's the bad deal. You think that Adam's been killed. I don't even know what she thinks she's trying to do. But when you find out, oh, my God, Basil Carlo, he's the greatest actor? That's bullshit. Where do you go then and say, this is what I have to do to get out of this? Because I don't know what she's in.
All of this is your fault. Like, that's what she screams at him, basically. Like, everything that's happening is your fault. And it's like, what? Why? Like, why do you make that leap of
There's a weird play in this. And when they end up, and when you see this, and this Bruce Wayne is just annoying. And he's like, I don't know your name, but you're pretty hot, and I think I would remember it. But I remember you now. You were in that movie, and it says Zatanna, Zatara, Basil Carlo, and the Lady White. So you end up where then they say, oh, Basil, you played Adam, but you were killing him in the meantime. And he's like, what? He wasn't real.
By playing Adam in this fake movie, in this fake reality, you've killed him in the real world.
Where's the setup?
What?
What does that mean? What is going on? The idea that he's in this made-up world of his own devised making, that he just wants his family back. He plays Adam as the magician's assistant in a movie, but then supposedly that killed Adam, and he doesn't understand it. And he's yelling, and I don't understand it, and now I'm yelling. So I don't know what is happening.
My favorite part of all of this is at some point, like, Bruce Wayne, like, just blows smoke up Basil Carlo's ass, and it's like, oh, it was incredible how you transformed into being him. Like, obviously, like, leaning into the idea of the clay facing where he can physically transform. And Basil Carlo's like, no, it was all, like, practical effects. I'm like, motherfucker, like, did you put on a wig?
I don't know.
Like, it's just,
he got younger.
You're a white dude with brown hair, and Adam is a white dude with black hair. Like, what physical effects are you talking about?
You know, the practical effects, Simon. So what my main deal of this is, like, it's so hard to explain how I'm even mad at it now. The idea where she gets there, and this is just out of the blue. You don't, or the sepia, you don't have the idea of, oh, I have to solve this. Why is this different? The idea that she hears Basil Carlo, the greatest actor, like, that is bullshit. That's one thing. But then to suddenly just get thrown in and say, don't you get it? You were killing Adam all along. He says no. Also, she has the sword still through her. Suddenly, Basil has a harpoon.
Basil's got a harpoon. Yeah.
What?
So is he just as much of a victim as
That's
Zatanna?
what I'm saying. Is she trying to save him? Because and I think maybe that he has been duped and he's doing this. But where is the connection of him in this weird whatever that he's sucking the life force out of? And why would they need that? The guy looks like he's on a chair dead. Yeah. Like, why
would Lady White offer any of this to Carlo? What does she get in return? Like, she says, like, basically she's only doing this to fuck off Zatanna. Like, I want to torture the shit out of you, so I'm going to torture Adam. But where does Basil Carlo come into this? Why does he need to be trapped in a Black Mercy fantasy land where he's a famous actor? Like, if you're going to skin a guy alive and turn him into a vampire, which, spoiler alert, is basically what happens at the end of the issue.
How does this connect?
What has any of this got to do with it?
No, I don't know, because then the idea where Basil, if you think that he's like the victim, he's the victim of no info, because he says, oh, why do you keep going on about this Adam? Yeah, he's not a real guy. It's just a character I played.
Yeah,
She's
got
like,
no concept of the idea that he's stuck in a Black Mercy fantasy world.
You would almost think that the play is, I mean, I don't know if you know this, Simon, but Clayface, he's kind of a villain. Maybe you say, listen, we need
he's a bad guy?
He's kind of a bad dude. So maybe you play this idea. You go to him and say, listen, I don't still know why you would do it. Listen, we have this crazy sepia world that you could go back to the 20s, 30s, whatever you want to go with it, and you could be the performer. We need you to perform, and we're going to say, okay, you play Adam now, and it'll kill him in the real world, but you never set that up, and it doesn't make sense.
In the second issue, it was established that Adam has been dead in his apartment for several weeks, and there is another Adam running around with a melty face.
So that's Clayface doing that in the real?
Is Clayface trapped here and his body is being used against his will to pretend to be Adam?
But why? And what does that mean?
Yeah.
Why? Like, now you're going with the idea that he is, it's like the, the whole play of the Greek myth. Well, now he's in his dream. It's a Black Mercy. He's in his dream. He'll never question it. But in the meantime, he's killing Adam by playing him while also being used where they get his clay to be Adam in the real deal and have a melody face.
I've never seen Clayface's shape-shifting powers result in the person he's pretending to be slowly dying before. Like, that's a new twist. That's bizarre. It doesn't make any sense.
It'd be one thing, again, usually what Basil loves the role, right? So if it was that you'd had this bullshit out and they just end up where we find out that Adam is actually Clayface because he was fit the world. But this, I don't know. And I think that Jamal Campbell, whatever he's trying to give us here, he's not doing it well. And again, me and you might be two guys, or the only guys who don't get this. That might be the case. Somebody might have cracked the code and think it's so. But we're not dummies. I just want to remind people, we're not exactly like just complete utter morons, and both of us are having the same problem. I just feel bad because there is one person out there. His name is Jamal Campbell, who knows what the hell is going on. But they'd be like, oh, can't you see? But if you're going to make sense of any of this, you're going to have to do it yourself, and you're going to have to make up shit. You're going to have to make up shit, because I have some theories, but they all go, I can't keep going, because one theory I have gets refuted the next page. Then the next thing goes back to this. And
are we genuinely not going to have a solid grasp on anything that's happening until the entire miniseries is over? Because if that's the case, it's just going to be endlessly frustrating.
Is it weird? Like, I guess it's not weird because it would happen, but I'm more confused now than before I read one page. Like, the idea that I don't know what's going on in the story, I think I knew more before I cracked open issue number 1. Because I'm so confused now that I'm just running whatever. And then when you go back to the real world, you end up where you have Blue Devil. He was tied up on those chains because Zatanna didn't want him to go.
Yeah.
And I thought it was just going to be, he was just going to break out. I mean, she really fucked him. But then you end up where Brother Knight shows up. Again, just a character just shows up. And Blue Devil, what are you doing, Brother Knight? I'm not afraid of you. Oh, I'm going to skin you alive. And then really sits there like almost like he's there with a hacksaw, half the issue, trying to cut him open, skin him alive. He can't because he's too good. So then he says, oh, I'll go over here to the dead body of Adam, which is now looks like a man. I don't know. I don't know.
Like he after trying to take the Blue Devil skin off of him, he decides, oh, if I can't have you as a trophy, then I'll go take Adam. But again, last issue we were told Adam's been dead for 2 weeks. The entire apartment stinks of rotting corpse.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the deal, and even with Basil, he's there, and you end up Zatanna screaming, "Oh my God, don't you get it? You killed this Adam. You killed him." That's when he ends up. What are you on about? What the hell are you on about? And you end up where the kid and the wife, that they're fake. They're just clay faces. And he says, "Daddy, scaring me, Dad." That's when he gets hit by the harpoon, and it goes shoom through him. And he said, "Listen here, you don't get to come in here and tear down me and my family." And I'm like, what does that mean? What is happening? Because he's still mad at Zatanna. He's going full out that he thinks this is real, or at least knows that this is the only way. And that's when Lady White comes and starts hugging him. She killed them, Basil. But I'm like, what is going on with this harpoon?
Where did this harpoon come from?
What's
it got to do with anything? Like, has it always been there? But it's
I was just going to say that maybe it's when he kind of is that supposed to mean that he was because it doesn't show in the dialogue at all. It's like, wait a second, this is weird. Like I love myself, but I'm no greater. But that's not it. He doesn't say
never
that.
Has that slight awakening moment where he's like, hang on a minute, this isn't right.
The only thing that he says, he does say, listen here, you do not get to come in here and tear my family down, my family and everything that I've built here. And maybe it's the idea that he's kind of breaking down the illusion of I created this, but what does it matter? And it doesn't seem to be that then. And then the kids, and then anyway, they dissipate. They fall apart. And then he's crying, and then Lady White's like, she killed them. Then he freaks out and becomes full out Clayface.
Yeah. And then she teleports away.
Yeah.
This is confusing because she doesn't come out of the TV until later.
Until Lady White does, because now she's going around.
Lady White well, Zatanna never leaves the TV. Lady White crawls out of the TV later, but Zatanna just teleports herself
She just teleports
away to...
within this, right? Because you see all these clay faces fighting. She's jumping.
but
It's
it
like
goes
Portal,
from-
but I don't know. And now everything's
she
colored.
teleports and she portals, and it goes from like sepia tone to modern coloring, and it's like, are you still within the fantasy world? Have you somehow managed to get yourself out without even trying? Like, what's happening?
And then Lady White's shadow starts talking shit on Zatanna and says, I loathe you bastards, you effing Zataras, you took everything from me. Everything, this is simply the law of triples. I'm taking what's owed. I don't know what's happening. And then that kind of goes, and then Lady White goes, she's all yours, Basil. Do your family proud. I'm like, what happened? What is happening? And now you're just going to go. But this didn't seem like the setup. It wasn't, let's draw her here to have Basil kill Zatanna, because you were playing this weird deal. Then, as he's going to go, and now he's using the harpoon.
And now he's using the harpoon as a
and
weapon.
Adam is coming out of him saying things, and then that blows up, and also in that, Lady White suddenly says every time you use magic or the wrong thing, the sword goes in you even further. But I see it. It's already to the hilt. I mean, is it just going to go straight through? I don't know. They're yelling and screaming, and all of a sudden you get what seems like a crazy spread page. You know, you end up having like X-rays, and you got birds, and you got nonsense, and I'm like, it doesn't do anything. It's just there to look cool.
It's too much visual noise.
It's too much.
Like, it's just too much.
Yeah, and then she's hanging, and I would only assume that at this point, as she might be coming out of something or going to something else, you have an entity that I think is the reforming of her dad.
Yeah, this is the entity I was talking about earlier, which is just really confusing.
And it says, control, Zatanna, don't lose yourself. Control. You remember this one, don't you? For a nightlight's light is a slight light, and tonight's a night that's light. And this all goes, a lot of this is the beginning where you see her as a little girl being told stories. And being
she's
told
got those
things.
little like fairy tales that she's being told over and over again, and like this is.
And I mean, it looks like one of the
tongue twister type thing that she's been taught, obviously, to try and keep her calm and focused.
And that worked before with the idea of, I remember I go here and things. But in the meantime, it does look like Lady White's telling her the tales. When you look at that, it's all, everything is this like, I think that he thinks it's clever or that you can follow along, but it's a wreck. And then in the meantime, Lady White comes out with Brother Knight and then all of a sudden when she comes back through the television, which I'm thinking, okay, she's there with her comrades. The vampire Adam is told to sick her, goes after her, grabs her, and then she's bowing the knee and says, apologies, thank you, darling. And now Brother Knight's the big bad, and they're going to eat blue
and now,
I'm like, I don't know.
Now Lady White's also a vampire, and she's gonna bite Blue Devil because vampire teeth can go through his skin, but like the big axe couldn't. I don't know.
And it even says, I see we're trying to get at him, and kind of like talk some trash, and that's when she gets attacked by, but the whole thing's a wreck. And
it's frustrating because it's like it's not even like a visually interesting book anymore. It's visually noisy and confusing, and it doesn't clarify any of the questions I've got about what's happening in the story.
And so Edward, who loves Zatanna, the idea that I say to him is, I'm sure, because he's kind of mentioned it, he really wants to like the book. And he may like it more than us, but the idea is now at this point, we're 3 issues in, and what has it done for Zatanna? You know what I mean? You don't get a lot of Zatanna solo books. What has it? Because this has all been about Jamal Campbell. It's not about Zatanna.
I get it. Like, you have a favorite character that's on like the C or the D list, and it's very rare they get the opportunity to have their own series. Like, and you want it to be good. You want it to be great, and you're going to buy it regardless. And you hope that if you buy it, you get more. But do you really want more of this?
Like, this is weird that usually, and what it does remind me of a lot, is you don't get a lot of Raven solo books. And when you do get the Raven solo books, they deal with 2 or 3 things constantly.
How many mini-series do we need about Raven talking to her dad?
And Tregan, you get that, and then you'll have the soul self and the getting mad at each other, dark self, boom, boom, boom. And she's usually she's portrayed it now as just a goth teen who is like whatevs all the time. And so you never get, you don't get past the thing, I don't even know what this is about. Like, the idea of what you usually get in a Zatanna book, in my mind, is her dead dad, and the idea of magic has a cost, and you'll throw in Constantine, and you'll get.
Yeah.
This doesn't have those, so I'm like, it seems like you're getting. But what are you doing instead? I have no idea. What is going on.
We're now, is this a 6-issue series or an 8 issues?
I'm not even going to guess
we could be at the halfway point, Jim.
I think we are.
We're at the halfway point, and we are number-wise.
I'm telling you, I swear to God, we're going to have to look this up. Give me your idea. What do you think of life in general, Simon?
What do I think of life in general? Life is pain and suffering, Jim. Life is pain and suffering.
But are we going to learn? But
are we going to learn?
If you get life, if you embrace life, does that mean you get rid of death?
Now you're leaning into all the challenges stuff. We're going into the challenges.
I just want to see what's going on with the.
You want to look up the solicits.
I'm telling you, I heard something. I swear to God, this shouldn't be in real time. I should know this, but I don't. So yeah, but give me start talking about your stuff.
Okay,
I'll try to find this.
Yeah, so I've been really struggling with this book. Like I say, visually, it's not even fun anymore. The art is actively contributing to a lot of my confusion as to what's happening, and it feels like Jamal Campbell's really struggling with some of the visual basics as well. Like I raised earlier about the idea that if Basil Karlo is real within that universe, he should be colored in the same way that Lady White and Zatanna is, so that we as a reader can make that connection along with Zatanna, and it's just not happening. And I feel like if you're solo creating the book as both a writer and an artist, that's really basic stuff that you should be covering and doing. You've got no one else to blame at that point. So I guess, I'm really on the low end with this score. It'd be around a 4.
Yeah, I'm still looking here. It's the weird thing is, okay, somebody finally said, actually, we're not the only ones. I'm on the League of Comic Book Geeks, and somebody asked, what is this book? How long is it? Has it been confirmed? Is it a miniseries? Whatnot? And people were confused. This has been going on for quite some time. And then finally somebody said it was confirmed 6-issue mini. So as long as they're correct, it's a 6-issue mini. So we're halfway through. And I don't know what's going on. I'm looking at even the May solicit, and it just looks crazy.
So the June solicit for issue 5 says 5 of 6. So yeah, we are halfway through.
Yep, halfway through. And we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's happening. What is the angle of this? Who's doing what to who and why? How about this? I'm going to read the solicit for the penultimate issue. So see
if that clarifies any of our questions.
The trap is sprung. All cards are drawn. The guillotine descends as a tragic tale of loss and demise is told. All right. Yeah. Zatanna has one chance to discover the secrets of the cursed sword, regain control over the narrative, and save herself. If not, when the story concludes, so does her life. So no.
Okay, so no, yeah, that's the most generic thing.
The only thing I can think of is because of her loss, and this Basil thing is supposed to be, in my mind, his tragic loss of his family, all this, but it doesn't connect that way. And the sword just seems to be not even an inconvenience. It doesn't really affect anything until it does.
The sword flares up when the plot needs it to.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
She's not constantly wandering around going, "Oh, ow, my chest, this is very difficult."
Or she's dissipating. She's going invisible. She nothing. It doesn't seem like anything.
Her magic's misfiring. She doesn't have the ability to do what she needs to do. Sometimes it just fails. None of that happens.
Yeah. And I'm looking the whole deal with this, and everybody's just commenting on covers. That's all they're commenting on. So I'm a 4 as well. I have the Sammy Hagar. I could have went with that.
Covers can sell a lot of books these days, Jim. You don't even need anything in between the pages anymore.
That's the thing. I mean, even if you want to, some of these things have word balloons. Some of them have word bubbles.
Some of them.
These damn comics with their word bubbles.
Just a series
pictures.
Of images and words, isn't it, Jim? It's disgusting.
Two of the things that I've said that have bitten in the ass is saying that this comic is all word bubbles, and you're like, all comics are word bubbles. And then the other one was, I was on another show, and I said, these colors are colorful. And I got shit for that. I just meant they popped, but that was so.
You can't say pop, Jim. That's overused. Everybody says these colors pop.
That is true. I actually say it.
Next, you'll be saying it's a perfect marriage of art and writing.
Of art and story. Unfortunately, this issue wasn't. But it might be a roller coaster ride of emotions.
if this was a perfect marriage of art and writing by the same guy,
Same
then
guy.
he probably needs to sit down with himself and have a conversation.
That's why
occasionally.
this is the problem, and people may not agree, but Jamal Campbell's been on some cool books, whatnot. He's done some things, and I'm starting to think now that I see this and his storytelling lack of, actually, the idea that then I start thinking of when he was on other things like a Naomi and things like that, that his art didn't really do well telling a story there either. He just kind of has stunning art at points that might just be the colors that end up wowing me, but it doesn't really help the story.
It has impact. It looks interesting, but it doesn't actually lend itself to doing anything.
It's weird because now he's able to like really showing, and I think it's like really like kind of showing the flaws of some of his stuff. But that might just be me angry because of this. But we're going to go to this next book. We're going to be confused again. I mean, maybe I should have put Sonic in between, but I want to save the best for last here because this is Challengers of the Unknown, number 5. And legit, with all this, we usually do have, and it could be the last book of the night, Sonic, but we usually keep the real bullshit book to last. I'm keeping it last because it's not necessarily DC-esque. It's more of a Sonic book, and I like it. So we're keeping that at the end to get away from this garbage. But here we go.
Just end on a high note.
Challengers of the Unknown, because really, if we were going to end with the worst book, there'd be a lot of books up for grabs there, and it would have been either Zatanna or this challenge. This challenge is the Unknown. Well, I'm not probably going to get as mad. It's because I don't care. The Zatanna book I want to really like, and I want to say, oh my God, this is really cool. This challenge is the Unknown book. When you get to the end and it says it'll continue in everything, it made me giggle. I give it some credit. I give it some credit for that. The only thing you're going to mention is Omega stuff because that'll tie into the whole Absolute stuff that we even had some stuff of that in the end of the Superman special this week. But this is Challenge of the Unknown number 5. Lo and behold, it is the final issue, written by Christopher Cantwell, art by Sean Isaacs, M&K Napolon, colors by Romalo Fardo Jr., letters by Hassan Otsmane Al Hal, and just for the hell of it, since I forgot all the other times, it's edited by Chris Rosa. I have forgotten on every single issue since we started this deal. So there you go. Yeah, can't get so mad at me. But you start this, and me and you jumped into the series. We caught up, and we got ready. Yep. So we read it all in a row, so it seems like we should be on. And we were already confused going in. They have these anomalies. You end up having these rifts, these Omega energy rifts. Yeah. You would send the challengers out. And it was the idea. The challengers were pretty much janitors. They were unclogging toilets and shit like that.
Complete losers, but we need to make them feel part of the team. But we need somebody to feel
good. So they'd send them out, and this Omega energy was taking each one of them over, putting them in wheelchairs, doing all these weird things with them, because they figured out last issue, it seemed, I think it was last issue, the idea, well, the Omega energy it wants to latch on to something, but it's not going to latch on to somebody who died. It needs to be somebody who was close to death. So it ends up latching on to how many people in this universe could it do? But it goes with the challenge.
Anyone that's lived in Gotham City for more than about 3 months.
For more than 2 minutes. Somebody who accidentally goes down a wrong left turn in there. So the idea was kind of hokey. Okay, we get it. It's just to make it so the challengers that it fits. Now, in the meantime, Ken Kawa, he's in a coma because of the whole deal with the question all along the Watchtower. They even play that here. But the whole play is, boy, those challengers, they're, got some really bad luck. And then they've already kind of talked about it. Even Superman was the one. Remember when he said, we were talking, and I said, who the hell is we, Superman? Everybody that you know is in the room with you. We were talking. We think it's because they were close to death, and all this happened. We all died. So they seem to have figured it out.
The difference between the challengers and us is that we actually died. And they didn't.
And they
that
didn't.
Was it. Yeah.
Here's what in my mind, they figured it out. They said, okay, that's why. Until all of a sudden, a minute later, when this issue opens, they're like, we don't know what happened.
We're still really confused. So what we've done is we've given Wonder Woman 15 minutes to go and get changed into her requisite Challengers uniform because, Jesus Christ, we're still doing this.
Yeah. And she's not even out on it. She's just going in, and I'll tell you, they backed the dump truck up on her right there.
I went back and double-checked the last issue when they were all stood around the table, immediately before this, and she's in her normal costume. At some point between then and now, she's gone away and gotten changed just so she can go into that room.
And then, so they also are sitting here saying, Rocky, he gets narration. He's the strong arm here. He's the strong man of the play. But we don't understand it. Rocky, he never had the Omega energy. They said this, and we knew it. That you end up where because he didn't go to one of the
Rocky's
rifts.
not changed like the rest of them. Maybe that's because you've not sent him anywhere yet.
He didn't get sent. He didn't get sent anywhere. This is really like, I swear to God, they're worried that they're going to get sued. And so they're like, listen, we fucked up. We sent them to a place. They got this. Let's just make up shit. Let's say that we don't understand or whatnot. Wonder Woman then, and what I thought we were going with, and I think it was Shea Fontana, might have been. But at one point, you ended up having Wonder Woman being able to cure like cancer or like a brain tumor with her lasso because that wasn't the person's truth. It was so, me and Eric kind of, and maybe it's a thing, but me and Eric went to Apple, we're like, really? Like Wonder Woman's like, this cancer isn't really you. It's a lie. And then cured. I thought that's what was going to happen. She's going to wrap the thing. What are they going to be able to tell her that they don't know because they already figured it out, kind of, but she wraps the lasso around and then like, I wonder what this will do. They get activated, but she's not even doing it quite yet. I mean, the lasso is there. It's going and it's like, yep, our Omega's dying, Omega dying. There's something wrong. Everybody activates.
It's really weird as well because like she doesn't ask a question. Like they've just been stood around holding this lasso, and then like everyone in the room next door is like, I wonder what happens now. And then they just start talking. Like nobody asked a question, nobody did anything. They just start talking in unison like weird zombies.
Yeah, and so this is why I thought it was going to be like that cancer thing. She's like Ace, June, Professor Red. I love that you have to name the names because nobody knows them. Says, the lasso may be able to draw answers out of you. She doesn't ask a question, but says, probe your innermost beings. So it's just wrapping. It's time to get to the heart of the matter. So she wraps it around. And what they're saying is, because it's again, like the Omega energy to them is a lie, kind of. So they're going to just activate it. Makes no sense. It doesn't make sense. So they're just like, the Omega, absolute. Death is absolute. They start yelling. They're activated. Everybody's screaming, yelling. Wonder Woman doesn't know what's happening. The Watchtower, I think, blows up 17 times in this issue. And overall, this Watchtower has been open for a hot weekend. And this shit should be shut down immediately because nothing goes right in it. But in that, you have all that. I mean, you have the Trinity, you have everybody there. And then the place blows up. And they're like, huh? And you end up where Superman says, this is the best. Are we any closer to answers here, folks? No, fuck. Like, I thought you had the answer, and then you don't. I don't know what's happening again. So they're wondering what to do. Dr. Midnight, right? Dr. Midnight.
Yeah, and again, like, we really need to bring into question Dr. Midnight's fucking qualifications. Because last issue, he looked at a man in a wheelchair and went, well, he seems fine to me. And this issue, he's just like, let's stick everybody in a coma?
Yeah. Now, says, let's induce a coma until we can figure out anything. Now, you do have other options, but maybe the Phantom Zone is a little, like, but in my mind, the idea they just don't want him to activate, but whatever it would be. But then, like you said to me at one point, Rocky then just goes comas and runs off. And then decides, like, I'm going to shut shit down. It doesn't make sense.
So everything went fucking weird whilst they were holding the lasso. They got into a weird tug of war over the lasso, which is very strange. But then after she did her stupid bracer banging thing, everybody was just kind of confused and a little bit weird. Like, there's no indication that these people are still in this weird zombie state.
No, actually, I thought that it dissipated out. That was the explosion. Now they're fine. But they look hurt, but still, and so then Rocky goes,
June, Jane, one of them's just on the floor like, oh, I'm so confused. What happened? Like, I've got no memory. And then, like, we just get told later. So that could have been who knows how many hours.
Rocky says comas, and Wonder Woman goes, Rocky, you saw what happened. Every challenger on board suffered some kind of Omega blackout.
Yeah, because you forced them to hold the lasso, and then when they stopped holding it, it's fine again.
And the weird thing is we have, like, not only just the challengers, but also the support team. We see all these people, but Rocky isn't affected, but all these other people are. You're like, what the hell gives? Like, what's happening? And then Rocky says, fuck this. I'm going to stop you.
Yeah.
They let him run off mad.
I'm
right?
going to stop you putting everybody in comas by just unplugging the watchtower.
I am going to shut down the watchtower. And also, I do have to say, you have this whole play and everybody involved, Mr. Terrific, you had the blue, Ted, everybody who built this watchtower should be arrested. But the idea where he's like, all he has to do is swipe one thing. Everybody has access to this, that they could just go in. And it's like one thing.
The challengers, including Rocky, who the Justice League right now are really suspicious of, to the point where they've put most of them into a single jail cell and refuse to let them out.
And now want to put them in comas.
And now want to put them in medically induced comas. Rocky's still just got access to go and tinker
and I
around
love that
with the power cell.
He says, I'll do this before they get wise and take our access away. He goes, and I swear to God, it's like Ben Kenobi with the tractor beam and the force, because all it is one little lever, and it's depowered. And now the whole play, it takes 20 minutes to. I'm like, why? Well, what's the deal?
4 seconds to turn off the watchtower and an hour and a half to turn it back on.
Yeah,
like, what are you doing?
That's what I'm saying. The people who devised this, maybe you should have done something where not only is there like the idea of it being shut down, but then you have to say, well, there is backup to the life support. No. Have backup to everything. If I end up where I end up saying to you, well, Simon, I have backup in case we're recording, it goes down. But the backup is only to my monitor. Yeah. You're like, what the hell does that do? Like, if the power goes out, we're done. Oh, I didn't think of that.
We've got a 12-hour energy backup for the entire watchtower. Cool, brilliant. Like, someone turning off the switch like that doesn't mean anything. Like,
so
you need
with
something.
That, they yell, oh no, power's down. We don't have any defenses. The defense system is what goes down. If power goes down, you would guess it's because you're under attack. You would guess that
Also,
there's something going on, and why would the defense system go down?
The defense system was keeping out this like dark side rift that Ultravac fucking spawns through anyway.
We're going to go that because then he busts through it. Also, what does this do if you're going to play? What happens to that, powered up freaking Phantom Zone that you have where you have Cyborg Superman in there and he gets out, whatever. Like, this is not good. This should not ever to be shut down. There shouldn't be a lever that turns off the power. And if it does, that defense system better be on, because then they're like, oh no, we're vulnerable. We could add. And then actually Mr. Terrific, who finally at the end of this, and I swear to God, I thought they were going to explain the Omega energy affected him, because suddenly he goes, you know what? I've been a real asshole. It's like, but in that he says, oh no, we better get power up because we're going to have a mutiny. A mutiny? Like, he's not even saying mutiny from who? You have the Justice League. If you think that the power goes down, you're going to have a mutiny, even if it is the Challengers, then you done picked a bad team. Like,
I tell you what, Jim, the only thing keeping the Titans in line is access to their Wi-Fi. Yeah,
exactly.
Like, Jesus Christ.
And they're going to just, the idea, I love it where, I don't know, I was just going to name it. I'm Jim the guy. Me and you are superheroes. And we're there, and we're like, man, this is pretty cool up here, the Watchtower. The minute that, I'm telling you, it's anarchy. The minute that the power goes down, I just look at you.
The minute Supergirl can't get on Facebook, she's like, no, I'm burning this whole place down.
I'm telling you, that, for me, it's just, what? The power went down, there's no defenses? Fuck this! Just like, all of a sudden, I'm smashing shit. I don't even care.
Why doesn't the coffee machine work?
Well, you did see that Killer Frost. She was mad about no butter brickle. Like, that was supposed to, like, I guess but she's gone already. She's off in the Titans book. But in the meantime, though, what does he mean? What does he mean?
No idea.
Like you said, is he saying, like, man, they're so on edge here? Like, you just opened. This thing is complete and utter chaos.
We'll have a full-blown mutiny on our hands if the Challengers decide to kaboom. I'm like, half the Challengers you've locked into a cell. Like, one of them's in a hospital bed anyway. One of them's just been punched in the face by Wonder Woman. Like, who's leading this mutiny?
And
from the
that was
Challengers?
weird too. It does feel like at one point they were going to try to explain that some dark energy was affecting people. Also, I think that when you end up Mr. Terrific, I'd love this. He goes, we need to put a lid on this. We'll have a few full-blown mutiny on our hands if the Challengers decide to. I swear to God, Batman is in the background. He's like, Challengers? He's like, you really think
about
these
guys?
smackasses?
Yeah.
Like, these guys are going to do something? Like, really? Like, yeah. Okay, Mr. Terrific, the Challengers might mutiny. And then he runs off to tell Superman because he thinks it's so hilarious. But then all of a sudden, it's only set up, oh my God, the defenses are down, so Ultravac can come in And Ultravec, what's happening? Absolute death. I'm like, what is happening in this book? And so he grabs Rocky. Rocky's still at this point, it's like, I don't understand. Like, he feels like he's been left out. I want to do bullshit stuff because I got the Omega Energy, but nobody wants it from me. You're grabbing it because he comes in and grabs Omega Energy.
Yeah, he just goes and grabs every member of the challenges that he can
how
find.
This is or what it
but
is,
he
right?
won't touch
Rocky. So then this ends up where then he says, Ultravec's like, well, I don't think you're involved. You can still help us breach the threshold. How? With your death. And he sends a cable through his chest.
Yeah.
Which 100% has to kill him. I mean, look at this thing. Here's the problem. And this is where I will stop yelling and screaming for a second, maybe a second. But I thought, okay, here's where we're getting things. Up at this point, I'm laughing and throwing up my hands.
This is a perfect chance for Christopher Cantwell to just take a step back. We can just go into this stupid little death dreamscape and just explain everything that's happening.
And so when you have this Rocky, they're not grabbing the Omega Energy from him. What we've been told is the people, all the rest, well, why aren't they getting it from us? Man, we died. Oh, no. If you died, you don't really have as much. You have to get close to death. And I thought somehow, not that, who would care? The idea you almost have an anatomy lesson, Rocky, of the challenges of the unknown issue, because I thought that they were going to now reveal, and it would be funny, a Sixth Sense. Don't you get it, Rocky? You've been dead all along. And I thought what it was that when he ended up, when they crashed, I thought that maybe what happened was he legit did die. Then maybe you could play the idea of a reboot, a timeline thing. He came back. He thinks that he's always been there and he wasn't, but the idea that he did die. You don't get that. Now, he should be dead now, but he's even in space. And then all of a sudden they're in dreamscape of this is what I can get from this. At least I have a theory. I don't have one for Zatanna. This is the theory. Rocky, he has a hang loose attitude. When he died, he ended up going forward. He did not care about death. He was not obsessed with that almost death. He just wanted to live. All the rest of them were dying to become challengers. He just wanted to live. And that's what it seems to be. It seems that Rocky, not caring about death, could not end up absorbing the Omega Energy. And all I keep thinking of, assholes, it's because he didn't go to a riff or an anomaly.
The best thing you can come up with is the idea that this whole series is about dealing with trauma.
Yeah, trauma. Yeah.
And if you dwell on it, then it builds up this negative energy inside of you that will warp and destroy. Whereas if you grow and move on, then you're fine. And that is the best I can do.
That's the best. That
might be what Christopher Cantwell was after, but he's done a really fucking bad job of it.
Yeah, he's done a real bad job because it's just revealed at the end in a weird, ambiguous
this big speech
deal.
At the end just comes across as Rocky going, "Hey, the real challengers were the friends we made along the way." That might as well be what he said.
It is. It's basically, the Omega Energy, it can't affect me because I love life. I live, and it's just, that's why they call him Christopher Can't Write Well. You end up where all this going on, and then the best is in this, it's so hokey and bullshit. By the way, Christopher Cantwell, when he does the stuff over at Marvel, really tries to do his inner Tom King. But this is even worse.
Should anyone have an inner Tom King?
No, they shouldn't. They really shouldn't.
That doesn't sound like something I want him as an inner Tom King.
No, well, I have said along the bits that he is Tom King light. He does do that. He even had an Iron Man Hellcat that was almost like a Batcat. It was ridiculous. But in this, you get, guess what? Now I'm gonna teach the death robot to live.
I'm gonna teach the death robot that the real important thing is that we live.
That we live. And he says, life won, even for you, Ultravec.
Everybody dies. But also, everybody lives.
How can you die if you never
really
truly lived? It's so, like you said,
so
you might
stupid.
as well at the end, you said, the friends the challengers, the friends we met all along the way. Then you could end up with, don't you get it, Ultravec? I thought you were teaching me when I was teaching you. You get all the bullshit. And then at the end, he's like, listen, we strive we serve death, but don't we really serve life. That's all it is just to make up random things about you think it's death, but it's life. I'm surprised, really. It's like, we're always all dying to do, like that whole joke that I always say.
Yeah.
I swear to God, you don't get that. We were all dying to be the challengers, but in fact, we should have been living to be the challengers. Holy crap.
God.
And then they're under this tree and it's got the
awful.
blossoms going. And then all of a sudden,
are we under a cherry blossom tree to signify death, Jim?
Yep, we
are.
are.
We that fucking lazy in our visual metaphors? We're that fucking lazy we are if we are visual metaphors.
That's what's happening in this. Like, it's that
We're
crazily
literally
stupid.
under a cherry blossom tree talking about death and
As
life
the leaves
with
are
a giant
falling.
robot. Yeah,
With a
that's
giant
where we are.
death robot that comes in the last 3 pages of a series that made no sense and just wanted to. Really, the thing is, this is where I get the idea where it's so ridiculous, but why not? Don't even have to say, listen, we want you to, we're going to charge you for 5 issues, right? Whatever this, hopefully it's $3.99, but we're going to charge you $20. But we're just going to give you these 3 pages because this is all this was about. There was never a story. It was just to get this
value
moment.
in any of the rest of what's
It was
happened.
just to get a moment where you go and then somebody would say, but I don't know what's going on with Ultravec or Rocky. Exactly.
Yeah, don't worry about
Just
it.
like
Neither
everybody
does
else.
Christopher Cantwell.
Yeah. So you end up where it's so hokey that you have to have a cherry blossom tree. Oh, it's so great. They always have those
so bad.
stupid, they always have those festivals. Gray's always involved in some blossom festival and things like that. They do those all the time. So then in that, though,
Stupid cultures with their traditions.
exactly. Well, what are they doing? Having festivals and being fun and nice and respecting their elders.
Why can't they just sit in a damp basement and
why not
record
yell
podcasts?
and yell about things and then play stupid things that don't make sense, like Reuben. So you end up where I didn't mean Reuben himself. I meant that. So while that's going on, Rocky's literally dying.
Yeah.
So in the deal where then the watchtower, it blows up. This thing is a wreck. That blows Rocky and Ultravec out of the space
into the
station.
vacuum of space.
So if he's alive at any point still, he's dead.
He's dead now, yeah.
Or is he? And then as this is going on, you're still under the cherry blossom, but it's, playing out and like, Rocky, are you correct? Life is power. I am sorry. It's okay, bud. I mean, it's a little late. That was kind of funny. But the
quick
idea
question,
of, like,
Jim.
what?
That panel with Life is Power, is that Skeet up in the top left corner?
Yeah, it might be. It might. Yeah, it's weird. Maybe that's a play.
Is that how they travel back in time?
I don't know, because they do end up doing that, and it might be. Yeah, it is Skeets. It's Skeets doing it. Skeets has come in to save them, and this might be something. Again, this is the problem, and this is where we're going to have issues here. This is important. Now I see Skeets as real. This is tying in the regular continuity in with the Absolute Universe. We have stuff in the Superman special, the summer special this week as well. This is what, and so why are you letting either Christopher Cantwell do this? Because he can't do it. He can't write well, as we said. But also the idea of you're doing it in a book that nobody's reading. You can't do this sort of thing. And I think at this point, it's the ejection or the ejector seat of, we got to get out of here and maybe things, because it does say at the end, there's no ending. It says it'll continue.
Let's kill this book and try and pick up the thread somewhere else where people give a shit.
Yeah, so Skeets seems to save them and send them back in time to save them. And is that because now, Ultravec might be important, has the Omega energy that kind of sucked out, but does he? And then Rocky's able to fight it? I don't know. I'll also tell you something that was revealed to Gabe, and I want to ask you if you ever heard that in a minute. But in that, Wonder Woman's losing her mind. The other, there you go, the challengers. So I swear to God, we're all kind of, in comas or knocked out. They come running in.
They were locked in a prison cell somewhere.
And they were also really hurt.
Yeah.
Right? So they come running in, and then Rocky disappears. And while this is happening, legit, Batman, Mr. Terrific at one point in this says he's sorry for being a dick, but all the rest, they're standing right next to a gaping hole in a space station, just looking out. And I'm like, there's shit flying around them and stuff like that.
A space station with no power and no defenses.
Power, no defenses, and open space. And they're just like, oh, look at that. So then later, they're all talking and they're all there. And this is the weirdest progression. all of a sudden it seems like everybody ended up drinking the friendly juice, the giggle juice, right? Where they're like, oh man, that was pretty crazy, right? I'm sorry I was a dick. Oh man, you're the greatest.
Everyone stood around like the command center table where they were like not long ago discussing, like, should we just execute the challengers? They seem like more hassle than they were. And they go, gosh, well, wasn't that a very tricky couple of days, guys? I'm glad we're all friends now.
Yeah. And then they go, listen, we don't have the Omega. No Omega energy left on the Watchtower. And then you have like Ace go, man, doesn't that mean that Rocky did his job? No, that means Rocky might be dead. And you're just laughing, right?
You don't even know what Rocky's job was.
Yeah. And then you have, and the worst is now I see that he does, it is Ace. I learned something. He ends up where I'm sorry. Like, he goes, that means Rocky did his job. Mr. Terrific just goes, hey, I'm sorry about all this, Ace. I'm sorry to all of you. Something was, missing or using the challenges. Like, that's not what you're talking about at this point. Like, everybody's just saying shit. Nobody's listening and said, I forgot an essential part of all this. We're a team.
I thought you were being used, but I forgot that we're a team. And it's like, what is
Rocky? They just saw Rocky get a cable through his chest and then shot into space
and disappeared.
Where they say he's gone. As if that means anything. He could just be around the other side. And then they're like, damn right we are. About time. It's not even the idea of like, this one's, well, Wonder Woman says, I'm truly sorry about Rocky. She's the only one who remembers. She's like, oh my God. And that's where I want to tell you the one thing and ask if you know. But he says, me too, Diana. Although, what is death? But the ultimate unknown. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with your mumbo jumbo. They're sitting there. I think they're all high. They're sitting there, man, what is death, man? And then
the only thing that could make this final page better and simultaneously worse is if they were all dressed up in their stupid Challengers costumes from the previous 5 issues. We're a team. That's why we put on our Challengers costumes.
And don't sue our ass.
Our condescending Challengers costumes.
Oh, it'd be great, too. It's like, remember, and if anybody wasn't reading it and you didn't hear us talk, the reason they dressed up in the costumes of the Challengers because the Challengers got pissed and said, why do we have to be babysat? So they're like, no. Yeah. They're going to be in Challengers and you're in charge.
You're in charge. So I'm here and I'm dressed up in your uniform to show that you're in charge, even though I'm Superman and or Batman and or Hal Jordan.
I may send you some changed up word bubbles or something if I get a chance, if I have time, because I swear to God, they're like, about time, we are a team. Wonder Woman's like, I'm truly sorry about this, Rocky, but there's a clogged toilet on level 3. And it's like, damn it. Like, I have to do that again. And off he goes. Because, it's like, sorry about Rocky. Me too. But the thing is, the reason why the Omega ended up going into them was because they couldn't get over the idea that they almost died. Rocky was the only one who was living. And now he's like, what's death? What the hell's death? The thing that we were.
Who cares if our friend is dead? Whatever.
Yeah. And I guess the one guy isn't in the wheelchair anymore. So there you go. You don't even really mention that. But then
Dr. Midnight's medical credentials really need looking into.
Well, you're hurt. You're in a wheelchair. You end up where the idea then you go to Rocky and Ultravec, and they're just there. It looks like they should be freezing their asses off, but they're there at
Rocky,
Challenger's Mountain.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh my God, Challenger's Mountain. But that disappeared a long time ago. It looks like we're in the past, and then that's it. It ends. The Challenger story will continue across all in Saga. And you said, but the thing is, it won't, but it will. This will be brought up at some point to say, oh, remember this? We got to deal with this Omega shit, but it's never going to be that important. It's not a big enough book.
The way that's worded is this is going to be foundational to everything that's happening in the All-In Saga. Like, all of the All-In books are going to reference, like, none of them are going to fucking mention it.
This is the crazy thing, and what could happen, but we'll never know, because it's funny. Well, Gabe, out of nowhere, tells me that a couple guys at DC was asking some questions of people, and a couple people talked about, and I didn't get this, but the idea that Booster Gold in the, the whole deal with the Absolute stuff, and he disappeared. He ended up where he got to that Omega Earth and disappeared.
He saw the Absolute universe, didn't he? He saw like the Absolute version of the Legion.
He was there, remember? Yeah, and he ended up looking. He saw that like almost like the Daily Planet with a big Omega symbol at the top. And oh my God! So that's revealed in this week's deal. We had on the Spotlight spoiler, but you see Booster at the end of the special where he is chained up. And anytime I said the last time we saw him chained up was Tom King's Booster shot. And something with the idea that anytime chains hit Booster, he loses 100 pounds. It looks emaciated. So he's there. And he tries to get the attention of the rest of the heroes, it makes no sense how he does it. But in the meantime, do you get the idea? Because this is what DC people have told Gabe. Gabe reached out and got a couple people said the same thing, that because of what happened with Booster, he's been wiped out of time and nobody remembers him. And I said, I'm like,
Booster.
When did we get this? Like, that's an important part. So in that, I'm guessing that with Rocky, wouldn't it be funny if anybody forgets Rocky, nobody will know that they forgot him because nobody cares. So it'll be like, Rocky, who? But again, it's just a weird play. But yeah, that's one of the biggest things of this whole story is nobody remembers Booster. He's wiped out from their timeline and their memories. But I don't remember ever seeing that. And that's a lot of important things. They were talking about getting him back.
Yeah, in that all-in-one shot, like when he first disappeared, they were like, oh shit, where's Booster gone? And I mean, yeah, nobody's mentioned it since.
That's the problem. Gabe asked because what he said was to them, why hasn't anybody mentioned Booster since then? And I think they're talking bullshit. And I think it's become a continuity thing to make up and try to make sense of them. Nobody asking, where's Booster, or trying to get him.
But like, here's an interesting writing's dilemma. If you want to write someone out of continuity and out of history, like to the point where nobody ever remembers them, like they just didn't exist to these people, how do you have any of those characters like communicate that they don't remember someone that no longer exists?
It's very hard. Now, you want to tell people you could have. Skeet seems to be still up and around. Maybe you could have done it, but you're right.
Yeah, the only way you can do it is you have someone that still remembers it going around going, why is no one bringing up the fact that Booster's not here? This is the thing in this. This
is where, again, kind of on your play when we were talking about this, and Gabe told me in the special, you end up having a character coming through a time rift that Booster says he sent to kind of, hey, I wanted to send him a warning, tell him whatever. It should have just been Booster. He should have been like kind of in and out of deal and nobody remembers him, almost like a Wally West in the rebirth, but they didn't do that. So it is tough. You really can't show that, but you end up where it would be nice to know.
So it's a real tricky thing to do, but it is something that you need to communicate to the reader. Otherwise, the reader's just like, well, what's the difference between someone just not being like mentioned and someone's being completely written out of reality?
Yeah. And so you're there, and even at the one point you look, and there seems to be like maybe what they're saying is Omega energy or that lightning around the deal where he's like, oh, that's Challenger's Mountain, the town of Hadley below. That's impossible. It was destroyed years ago. Hundreds died. Ultravac, buddy, I don't know how, but we're in the past. They may be on the absolute world. They may not know, and it may be, now it was Skeets that looked like that did it, but again, Booster's all whacked out and doing his thing, so, I mean, it could end up being somewhat big, but not with these characters out of this book. Nobody's reading this. We're the only ones reading, and it's not good. It's not good, and if this is the road to the big thing coming up, you got to be a little better at telling us what this freaking road is, because I don't even know what this road is.
You've got to let us know that this is important. You've got to let us know how it's important.
And explain the story.
Give us some idea of how it ties into what's going on down the line.
But they have the Omega energy because they say, the Omega energy's gone. It's probably an Ultravac because he was grabbing it. And Rocky, who are now
Batman says it's just dissipated. They don't say that it was sucked into Ultravac.
I'm assuming that it might be because Ultravac was collecting it, but they don't really say it. That's what I'm saying. Everything's ambiguous.
Yeah, like you can say in universe Batman made an assumption and is wrong, but unless you're given a reason as a reader to assume that Batman is wrong.
Batman would argue with you. He's like, I didn't say it wasn't. I'm just saying it wasn't here.
Like
so stupid.
Because again, like your job as a writer is to communicate this shit to readers. So if Ultravac was absorbing it, you could just have someone say, well, like the Omega energy was being absorbed by Ultravac before he disappeared, and now there's no trace of it.
Yeah, the only thing that I got was because that's where Rocky said, Ultravac, why aren't you grabbing it from me? And he even said, it says, Ultravac's drawing upon every challenger aboard, except you. Why? Why not you, Rocky? I don't know. I have to ask him. But and you do see it kind of going in, that sludge. But then I thought it blew up. And then is it still there?
Ultravac is very obviously trying to gather the Omega energy because he's talking about...
But does that go with time travel? Is it still there? I don't know what he's doing.
Bringing the Omega back, bringing Death back, his job is to coalesce that energy. And that is very obviously what he's trying to do. But for them to say that, it's just dissipated.
And and he feels like he's being controlled at that point which is odd because he's a robot. But the idea also, he's like, even that death is power. I got to grab this. Challengers, burn with it. Then it feels like, and it says we must be restored.
Well, and
it feels like then he's trying to save them.
The very obvious thing is that they're all chanting absolute throughout the issue as well. Like, if you want to be that on the nose, that it's tying into the absolute
cherry
universe.
blossom tree. You're right. It's the absolute. All of a sudden, he's kicking babies and shit. That's why I think by the end, maybe they think even that. But why confuse that? If they didn't really go back in time and you're actually on the absolute world where there's a Challenger's Mountain, don't confuse anybody. Have them say, I don't know where we are. What do you think, Ultravec? Absolutely. And then they high five. And then they jump in the air and freeze.
You have a little fucking text box in the top left-hand corner which says, another reality, bang. What's happening? That's Challenger's Mountain. This isn't right.
But instead, they're telling us, and again, if we have to wait 6 months and then like I say, oh, get this, Simon, they weren't through time. You'd be, why are you getting, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I can imagine, I send you these messages, you're like, don't talk to me anymore. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a complete misstep as a writer to have your character definitively say we're in the past just for it to then not be in the past. Yeah, and maybe it will,
but we'll see. But if it is, it's a bad play. This whole book was, this series was a wreck. Play. It was a wreck. What would you give it?
3 out of 10.
Might be more positive than me because at the end, I swear to God, also just in my opinion, the art is okay, right? It's not great.
I would go lower, Jim, but there's a wonderful panel of Superman looking like a bad Elvis Presley impersonator.
I do like that, too. I do like that as well. And,
so, it kind of makes me giggle every time I look at it.
Well, I'm asking you, too, and this is the idea. This issue ends the series, and it doesn't really end anything. Nothing was explained. But if you do look, and I'm saying the art was okay. We talked about this before. The art's just kind of, in my mind, it's standard kind. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's not wowing me. It's okay.
Comic book art.
Yeah, it feels like if there was a house style, it kind of looks like kind of a house style. Until you get to the end. When you end up coming out of Cherry Blossom and go to that where they're at the table, the later, everything loses any sort of detail.
Does that look like a page that might have been hastily rewritten like a week before the printing deadline?
And what I'm saying to you is the idea, that's all the stuff about, we're out of time, we're doing this. At one point, he just disappears. I swear to God, they just at the last second said, let's tie this in the ship and do this one page where everybody's getting along suddenly. It makes no sense. I'm telling you, where you have the challengers look like they have no features. They have nothing. Batman looks ridiculous. Batman in the background of that one looks
If you
terrible.
showed me the final 2 pages of this book and asked me whether they were done by the same artist, I'd say no.
No. And it looks like it is a rush thing to then say, we're going to throw them in this play. Also, I would even guess that the one point was when you said Skeets, that might have been added a little later to it. All this, and that's the end. Yeah. And even that page to the later, that looks like that was changed. We get it later because look at that when they're looking. Rocky, they're gone. It's like the worst drawn thing ever.
Skeets is really badly imposed on that panel. Like, that could have just been a last-minute thing.
This was just a Challenger's book. They were going to throw Omega because that's interesting. And then at the end, they were probably like, what the hell? Let's change this up a bit and let's tie it into something else because now we're going to reveal around the same time. It happens to be the same week, the stuff with the Omega and the stuff in that Superman special. So let's go. Doesn't make this book bigger, and it's kind of the wrong book to do it in, even if it was originally set up to do it. But it seems like these are added later. I'm a 2.5. I can't. It's just nothing makes sense. They start this issue, also start the issue with basically throwing everything out that we had before. Nobody's thinking right. It all just ends up bull. So whatever. 2.5. I wanted to give a Sammy Hagar, but I'm not going to do that. I gave one already. Bing bong. Give it the bing bong. But we're going to go to the last issue. Now I'm regretting because I like this DC versus Sonic a lot, but now I feel like I've gone 10 rounds with nonsense. Is what's happened. I'm boxing the nonsense back and forth. But this is.
Is it going to be a sign of just how good this issue is if we can get you in a good mood by the end of this?
Yeah. I think I'll already be in a good mood. I really do like Sonic in this. And I there's only one point where I think that Barry starts making jokes a little bit too long.
Like Barry can probably he has to step back down just a little bit.
At one point, they're like, just got away from Omega beams and Darkseid's still there and he's cracking wise still. I'm like, Barry, stop it. But it's still good. And it's DC Sonic Hedgehog number 2. Chaos Crisis Part 2, Ian Flynn writing, Adam Bryce Thomas art, Matt Herms colors, Becca Carey letters, and just so you know, Michael McAllister editor, and Katie Kubert group editor. I will say one thing. I don't think I liked it as much as the first issue. I still like it. But the first issue just had some really fun, cool moments. This is getting to the story, and some of it, I get it.
See,
I like it, but it's not.
When I read this, I was a little bit on the fence, because as I was reading it, I was like, God, we are really, like, blitzing through this plot at a very fast rate. Like, this is issue 2, and like they're confronting Darkseid, and they've got a plan to stop him, and they're pulling it off, and it's like, is this only a 2-issue series? Is this super sized?
You're funny you say that. While I was going, I was like maybe 8 pages in. I went to the end. I actually went to the end to see if it said the end, because I was like, please don't end it yet.
A lot of stuff that was happening in this issue, I was like, this is stuff that would normally be issue 6.
Yeah, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, and then at the end we get the twist that, like, we're sending everybody to the DC Earth. And it's like, oh shit, like, that's genuinely, like, a bit of a twist for these sorts of books. Usually once you've settled into which universe the story is happening, like, you just stick there and you play it out. Like, you've set up your thought process for the book, and you're just going to run with it.
You want to hear what I always think of the deal is, you go, and in this one you're setting up a sequel when the characters go to the other universe. So the setup
usually
is then they go.
That's the easiest thing to do for the sequel, is you just reverse the thing and you send them the other way.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But so, I really thought this was ending this issue. I went ahead to see, because I was worried, because I do like it, and it felt like if it ends now, boy, that sucks, because it's rushing, and it was rushing.
Like, this is a great book. It's a big hit. Like, if it's only 2 issues, this would have been a huge kick in the teeth. But it's not. Like, and now we've got potentially, like, well, we do have 4 more issues of this, and it's set up to do really interesting things. And, like, it's shown me right off the bat that it's going to do things that I didn't expect.
Yeah,
like,
and that
the
is
first
pretty cool.
issue. Yeah, the first issue was pretty paint by numbers. Like, it did all the things I expected for a crossover. Yeah, it was great fun, but it did all the things I expected from a crossover, and this issue has turned around and gone, we're going to do things you don't expect from a crossover.
And that's pretty cool. And also, well, when we get to it, we can discuss it a little more, but the idea of the Sonic characters in the Justice League universe, or the DC universe, is pretty cool, and how other people will react and who they'll team up with, because the Justice League is left behind. But in this, Darkseid's grabbing the deal, and you're like, okay, he's got that, but they'll be able to stop him, and he'll do this or whatever.
Like, and okay, they've lost 1 emerald. Again, we've got 5 more to go. Like, we'll do the whole supersonic thing. Like, we've got loads of time to do this.
Yeah, and I love when they end up where, there's Barry, and Barry says, hey, that's Darkseid. And you have Sonic say, is that guy? Is this, Darkseid? And he's like, yeah, Sonic, that's him. He's really bad. Whatever you faced before, this is worse. And Sonic just says, cool, I like a challenge. I thought that was really cool. And then when you see him start spinning, I was like, yeah, that's pretty neat. It did something so stupid and easy that it's so, and you end up where Darkseid, again, this is kind of an all ages thing as well. So Darkseid, even when he hits the Omega Beam, but it's funny where they go to grab the deal off of him, and he just grabs Flash and throws him. Like, this is a guy who rips people apart and things like that. But it's funny that he's just tossing them. And then they have to run away from the Omega Beam.
He shrugs off the attack. He tosses Flash and Sonic aside. And then, like, I love that one panel of them, like, looking up at him. And just as he's about to flare up the Omega Beam, like, that's a wonderful.
Yeah, they're like, oh my God, let's run.
To,
and they're both looking at each other. It's really cool. I'm actually shocked that they didn't end up having possibly, like, where they run and there's like a butte or a wall, so you could do the Flash of Two Worlds kind of play, but it's just the kind of same. And what I like about it is they're not goofing off at this point. They're actually concerned, but it still feels like a video game. They're running away from the Omega Beams, and this would have been a cool level if you did have a video game of you have to kind of outrun the Omega Beams. And what they do is figure, okay, let's get them around. And Sonic starts yelling, and he's like, I can't shake this thing. And they kind of get together. You go low or high, whatever, and it just runs in. And I was thinking that was going to cause a little more explosion or damage. But the big thing of this is it explodes and Darkseid leaves. He just leaves. And I like where Sonic can barely stand up. And he's like, not even, like, even the word about it, not even going to stick around. Like, what a jerk. And then you end up like, woo. And he gets a hold of him like, hey, listen, Darkseid has one of the Chaos Emeralds. And then says Sonic wasn't fast enough. This is where I'm saying, this shit is bad. And he goes, Sonic wasn't able to stop him, just to get Sonic upset. He's like, hey, and then he laughs about it. I'm like, he got a chaos. I'm like, don't joke about this. This is not joking time there, Barry. Get going, because this is bad shit. And he's kind of, but that's what it is. It's okay. And I do like where in this, Ian Flynn does a cool thing. He's going to remind people of who's teamed up with who, and it's a roll call. And I don't mind that.
We get a half-page roll call, and it doesn't. It's not entirely like natural, but it works. Like we get our character introduction for anyone that just picked up issue 2. Like each panel, we know everybody that's there,
and it's fine. It's fine, and you get it. And I just
the only person that isn't named properly is Vector, and that's sad. I hope we get Vector later.
What I do like of all of them, I do like the idea that Amy's charging her vehicle. That's kind of funny. Like, that's why they stopped. But really, who I love is Tails.
Especially last issue with Wonder Woman going, oh my God, your car flies. That's wonderful.
And now they can't do anything because they're charging the vehicle.
She needs to refuel.
She has to refuel. So you end up, but Tails is great. They're looking at this like deal, and it does look like they're looking at, maybe that's Apocalypse that they're looking at, or maybe it might be there. I guess they're looking for anomalies.
It could be
there.
Mobius looking. Yeah,
I think it's actually the Sonic world. Now that I think of it, and they're trying to figure out where the next thing. We're trying to work on this tracker. And for some reason, looking at it, but they are islands. But I like Tails just there, and he's doing the thinking. He's rubbing his chin like, how are we going to do this? Oh, it looks really great. It's so cute. So then you get Darkseid, who pops, and he has the emerald, and he goes down, and we're going to get the classic stuff. This is, in my mind, the least interesting stuff. That's why I like that it's more focused on the Sonic stuff, because I don't need Desaad yelling this or stepping up. They're just villains. They should be being fought. I don't need Desaad's like, they're actively trying to do this and we'll do this. Shut up, you idiot. Like, it ends up being mimsy stuff, as it always is.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? Like,
there's just enough there to lend into why there's a delay in them getting the rest of the emeralds. Like, there's just enough for Desaad to go, like, look, these emeralds are tricky to find. I can't find them.
And that makes sense.
Whatever.
That's the whole play. They end up, the emeralds themselves seem to be actively trying to get away from being found. Okay. That works. And you even have it. I'm sure that's something that is said, because that would be the funny play of saying why they're so hard to get. But you end up where
it explains why Tails has always struggled to make any kind of detector.
That's cool. So you end up where with this, though, then Darkseid says these Justice Leaguers are really, cramping my style. We got to change this up, whatever. And, send my elite warriors to go scour the globe.
I do find it funny that Darkseid's response to not being able to find them is just like, fuck it, send people everywhere.
Yeah, just everywhere.
Go find them. And then when Tails and Cyborg see this, they're like, oh, he must know where the emeralds are.
No, he's just going everywhere.
Nope, not a clue.
And then he says, put this in the dimensional engine, and even says at one point, like, boy, one emerald is great. It almost plays off. This would have been something easily done at Marvel. It would have been Thanos. And he would have decided, oh my God, the Infinity Stones, screw that, I need these now. It works. And it's kind of a universal thing. He says they're so powerful that he needs them all. He already wanted them all anyway, but now there's a race to get them, which there already was anyway. So, but it does do, and I do like the idea where you're going through this and everybody with the roll call, and you go, and then you see that the reason why Wonder Woman and Amy were waiting, they just had to go in that pink, like, convertible bug. Like, you didn't really need to use that.
Driving down the scenic route by the high,
Everybody else is doing their thing, and then I'm like, oh, look at that. Wonder Woman's there in the back seat. She's like, they look like it's like Malibu Barbie just heading out, but they're having fun. It's just weird. The idea that and it felt like everybody had to wait for the other people, and it was just waiting for this car to be charged. But they go off, and again, this one is the idea of what can we do? How can we find them? They go off, and yes, Superman is a little off throughout. He has a little weird when he's there with Knuckles at the bottom of the one page. He looks like the devil Superman. But I still like it. And again, the art's more of a Sonic art. And I do like that as well, that they're in the Sonic world. So you're playing that as kind of funny. But yeah, they're just like, hey, what can we do? How can we do this? And Cyborg mentions that if there's a real emergency, I have a boom tube that will automatically go.
They start trying to formulate an actual plan for what they're going to do, and then that very quickly spirals into, well, if shit goes sideways, we can get out.
I think Batman, I don't know, and then, maybe, but the idea is they're planning
Green Lantern
to fail
and Superman,
already.
Green Lantern and Superman immediately shut that down and like, no, like, if if it goes sideways, we stay here and we save this Earth.
We save the planet because a boom tube only takes a couple people and not a planet, right?
It's an interesting page because, first of all, it sets up what happens at the end of the issue. Like, it's very important from that point of view. And secondly, it also shows you, like, it puts Superman and the Justice League morally in that position where they are willing to sacrifice themselves.
They're going to sacrifice themselves
for an Earth that's not even theirs.
Which they're heroes. So they say. And I like where really then they're like, somebody's going to talk to Cyborg when we get back. This bullshit that he's like, Cyborg says, like, I have a plan. I can save us. They're like, you piece of shit. Like, you really are going to leave this world? And he's like, oh, well, I didn't say that. But the whole play is they want to do that. And then Superman says, I have faith in our new friends. We're not going to need that. Well, lo and behold, they're going to. But they end up where now we're just going to have, various characters from
this
Apocalypse.
Is the part where, when I first started reading it, I started to get a little bit concerned. Because you've got, like, 4 action scenes set up here with, like, Kalibak and Lashina and Steppenwolf. And it's like, this is all stuff that could have been 5-6 pages each. You could have spun this out into elaborate action sequences with loads of cool stuff going on, and we just rattle through
and
it.
And I randomly said it just where I thought, and I think I said, like, page 8 or, like, 10. It's page, like, 9 is when it happens. It was at this point where I went and looked like, oh, crap. Like, and I really was. It was like a panic. This can't be over. Like, please. And I went and looked, and I'm like, okay, it isn't. That's
like
great.
Shadow pummeling the shit out of Steppenwolf is cool. It's so cool. But it's something that should have been built up to and maybe earned a little bit more.
Yeah, a little more. And the best part I thought of the first issue was when Batman says to Shadow, listen, who did you lose? And there was that personal moment that they did take a page to tell. And then when you get to this, I'm like, shouldn't this mean more? Shouldn't they be doing this?
Yeah,
it really feels like it means nothing.
Steppenwolf, and like, who's got a Chaos Emerald?
He's got a Chaos Emerald, and they like yoinks and then punch him. I'm like, that seems too quick. It did seem very, very quick. And even like, if you wanted Lashina and Wonder Woman and Amy, like, you only get one little panel of that in Green Lantern.
And same with Kalibak and Superman.
These are like, really cool things, right?
I would have loved to have read 6 issues of Knuckles and Kalibak going at it. That would have been incredible.
Yeah, it would have been great. I'm telling you now. Yeah. Now I'm wondering, like, couldn't they have made this an event? We could have tie-ins where they go off and you have, just Knuckles.
Give me a 2-issue Knuckles versus
really
Kalibak
like this.
book.
And when I said it at the beginning where I didn't like it as much as the first issue, I couldn't really think I kind of at the end, but this is why there's some rush things. And then they end up where even then they're trying to get a vehicle. They're trying to figure out what they can do, all that stuff. And even this felt like it should have had more. This could have been a whole issue because Dr. Robotnik comes in, right? And they're like,
we go from there to, like, then we find out that Darkseid's started using the Emerald and it's causing weird stuff to happen, so they've now got to jump immediately to confronting Darkseid. Like, all of the build-up is gone. We've gone from, like, scouring the world for the Emeralds to, we don't have time to find the Emeralds, we have to go stop him now. Like, we've jumped that entire middle bit.
Yeah, because he says, these are more powerful than I thought. Just wait, I can take over this world now.
I can do everything I needed with just one. Like, why would I need all 7?
And then he wants the universes, and he's yelling, so that's the whole play. Oh my God, we got to stop him. In the meantime, they're like, hey, we got to get a transport. We got to get this thing. Darkseid's really ramping it up.
Get everybody up to the Ragnarok. Oh, here's Eggman to give us a ride.
And Brilliant. It just ends up where it's like, boom. Like, I'm just telling you, it's like, man, can you do it? He's like, no, my biplanes can't hold everybody. I guess we have this. Boom, there you go, Eggman. And they're like, yep, that's it.
Yeah, like, this cannot be the extent of Eggman showing in this 6-issue mini. That would be absolutely criminal.
Yeah, because then he comes down, and you're going to play the idea of, okay, the enemy, my enemy, and stuff like that, but it goes really, really quick. You don't get, and in that, I think that maybe the problem is that Ian Flynn is writing it. It is more of a Sonic thing. So when you do have Eggman and things like that, he's kind of like, you're doing more about the dark side. Like he thinks he has to explain the dark side stuff more because there's going to be a lot of Sonic readers. So when Eggman and stuff like that, it just is too quick. And yet, I mean, Flash is like, this is the bad guy? Yup. There it is. And says, well,
this is your
can we
nemesis?
trust him?
Yeah.
Yeah, can we
Well,
trust him? Well,
yeah.
he doesn't want shit to go wrong
He's your
either.
classic Lex Luthor archetype where, like, it's his world, it's not somebody else's to take over, so he's going to help us out now.
And then the joke is he's bald, just like Lex.
Just like
there you
Lex,
have
yeah.
it. So, and then you get on the ship, and then they just run right into this big dark side.
It is funny that they just drive it into the eyeball.
It's like one panel to the next where they just get in
Yeah.
the ship, and it's that big, giant, almost MODOK-looking flying ship of Darkseid's head, and they just run right into the eye, and then they get out and go. And they're like, if we get there, could you go out and take people down? And that's what happens. And again, it's still very rushed. Like, this stuff is so rushed.
It's
but
just
the only
bang,
thing
bang,
at the
bang,
end,
bang, go, get in the Ragnarok, go confront Darkseid, distract him, try and get the Emerald, do the thing,
And
get
so
out of there.
I was really, at this point, I was getting really upset. But then when you do have the twist at the end, you're like, okay, well, this really might not matter as much because of what then happens. But you end up where they're kind of going around. Barry's the one. He's riding around. And in that, you do have the best line. People even mentioned in the Slack chat where Flash is like, I've been timed at this, and this. And then Sonic goes, oh, they can measure your speed? That's real cute.
That's
and it
cute.
goes, I was like, that is awesome. They're the best. Obviously, it's set up to be that. But the other one of Batman and Shadow, I hope we get more of them. But now they're separated.
Oh.
It's a very odd deal. But again, I think that you have Shadow who might team up with some of the Bat family. I don't know. I hope that they
got that
do
wonderful
explore
panel
this.
of like Darkseid kneeling before Shadow and Shadow going, "You've struggled with this."
Yeah. Oh, it's so
Pathetic.
good. Yeah, it's so good.
good.
Yeah, and even then, like Darkseid even realizes, like, why are you doing this? Like, you should be more. You're big, and that's a big thing too. But when you have the play, I don't know that it's a great page, but I still like it where they're all going on Darkseid, and you have all the different characters going. It was pretty cool. But they start just fighting with Darkseid. It becomes very, very cartoony, especially with Darkseid. But they're like, okay, don't estimate him, because that's when you end up having Shadow say, you struggle with this, pathetic. And Batman's like, don't underestimate him, go. And it's the chaos control, all that. And that's when they are, they're containing Darkseid and trying to stop him. And he says, Father Box discovered much about your world, about chaos control. That promise of power and control drew me here. And that's where, this really throws Shadow and says, impossible. And he's like, to most mortals, yeah, surely, but not to you. For you are the ultimate life form. And this is like singing his tune, right? And going with the thing. And not for me, for Darkseid is. But I guess maybe we'll get this.
Darkseid's like... It's a weird thing for Darkseid to do, but he's basically saying, like, we are equals
to me, it's Luke Skywalker, and come with us to the dark side. And I think this will be the point where Shadow's going to really struggle. Could I have stopped this? Did I do it? Is all this stuff, which is pretty cool. But in the meantime, you do have this continuous attack on him. Sonic's going, your Darkseid's able to grab him, but really all this is just a full out attack to then say we're done here. This world is ending, and we're going to try to save it, but get these characters out. Get Sonic and his buddies out, and that's where the boom tube comes in. As you have, it is funny, Superman has Darkseid in a sleeper hold at that one point, and he's trying to go. And I mean, some of the attacks and seeing the reactions of them are kind of goofy, but it's what it is, and I do like it. But they're even trying to bring down the whole chaos engine and things like that while that's going. And you have Darkseid; he's not giving up. Everybody's screaming. And
the whole thing's going sideways into shit, and so the Justice League panic, and they're like, right, get the assets out of there.
And that's the thing, and in that, everybody's yelling, and Batman is the one who says, we're putting our faith in you, as they go off as if this is some plan. Now, because before they weren't really hired with this is to do something that they think that they could do on their regular universe. So they get zipped off to the Watchtower.
Go back to our universe, talk to the rest of the heroes, tell them what you know is going on,
and then maybe we could do something.
Like, come up with a plan.
So I like the visual here, because you suddenly poor Mr. Terrific, he doesn't know what the hell's going on. He's there, and all these characters come tumbling out. These boom tube.
4-foot-high talking animals. Just
I like the T-spheres are trying to figure out what's going on. And they're screaming, "Oh my God, you got to send us back! You're heroes. Batman, all the." And you got to send us back, please. The boom tube. We have to help them. And that's where the big play is. Mr. Terrific is like, and I love the no sign that just comes up in the air. It's like, nope, they don't. We don't have the coordinates to target. It's done. Your world, is gone. The Darkseid, the Justice League, and everything else is gone. So they're like, what? And they're all upset. And I do like the deal. And that's where, if you look, Shadow looks like he's like damn it, I screwed everyone. And then you even have, I mean, all of them through, they have like different reactions. Knuckles wants to punch somebody. Everybody else is like in like panic. It's pretty
a
cool
mixture of fear and like
you
shock
have those things. I like it. Yep, I like it.
Yeah.
So it then says where they're at the, they're in the watchtower, and it says, next time a League of Their Own. So they're going to have to do what they can do. Again, is it going to be something where we take a weird issue where we just have fun?
Do we spend an issue with them going around the DC Earth and teaming up with other heroes to take down DC
Because
villains?
I'm thinking in the idea, if you want to play that, what you play is somebody senses the Justice League has been taken out, and now it happens all the time. It happens when Batman gets taken out, and all of a sudden it goes
they
crazy.
spend an issue fighting
cleaning shit
the
up.
Brotherhood of Evil.
I might
or
like that.
The Injustice League. Yeah.
This is a fun thing that you can play that game, but it would feel weird. But I don't mind if they go around and as they're recruiting maybe a whole team to go. But what do? They don't have the coordinates, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. So I like
whilst
it.
the Justice League is gone, like Silver goes off and fights Gorilla Grodd, Knuckles is off fighting Bane or something. Yeah, like
Joker, you have Shadow just kills him straight up, slices him, kills him. He takes care of him. He's like, I'll take care of this for Batman. But yeah, that's a pretty crazy deal, and maybe you would even have, like you said, Gorilla Grodd would be funny because it kind of ties into almost like a whole animal
giant talking animal to a tiny talking animal.
Be kind of cool. Yeah. So hopefully we do have some fun. Hopefully there is some little bit of we have this big story, but while we're here, let's have fun with them in the universe because we have a couple issues left. Then we both said we thought this was going too quick. You did get rid of a lot of things, so maybe you do have time to play a little and have some fun. But what would you give this?
Like I was genuinely worried reading a lot of this that it was going too quickly, but the twist at the end and the setup has left me in a really in a space of real excitement for the next issue. So I'd give it like an 8.5.
Yeah, I'm about an 8.5, and you went 9.5. I went 9 for the first issue. It was really good.
The first issue was great, and this one suffers a little bit because we've seen a lot of stuff that I'm just like, oh, I want more of that. Like it feels like wasted opportunities, but we're still left in a place where there's a whole bunch of new opportunities that I'm really excited about. So like, we don't get to see Knuckles fight Calabac, but what do we get next issue?
Yeah, we might get Gorilla Grodd, like you said, or something like that. And what I do like too, when you talk about, say, Zatanna or Challengers, when we're saying we didn't get what we wanted there either, but it's a bad thing. Here, it's because it's so cool. You can end up where you're upset or disappointed.
We end an issue of Zatanna or Challengers, and we're not there going, oh, God, I'm so excited for the next issue. Like, oh, what could happen? Like, we could do this. That would be fun. We could do that. We're just like, I hate this.
Yeah,
like,
and we end where the thing is, oh, Simon, look, we didn't get what we want. Like, progression, character work, and plot. Yeah, those are bad. When you're there,
you understanding what's happening. That's what I would.
When you want Knuckles fighting Calabac, like that's cool. Like that's a different type of wanting something more. It's because you like it so much. Those other books I went out, so I don't need anything more. I went out, but this is good. So 8.5. But that is it for the show. Crazy books this week. Some crazy things going down. Not as it's been pretty positive, and that's not just because Eric, left. It was maybe, but the idea of where there's been some pretty good books and whatnot. This issue or this week, I thought, all right, here comes the really good books. We're going to get back, and some of them were off, but this one was good at the end. I never thought Challenges was going to be good. I just keep hoping that Zatanna was going to kind of pull through.
Jim, we don't have to review Challenges.
No, it's done. Except
now.
Maybe we do because it's in every book.
It's in every book. You just. Every time any of the Challenger stuff shows up for one page on a book, are you going to drag me back just to review that one page? We forgot that issue?
Because now I want to say that the end of the Challengers was the idea of like you thought you were done with it, but the Challengers is in us all. We didn't realize the Challengers was always within us all along. So we have that trope. Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Every book is now a Challenger.
Yeah, every book's a challenge. Some of them are challenging. I won't say that is it. But I'm going to go off now to talk about what we are going to get next week. All right, and that is the end of the show. And unfortunately, I'm losing my voice. I am now recording this for the second time because the first time, all of a sudden, I had a crazy coughing fit because I got a little tickle in my throat. I do. But hey, thanks everybody for listening. I hope you had some fun with the books. We didn't love everything. This was probably I don't know, was it the worst week? the problem I have with something like this week is I was looking forward to a bunch of these books and then didn't like them. Sometimes we have a stinker of a week and you see that or smell it from a mile away. And then suddenly, oh my God, things surprise you. They're a little more positive. Oh, geez. Not this week. This week threw me for a loop. And really, Marvel wasn't any better, maybe worse. But there are some good indie books. So if you're an indie comic fan, you were, as they say, eating well. That's what they say. But I was going to say it's probably one of the worst weeks since Eric left. It was not great. But there's always spring and hope springing eternal. And we could hope that would happen. Irish Spring soap. That smells good. I don't know what I'm talking about now. But we have a bunch of books next week. As we always say, 2 of these books will be picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew. Those are the top 2 levels of the Patreon. They get to pick most of the stuff that we do. They end up picking sometimes big books, sometimes horrible books, just to mess with me. Or they pick in between, but we'll kind of guess what they're going to talk about. Also, I do have to say that there was a request from somebody who said that they like when I read the solicits at the end of the show. It's just a different feel now. With Eric gone, we would end up recording Saturday. We'd get together at 3 in the afternoon. We'd record till like 6 or 7 and we'd be done. But everything would be boom, 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 boom. Now I ended up this week, started recording on Tuesday and just ended up on Saturday. I mean, it's a whole weekly affair, very weekly. And so when I get to this point and I'm doing hey, what are we doing next? I am exhausted. Right now, my voice is completely gone. But if you end up going on the request line and you say you want solicits, that's what you're going to get. Batman number 159. H2SH, that's Hush 2, with Jeff Loeb and Jim Lee continues. I haven't said it up until this point, but I really don't like the way Jeff Loeb spells Jeff. That Jeph, that sounds like it's, the devil's hand there. I don't get it. After the shocking events of the last issue, Batman must make the hardest decision of his life. I thought he made that with Scarlet. Oh my goodness. Guest starring Nightwing, Batgirl, and Red Hood. And Red Hood is on the cover. Watch out, Red Hood. Better watch out what you're doing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. The first issue seemed to not wow people as I don't know. The first Hush was not that wow effect anyway. Talking to people, I said we did the whole deal on our Patreon. Me and Dr. Matt did it for our Events/Crisis podcast. And I said, I don't know anybody who ever says Hush is their favorite story. I even hear more people say, yeah, it's not great, but it's okay. I think that there is nostalgia for it, obviously. I mean, that's why they're doing it. But it's, I don't know. We got to move ahead. We got to get something going in this Hush, too. But there you go. That's the first book on the docket. The next is, well, it continues the Summer of Superman. It does a milestone 25th issue. When is 25 a milestone issue? Maybe nowadays, or if you're Leah Williams. But why? Why put milestone 25th issue? What you should say is 25th issue, which really shouldn't mean much, but we're going to milk it. The milk stone. Is that something? I don't know. Superman 25. It is written by Joshua Williamson. You got the Dan Mora on the art. You got a bunch of different, artists on this as well, because it is a oversized deal. Rematch of the century, Superman versus Lex Luthor. Superman and Superwoman are still reeling from their epic battles against Doomsday and the Time Trapper, but a bigger problem just appeared. Lex is back. Lex's memory was erased during the House of Brainiac arc, but now Superman's greatest enemy has returned with a twist. I like the way that the solicit kind of points to, hey, he was really bad, and then he got his memory taken away, and that he was good at that point. He was good. He was trying his best, and he's ready for a fight to control Supercorp and the Metropolis. Is this the end of Supercorp? Who knows? Prepare for a shocking oversized issue, because, it's a shocking milestone that celebrates the last 2 years of Superman, connects to the Summer of Superman, and sets up a brand new storyline. Where's Dan Slott? Is he on that one? I love that it's like now we're just celebrating 2 years. books and things like that. I get it. They've been doing this forever. But in that, too, I'm looking at the characters that are going to be involved. I'm doing this on the League of Comic Book Geeks, and lo and behold, I see Dr. Farm and Graft. Oh, my. Remember them? There's Howard Stern right there, that Dr. Farm looks like. He also got the Chained. He looks famished. You got them all. So we'll see what is happening in that. Also, I do think I also saw Marilyn Moonlight. Everybody's going to be joining the bandwagon giant. The gang's all here. Marilyn Moonlight. I mentioned her, I think, on one of the live streams. I was laughing that I did when the Marilyn Moonlight first came out. Somebody was on Twitter and it's like, oh my God, did you see her here? They just announced the Marilyn Moonlight miniseries. And people are like, oh man, that's awesome. I'm like, really? Like, I know nothing about this character and whatnot. And they're like, and the guy's like, April Fools or something. And they're like, oh, you jerk, you really got my hopes up. I'm like, really? They kept saying really. A lot. Really? We don't have a Marilyn Moonlight mini, but we're going to get more Marilyn Moonlight in the issue, I guess. But what is next? Well, what is next is Justice League Unlimited number 6. We are yesterday, part 2. That really does sound like that thing I say when I thought I was really smart when I was in like 6th grade, and I was like, yesterday is today's tomorrow, or today's yesterday's tomorrow, whatever the hell it was. I thought I was blowing minds, one mind at a time. We Are Yesterday, part 2 is written by Mark Waid, with art by Travis Moore. And here we go. The horrific hidden identity of the Inferno cult has been revealed, and the Legion of Doom is here to take no prisoners. But something is ... off about these ferocious foes of the Justice League. Yeah, they're traveling through time. Come on, we know this. They fight without wisdom, without experience, but with a secret edge. They're edging. Buckle up, folks. Buckle up, kids, for the biggest clash in Justice League history. I doubt it. As Lex Luthor, the Joker, Cheetah, Grodd, and all the vile villains of the original Legion of Doom arrive to terrorize tomorrow. That's a diss. It wasn't Captain Cold on there. Did they mention? He got dissed. He got dissed big time. But yeah, I'm actually looking forward to that. Me and Zach like the world's finest. And again, if you are not reading Mark Waid because you know your issues with him, you could just listen to us. We'll end up talking about it, and then you can follow and see what goes on. The next book is Superman: The Last Days of Lex Luthor, number 3. Ooh, I saw a lot of people yelling like, "I'm not betting on this one." Well, the big delay between 1 and 2 was that DC wasn't supposed to release the book, and never told Brian Hitch is the real problem because of the art, or Mark Waid, so they didn't have anything going. They didn't even know that this thing was coming out. And all of a sudden it was like, hey, it came out. You got to get another issue done in a month when that usually takes a little longer. And they're like, oh, crap. And also at this point, Brian Hitch was doing a bunch of things. Like they kind of screwed those two by putting that book out. And they were not too happy. But I'm excited to see what continues. In this, Lex is on death's door as a new threat emerges to finally take down the Man of Steel. Will Superman be able to face down the danger and save Lex? Or will this be the world's greatest hero's biggest failure? Don't miss this pulse-pounding conclusion. I will not. It's pulse-pounding. I'm getting real tired. Power Girl number 20. Simon said to me when we got done doing our segment for this week's podcast, he said, you know what? I really can't wait for that Power Girl. I love it so much, and I can't wait to give it a 10. I said, I don't know why you're saying that, Simon. We haven't read it yet. And he's like, I don't care. That book is awesome. I love it so much, and I don't want it to go. He didn't say any of that. He actually said, oh, crap, we have Power Girl next week. Karen Starr has triumphantly returned to Metropolis, but there's a problem. The person using that alias isn't Power Girl. Paige can't just stand by as this new Karen gets involved in ventures and schemes she would never dream of. It's up to her to expose the imposter before they ruin her good reputation for good. Let's just guess this. Leah Williams has made this book ridiculous, and there is no reputation. That reputation is gone out the window. Also, you ended up like making the whole Daily Star into some crazy like skyscraper thing with the dinosaurs. Yeah, no reputation. David Baldion on art. And I don't know who's doing this cover. I'm looking. It's Yannick Bouquet. It's not great. I don't like it. But that book is hot garbage. But it's coming to an end, so we'll be talking about it till we get to that end. Green Lantern number 22, obviously written by Jeremy Adams with Sir Monaco on art. It's Hector Hammond versus Hal Jordan as the confrontation comes to a head. He just started getting the head. I do like that little pun, though. While Kyle Rayner, Superboy, and Odyssey come across a Reach outpost and a mysterious stranger. I'll tell you, I had a date the other day with the mysterious stranger. Yeah, I better not talk about that. That would be a weird thing to talk about on the podcast. I don't know. I kind of thought and still think that maybe the old Hector Hammond should be on the side, and let's do this fractured spectrum stuff. That's the cool things. Let's get Nate Dogg settled. Let's see what these batteries are about. Let's bring like everything big. Hector Hammond's a huge thing. It's coming to a head. A huge thing in the Green Lantern, lore and verse, whatever. But boy, you got a lot of other things that I'd rather talk about. And it seems like, I don't know, it seems like we're starting to tread a little bit of water here to not want to reveal or not finish that story. I don't understand. Just don't. But the next book is Metamorpho, the Element Man, number 5. I have to talk to Jason. We'll see if he's all right. Last issue, we kind of yelled at each other about why we like it. I said, this is why I hate it. Then Jason's like, those are the exact reasons why I like it. Then he said those reasons again. And then I said, I already said I hated them. And then we yelled at each other, and people couldn't tell because while we're recording, we don't have he was strangling me. He was, and he was hitting my head on the desk. Nobody realized Jason flies in for the Metamorpho is such a big book. I fly him in for our review. We sit here, right next to each other. We fight each other. One Metamorpho too many. That's what I thought about the issues. Ask yourselves, readers. Oh, here we go. See, this is the thing. I used to do a solicits podcast, and I stopped at one. The Harley solicits, and people always say, "Oh man, you got to read that Harley solicit." I'm like, I'll kill you because they're break the fourth wall and they're goofing off, and it drives me nuts. You never find out anything because it's all jokes and silly games, and now that's what we're doing. Ask yourselves, readers, what could be more merely magnificent than 5 issues of the one and only Metamorpho? Well, how's about we turn it around and give you 5 Metamorphos in one issue? Because everything else has been so great up to now. Now we can just goof off. Brace yourselves, Metamaniacs, because when Rex Mason and Urania Blackwell face the ultimate agent of Cyclops, their only option is to form an all-new element team, a fab and freaky fighting force formed from the fusion of a fearless friend, a fiendish foe, and an element dog. Can Al Ewing and Steve Lieber pull this one off? Are they asking me? Because no, they can't. Or is this a case of too many Metamorphos? No, this is a case of not taking something seriously and goofing off when I... see, I don't like to do this with the review. I'm supposed to give every book that's due chance. Yikes. Yeah, it seems the book's canceled, by the way. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm going to look now because there were some other things now. It looks like, there's trouble. Trouble for you Metamaniacs. What are you going to do, you Metamaniacs? Yeah, I think it's canceled. Book is... I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say what the French told me it is. They told me it's garbage. Peacemaker presents The Vigilante Eagly, double feature number 2. Maybe my biggest pleasant surprise since Eric left talking about this book. I thought it was, darn tootin'. Peacemaker's gone also late. It's Tim Seeley, Mitch Gerards on the art, but I think there's another team like Rex Ogle and Matteo Loli. I found it now. And also James Gunn is involved. But until James Gunn realizes that Tom King stinks, he ain't no friend of mine, is what I'm telling you. Peacemaker is gone and the dreaded controller is pulling the strings behind all the crime in Evergreen. Or is it? At least that's what Adrian Chase thinks is pretty funny. He really thinks that it's the controller and he's going to start ripping everybody's faces off. And where do evil robots hide? Well, inside vehicles, of course. Time to kill some transforming mid-level sedans with missiles. Meanwhile, America's greatest superhero, Eagly, and his sidekick, Peacemaker, get roofied. So not cool. Now they're in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of randos from the plane, and someone is snipering them one at a time. It sounds like the most dangerous game. Man. But who would want to kill the most majestic of birds or a human in a goofy suit with a peace stub on it? Guess it's time to kick some sweet patootie and find out. An original DC comic story inspired by James Gunn Visionary Peacemaker series on Max. Yeah, best get ready to rumble. It says at the end. I'll tell you right now, I like Peacemaker. I actually saw, I think, all the episodes, right? Visionary. It was funny. Visionary Peacemaker series. Seriously? Is that what we're calling it? That's ridiculous. But 2 of these books will be on the Badass Patreon Spotlight, picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew. I'll tell you right now, if you like the Life and Death or whatever the hell is called of that Lex Luthor, that's definitely going to be my computer just froze up. That's why I can't get it. Yeah, Last Days of Lex Luthor, I said. That's going to be on. I know that'll be on the Patreon deal, and I think the other one will probably be Power Girl. So, yeah, everybody loves that. Nobody doesn't. I mean, Simon, he loves it. He told me that he's going to marry the book, and I said, I don't know if that's accepted in our day and age with our society. He said, listen, I do not play by society's rules. And he told me later on, in about 50 years, it'll be fully accepted. Marrying a comic book. And he told me that he's a trendsetter and that when they do this, they'll look back and they're going to put him on the penny. He's going to be his face on the shiny penny. I don't know why, because he's British and I'm going, it'll be on the pent. It will. And people will triumph or trumpet Simon's, forethought and, open-mindedness to marry a comic book. And why not marry Power Girl number 20? The greatest of all books ever. So there you go. That's what you get when I get real tired. Nonsense. So thanks, everybody. And as I said, thanks everybody who got involved, who were listening, who told me to do the solicits, and really much to the chagrin of everybody listening, all that going on, and everybody who has jumped in to help me continue the show, try to make it a little different. I don't know if I'd say it's better, because that would sound pretentious. So, you might think that I think that, but I don't know. I don't know. Actually, we record so much during the week that I don't have a gauge on anything of what we did. I hope that people are enjoying themselves, though. And I did see Simon sent me I think it was a UK review on like Spotify. That was recent, like last week or so. Since Eric left, and actually had some good words to say. So that kind of got me pumped up. And seriously, if you are listening and you like the show, and what the hey, if you hate it and you got this far into the show, then maybe you got to, look in the mirror. Maybe you like it a little more than maybe what you're saying. But, maybe you could go to, say, the Apple Music, iTunes, whatever the hell it is, Spotify, all that stuff. We even have the deal on Yahoo Music. But go and maybe give a new review, even if you gave a review before, because it has changed. Maybe some people want to, check it out. I don't know. But also check out our Patreon, patreon.com/weird science. All of that. I'm kind of looking at the deal. I want to get the show to over 5 hours. The worst thing, if you're recording to me. Now, the worst thing is when you look and you're like, oh, crap, it's 5 hours. When it used to be 13. But the worst is to have a show and you're getting near that next hour. This happens in live stream as well. And you want to be able to say, oh, I did a 5-hour show. Nobody's going to listen when you say I did a 4-hour, 45-minute show. That's like guys, that aren't as tall and start adding the half inches and stuff like that. By the way, I'm like 5'8.5". Maybe that's not what my license says. I got screwed over on that. But yeah, I want to get to that next level. You don't want to end up with 4 hours and 50 minutes. You want to get to the 5-hour mark. And I think we've gotten there. Yes, we've done it. We've done it, everybody. So with that, though, thanks, everybody, once again for the 8th time. I really do appreciate it. Thanks. And reach out if you want to email The email is weirdsciencedccomics@gmail.com. We haven't gotten many emails. I haven't really checked, but we might. But email in. Tell me, what you like going on with the DC, what you think you are looking forward to coming up, all that jazz. And remember to put at the top, okay to print. I'm not printing it, though, but you could put that. It would make me giggle. So with that, thanks, everybody. And I will talk to you next week.
Every other show sucks. That's why you're listening to us. Every other show sucks. We're the only one that isn't us. So thank you for being smart. From the bottom of our heart. Thank you for being smart. 'Cause everything that us just thinks like a fart. Shut your mouth. Every other show sucks.